Thank you for choosing this video to fall asleep. Make sure to subscribe and tell me in the comments where you are listening from. Story 1. The Phoenix's Choice. The first time Albus Dumbledore encountered Fawkes, it was not in the familiar, warm confines of his office at Hogwarts, nor was it a moment born of calm contemplation. Instead, it happened in the shadowed ruins of an ancient temple deep within the Albanian forests, far from the safety of the school he would one day come to lead. It was a time when Dumbledore was still finding his place in the world, a brilliant young wizard driven by equal parts curiosity and ambition, uncertain of his path but certain of his power. His journey into the depths of the magical world had taken him to places of wonder and terror, and it was in one such place that his fate would intertwine with a creature as ancient and magical as the world itself. Dumbledore had come to Albania chasing rumors, whispers of powerful relics, lost to time, hidden in forgotten places. He had been driven not by a desire for glory or riches, but by the deep-seated hunger for knowledge that had fueled him since his youth. The temple, a crumbling relic from an age long past, was said to house secrets older than any wizard alive. Secrets that might unlock even greater understanding of magic's most elusive mysteries. Yet as he ventured deeper into the labyrinth of stone and vines, he could feel that the temple held something more than forgotten knowledge. There was a presence here, ancient and watchful, lingering in the air like a distant echo. The path through the temple was treacherous, littered with traps and wards meant to keep intruders at bay. Dumbledore navigated them with ease, his wand a beacon of light in the darkness, his mind sharp and alert. But as he reached the heart of the temple, a vast, dimly lit chamber lined with towering statues of forgotten deities, he sensed something beyond mere magic. There was life here, an old, unfathomable life. In the center of the chamber, upon a raised dais, stood a grand pedestal. On it, resting in a nest of embers, was an enormous bird, its feathers a brilliant red and gold, glowing faintly in the dim light. At first Dumbledore thought it was a statue, a relic of the past, placed there as a symbol of some long-lost power. But then the bird stirred, its golden eyes flickering open, and Dumbledore felt a pulse of magic unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was a magic that was ancient and pure, untainted by the corruption of time or ambition. The Phoenix looked at Dumbledore, and in that moment something passed between them. The connection was immediate, visceral. Dumbledore, who had always prided himself on his intellect and ability to control his emotions, felt a surge of something he couldn't quite explain. It was as if the bird were looking straight into his soul, seeing everything he had been, everything he could be. The weight of his past, his ambitions, his regrets, they all seemed to flicker through his mind in an instant. And yet, in the Phoenix's gaze, he did not feel judged. He felt understood. Dumbledore had read about phoenixes in his studies, magical creatures of legend, capable of immense power, creatures who lived and died and were reborn in flames, their lives an eternal cycle of renewal. But to see one in the flesh, to feel its magic so close, was something else entirely. The bird was majestic, its plumage shimmering like the dying light of a setting sun. And yet there was a softness to its gaze, a kindness that belied its power. For a long moment neither moved. Dumbledore simply stared at the bird, his mind racing, trying to understand what was happening. Was this the creature that had been calling to him through the wards, drawing him deeper into the temple? Had it been waiting for him? The Phoenix lifted its head, and a soft trill filled the air, a sound so pure and so full of emotion that it brought tears to Dumbledore's eyes. He had never heard anything like it, music that seemed to speak directly to his heart, bypassing all thought, all reason. It was a song of hope, of life, of rebirth. In that moment, Dumbledore understood that this creature was not just a magical beast, it was a symbol, a force of nature, embodying everything he had ever strived to understand about the cycle of life and death, about the balance between power and mercy. The phoenix, with slow, deliberate movements, extended one of its wings, revealing a single, long golden feather that glowed with a soft, internal light. Dumbledore reached out, almost instinctively, his hand trembling slightly as he took the feather. The magic in the air surged, and for a brief moment Dumbledore felt as if he were standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable. The feather was warm in his hand, pulsating gently with the phoenix's life force, and as Dumbledore held it, he realized that this was no simple gift. The phoenix was choosing him. It was a moment of destiny, a bond forged in the heart of an ancient temple where magic and mystery intertwined. The phoenix, Fawkes, as he would later name him, had chosen Dumbledore not just as a companion, but as a kindred spirit, bound together by something deeper than mere magic. Dumbledore knew, in that instant, that his life would never be the same. But with the gift came a burden, one Dumbledore could feel as clearly as the feather in his hand. The phoenix had seen into him, had sensed his potential for both great good and great darkness. It was a reminder that the choices he made from this moment forward would shape not only his destiny, but the destiny of others. Fawkes had chosen him because he believed in him, because he saw the possibility of redemption, of wisdom beyond ambition. As Dumbledore left the temple, the golden feather tucked safely inside his robes, Fawkes followed, his wings cutting through the cold air like fire against the night sky. The bond between them had been forged in fire and understanding, a connection that would last for the rest of Dumbledore's life. In the years that followed, Fawkes would become more than a mere companion. He would be a symbol of hope, a reminder of the choice Dumbledore had made in that ancient temple to use his power for good, to seek wisdom over ambition, and to always remember the fragile balance between life, death, and rebirth. The phoenix had chosen him, and in return Dumbledore had chosen the path that would define him for the rest of his days. Story 2. The Lost Prophecy. In the early years of Albus Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster of Hogwarts, the castle was a place of both great promise and quiet turmoil. Dumbledore had already earned a reputation as one of the most powerful and wise wizards of his age, but the mantle of leadership came with challenges he hadn't anticipated. Beneath the surface of everyday school life, he felt the stirring of something darker, an undercurrent of unease that stretched far beyond the boundaries of the castle. It was during this time, as he sought to understand the forces shaping the future, that he uncovered a prophecy that had been lost to time but carried the weight of destiny. The discovery came by chance, or at least it seemed that way. Dumbledore had always been a seeker of knowledge, spending countless hours in the more obscure sections of Hogwarts' vast library, poring over ancient texts that had not been touched for centuries. One afternoon, while investigating the origins of old magical artifacts stored in the castle's vaults, he stumbled upon a crumbling scroll hidden in a forgotten section of the restricted section. Its parchment was brittle with age, its ink faded almost to the point of illegibility, but something about it caught Dumbledore's attention. The faint shimmer of protective enchantments, almost entirely worn away, suggested that this scroll had once been deemed important, dangerous even. Curiosity piqued, Dumbledore took the scroll to his office, unrolling it carefully on his desk. The text was written in a language so old it took him hours to translate it, piecing together fragments of ancient runes and symbols that predated Hogwarts itself. As he worked through the scroll, the words began to take shape, and slowly he realized what he was reading. It was a prophecy, not one recorded by the famous seers whose words were catalogued in the Ministry's Hall of Prophecy, but something far older, more elusive, a prophecy that had been hidden, forgotten, possibly on purpose. The language was cryptic, as prophecies often were, but the meaning behind it became clearer with each line Dumbledore translated. Underscore, a wizard shall rise, born of shadow and flame, to challenge the balance of the world. The blood of the innocent and the wicked shall mix, and the scales of fate shall tip in his hand. None shall stand before him unless the forgotten light returns from the dark, and a choice is made in fire. Underscore. Dumbledore read the words over and over, his mind racing with the possibilities. The language was ancient, but the message was clear. A wizard of great power, one who would upset the natural order, was destined to rise. The prophecy spoke of a threat not just to the magical world, but to the very balance of existence. Whoever this wizard was, their rise would come at a terrible cost, and they would wield a power that could shift the fate of the world itself. The prophecy's vagueness troubled Dumbledore. It gave no clear indication of when or where this wizard would appear, only that their coming was inevitable. The reference to shadow and flame seemed to suggest someone tied to dark magic, perhaps even someone aligned with the dark arts. But the prophecy was not so easily interpreted. It spoke of both light and darkness, of choices that had yet to be made. Was this wizard a force of destruction, or could they be turned from their path? And what was this forgotten light that might stand against them? As the days passed, Dumbledore could not shake the weight of the prophecy. He knew enough of the history of magic to understand that prophecies were not always set in stone. They could be altered, diverted if the right choices were made. But this one had the air of inevitability about it, as though the future it foretold was already in motion, pulling everyone along in its wake. The idea of a single wizard possessing the power to disrupt the balance of the world was deeply unsettling. In the wrong hands, such power could lead to chaos, to the destruction of everything Dumbledore held dear. His mind immediately turned to Gellert Grindelwald. Though Grindelwald had already begun his rise to infamy by this point, Dumbledore could not help but wonder if the prophecy spoke of him. Grindelwald certainly fit the description of a wizard who sought to upset the balance of the world. He wielded dark magic with unparalleled skill, and his ambitions were nothing short of reshaping the entire magical and non-magical world. Could this prophecy be a warning of what Grindelwald would become, of the devastation his rise would bring? Or was it something more distant, a shadow of an even darker future? Determined to understand the full meaning of the prophecy, Dumbledore delved into research, seeking out the most obscure texts he could find. He reached out to the few seers he trusted, though none had heard of the prophecy or its origins. Some warned him that prophecies were dangerous things, best left alone, but Dumbledore could not ignore what he had found. The more he learned, the more certain he became that the prophecy was real, and that its fulfillment was drawing closer. As time went on, Dumbledore began to see signs that troubled him further. Dark forces were stirring across the world, beyond even Grindelwald's reach. Whispers of other dark wizards, gathering power in secret, reached his ears. The magical world was growing more unstable, and Dumbledore could feel the weight of the future pressing down on him. He understood now that his role as headmaster was not merely to educate the next generation of witches and wizards, but to guide them, to prepare them for a time when the balance of the world would be tested. Years passed and Dumbledore's fears about the prophecy never fully dissipated. Even after his eventual battle with Grindelwald, the words of the lost prophecy remained with him. He had defeated one dark wizard, but he knew that the prophecy might yet speak of another. Could it be Voldemort? Dumbledore began to wonder as he watched Tom Riddle grow into a powerful, dangerous wizard, one with ambitions that mirrored the dark future the prophecy had foretold. Dumbledore kept the scroll locked away in his office, never sharing it with anyone, not even the most trusted members of the Order of the Phoenix. It was a secret he carried alone, a burden that weighed heavily on him. He knew that one day the wizards spoken of in the prophecy would rise, and when they did, the world would be thrust into chaos. But there was one thing the prophecy did not make clear: the role Dumbledore himself would play when that time came. Would he be the one to tip the scales? Would he guide the forgotten light from the dark? The prophecy's words haunted him, but they also steeled his resolve. Dumbledore knew he could not control the future, but he could prepare for it. And when the time came, he would be ready. Story 3. The Darkest Hour. It was late in the war, and the world felt darker than it had ever been. Albus Dumbledore stood alone in his office at Hogwarts, staring into the flickering embers of a dying fire. Outside, the castle walls groaned under the weight of the storm that lashed against them, but Dumbledore barely heard it. His mind was far from the safety of the ancient stone halls. He was thinking about the future and the terrible choices that lay ahead. The First Wizarding War had raged for years, and each day seemed to bring new horrors, new casualties. The Order of the Phoenix had fought valiantly, but for every victory, Voldemort and his Death Eaters struck back with brutal force. It was a war of attrition, and Dumbledore could feel the tide turning against them. For the first time in many years, Dumbledore felt the crushing weight of doubt pressing down on him. He had always believed in the power of love, of light, of good to triumph over evil. It was what had guided him through his long life, through his many battles and conflicts. But now, as Voldemort's influence spread like a shadow over the wizarding world, Dumbledore found himself questioning those beliefs. How could love and light stand against such pure, unrelenting darkness? How could mercy defeat a man like Voldemort, who thrived on fear, who killed without hesitation, who seemed to grow stronger with every death? Dumbledore's thoughts drifted to the faces of those who had already been lost. Friends, colleagues, students, all taken by the war. Fabian and Gideon Pruitt slaughtered in a brutal ambush. Caradoc Dearborn disappeared without a trace. Marlene McKinnon and her entire family murdered in cold blood, and so many others, too many to count. Every name was a weight on Dumbledore's heart, a reminder of the cost of this war, a cost that grew higher with each passing day. But it was not just the dead who haunted him. It was those still living, those still fighting, James and Lily Potter, who had gone into hiding to protect their son, Harry, the child marked by prophecy. Sirius Black, reckless but loyal, risking everything for the cause. Minerva McGonagall, who led the Order's missions with steely resolve, even as she watched her friends fall one by one. And the children who would inherit a world torn apart by darkness if Voldemort won. Hogwarts itself, once a sanctuary, felt like a fortress now, a place where the light still flickered but could so easily be snuffed out. It was in this moment of despair that Dumbledore's thoughts turned, for the first time in years, to a forbidden idea. Dark magic. The very thing he had sworn to resist, to fight against with every fiber of his being. He had spent his life avoiding the temptations of power, having seen firsthand the destruction it could bring. In his youth, Dumbledore had flirted with dangerous ideas, drawn by the allure of reshaping the world alongside Gellert Grindelwald. But those ambitions had led only to ruin, and Dumbledore had vowed never to walk that path again. Yet here he was, standing on the precipice of that same abyss. Voldemort was different from Grindelwald, more ruthless, more sadistic, more willing to embrace the darkest magics in pursuit of his goals. And Voldemort had the advantage. His mastery of dark magic, his Horcruxes, made him nearly invincible. Dumbledore had spent years unraveling the mysteries of Voldemort's immortality, but each discovery only underscored how difficult it would be to defeat him. Was it possible that the only way to stop Voldemort was to use the very magic he wielded so freely? Dumbledore walked to the window, his hand resting on the cool glass as he stared out into the storm. His reflection, dimly visible against the swirling darkness outside, looked older than ever. He had always believed that there was a line that should never be crossed, a line that separated good from evil, light from dark. But Voldemort had already crossed it long ago, and every day he drew more and more wizards and witches into his orbit, corrupting them, twisting their minds and souls. Was it foolish, even arrogant, to believe that he could defeat Voldemort without crossing that line himself? There were spells Dumbledore had learned long ago, in his youth, spells whispered of in the darkest corners of magical history. Spells that could bend the very fabric of life and death, spells that could shatter a soul. He had never used them, not once, though he had come close during his final battle with Grindelwald. The temptation had been there, in the heat of the duel, when it seemed that victory was slipping away. But Dumbledore had pulled back, choosing mercy over power, light over darkness. It had cost him dearly, but in the end it had been the right choice. He had won not by overpowering Grindelwald, but by refusing to become like him. But Voldemort was not Grindelwald, he was worse. The thought gnawed at him, insidious and persistent. Voldemort had no mercy, no weakness. He had fragmented his soul beyond recognition, chaining himself to the world through his Horcruxes, each one a twisted mockery of life. How could Dumbledore hope to defeat such a creature? Dark magic had its uses. It was dangerous, yes, but could it be used for the greater good? Could he, for just a moment, abandon the light to stop the darkness from consuming everything? A knock at the door broke his thoughts. It was Minerva, bringing news of another attack. A family in Godric's Hollow had been targeted, innocents slaughtered because they had refused to give up the location of the Potters. Dumbledore felt the weight of it settle on his shoulders as Minerva spoke, her voice tight with barely contained emotion. The war was taking its toll on her too, though she would never admit it. As Minerva left, Dumbledore returned to his desk, the temptation still lingering in the back of his mind. He glanced down at the papers scattered across the surface, letters from the Order, intelligence reports, maps marking the locations of Death Eater attacks, and tucked beneath them a thin ancient book that he had found years ago, hidden in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. It contained spells older than Hogwarts itself, spells of a power that terrified even the most seasoned wizards. For a long time Dumbledore stared at the book, his hand hovering over it. The temptation was strong, stronger than it had ever been. But then he remembered. He remembered the faces of those who still believed in him, who trusted him to lead them through this darkest hour. James and Lily, who had placed their hope in him to keep their son safe. The students of Hogwarts, who looked to him as a beacon of wisdom and strength. The Order, who fought in his name, believing that they were on the side of righteousness. No, Dumbledore thought, he could not cross that line. Not again. Not ever. With a sigh, he pushed the book away, back into the shadows where it belonged. He would not use dark magic, not even to stop Voldemort. The cost was too great, the risk too high. He would find another way. He had to believe that there was always another way, even in the darkest of times. As the fire burned low, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, the weight of the war pressing heavily upon him. He knew that the battle ahead would be long and difficult, that the losses would continue to mount, but as long as he stayed true to the light, there was still hope. And hope, as fragile as it was all they had left. Story 4. The Deal with Death. Albus Dumbledore stood in the forbidden forest, the cold air thick with silence, his hand clutching the resurrection stone. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale light over the ancient trees, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Dumbledore's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, of regrets, and of questions that had haunted him for years. Tonight he would finally confront the mystery that had lingered in the deepest recesses of his soul, death itself. The Resurrection Stone, a fabled artifact from the Deathly Hallows, had been in his possession for some time, but Dumbledore had never dared to use it until now. He knew the risks. The stories warned of how the stone could bring nothing but grief and sorrow to those who sought to summon the dead. But Dumbledore was not like other wizards. His understanding of magic ran deeper than most, and his curiosity about the nature of life and death had always driven him forward. There were things he needed to know, things about death, immortality, and the delicate balance between the two. With a deep breath, he turned the stone 3 times in his hand, feeling the surge of ancient magic pulse through his veins. The air around him seemed to shift, growing colder, heavier, as if the very fabric of reality were bending in response to the power he had called upon. For a moment nothing happened. The forest remained still, the world unchanged. Then a shadow emerged from the darkness. At first it was nothing more than a wisp of smoke, a vague shape forming in the moonlight. But as Dumbledore watched, the figure solidified, taking on the form of a tall, cloaked figure, its face hidden beneath a hate. It was not the loved ones he had expected to see, not his parents, not his sister Ariana, or even Gellert Grindelwald. No, this was something else entirely. This was death itself, answering his call. The figure moved slowly toward him, its robes brushing against the ground with a soft whisper. Dumbledore felt his heart pound in his chest, though he stood his ground, his sharp mind already trying to analyze the situation. He had always believed that death was a concept, not a being, a natural part of life's cycle that could not be personified. And yet here it was, standing before him, undeniable and impossibly real. "You sought me, Albus Dumbledore," the figure said, its voice a deep, hollow echo that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You called, and I have come." Dumbledore's throat tightened. His usual composure wavered as he tried to find the words. "I did not expect this," he admitted, his voice softer than usual. "I did not expect you." "Few do," Death replied, its tone neither cruel nor kind, "and fewer still seek me out. Yet here you stand, holding the stone that belongs to me, wielding a power you cannot fully understand." Dumbledore's grip on the stone tightened. "I seek answers," he said, regaining a measure of his confidence. "I have lived a long life, and I have seen more death than I care to remember. I have watched friends, family, and students pass into your realm, and yet I stand here still. But I have never understood the true nature of death or immortality." Death was silent for a moment, as if considering his words. The air around them seemed to grow colder still, the shadows of the trees lengthening. "Immortality," Death repeated, its voice carrying a note of amusement. "You speak of it as though it is a gift, yet every mortal who seeks it finds only despair. Even you, Dumbledore, with all your knowledge, have never truly understood the price of immortality." Dumbledore's mind raced. He had encountered many who sought to defy death: Grindelwald, Voldemort, even Nicholas Flamel, who had achieved a form of immortality through the Philosopher's Stone. But each had paid a price for their defiance of the natural order. Flamel had eventually chosen to let go, accepting that his extended life could not last forever. Voldemort, on the other hand, had splintered his soul, twisting himself into something barely human in his quest to conquer death. "And what is that price?" Dumbledore asked, his voice steady. "Is it the loss of one's humanity? The degradation of the soul?" Death tilted its head slightly, as though amused by the question. "The price is far greater than you realize," it said. "Immortality is not the victory over death that mortals believe it to be. It is a curse, a slow unraveling of the soul. Life is meant to end. To exist beyond one's time is to lose one's place in the world, to become something other, something that no longer belongs to the realm of the living or the dead." Dumbledore's breath caught. He had always feared such an answer. The Resurrection Stone, the Elder Wand, the Philosopher's Stone, each artifact had promised a form of immortality, yet each had led to tragedy for those who sought to wield them. The Hallows themselves had taught him that ultimate power came with a cost, but now, hearing the truth from death itself, he realized just how dangerous the pursuit of immortality truly was. "And those who seek to conquer death," Dumbledore pressed, "those like Voldemort who would split their soul to live forever." "Voldemort is a fool," Death said, its voice colder now. "He believes he can escape me by tearing his soul apart, but in doing so he has only hastened his own destruction. The more one clings to life, the more they lose what makes them human. His fate is sealed, Dumbledore, as is yours." Dumbledore felt a chill run through him, not from the cold but from the weight of those words. He had always known that his time was limited, that his own death would come. He had made peace with that long ago, but now, standing before death, he understood that immortality was not something to be envied or feared. It was something to be pitied. The desire to escape death was the path to ruin, and those who pursued it would lose themselves in the process. "I have seen so many seek power," Dumbledore said quietly, "and so many fall because of it." "You are no different," Death said, its tone shifting. "You too sought power once. You too were tempted by the idea of reshaping the world, of controlling fate. But you turned away from that path. The question is, Albus Dumbledore, why did you turn back?" Dumbledore was silent. He thought of Grindelwald, of Ariana, of the mistakes of his youth. He had sought power once, believing that he could change the world for the better, but the cost had been too high. He had learned, painfully, that some forces could not be controlled, that some lines should never be crossed. "Because I learned that power is a burden," he said at last, "and that to wield it without mercy is to lose oneself." Death seemed to nod, though its face remained hidden beneath its hood. "And so you have learned the truth of immortality," it said. "To seek it is to lose everything. Remember this, Dumbledore, for your time is not yet over. You have seen much, but there is more yet to come." With that, death began to fade, the shadows around it dissolving into the night. Dumbledore stood alone once more, the resurrection stone cold in his hand. The knowledge he had gained weighed heavily on him, but it was a burden he was willing to carry. He had sought answers, and now he understood the true nature of immortality and the true price of defying death. He turned the stone over in his hand once more, and then, with a deep breath, he let it fall to the ground. The stone disappeared into the forest floor, buried by the earth, lost once more to time. Dumbledore knew he would not seek it again. Story 5. The Forbidden Dwell. Godric's Hollow had always been a quiet, unassuming village. Nestled in the English countryside, it was a place of ancient history and modest beauty, where wizards and muggles lived side by side, often unaware of the hidden magic that ran beneath its cobbled streets. It was here that Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald first met, two brilliant young men who would forever change the course of magical history. But before they became legends, before they rose to power and ambition, they were simply friends, friends drawn together by a shared hunger for knowledge and a vision for a world remade. The summer of their meeting had been a heady time. Dumbledore, fresh from tragedy and guilt after the death of his mother, found in Grindelwald an equal, someone who understood the weight of genius, the burden of greatness. They spent long hours discussing their plans for the future, huddled in dark corners of the village, their minds racing with ideas that were as radical as they were dangerous. Together, they dreamed of uniting the magical world under a single banner, using the Deathly Hallows to achieve power beyond imagination, and, in Grindelwald's case, to impose the rule of wizards over muggles for the greater good. Dumbledore, at first, had been enchanted by the intensity of Grindelwald's vision. He was young, idealistic, and aching to escape the limitations of his life, shackled as he felt by the responsibility of caring for his younger siblings, Aberforth and Ariana. Grindelwald's ideas seemed to offer a way out, a means to reclaim his brilliance and reshape the world. But over time, Dumbledore began to sense a darker edge to his friend's ambition. Grindelwald's belief in dominance and control over muggles was something Dumbledore couldn't fully endorse. Still, he couldn't deny the allure of their shared dream or the magnetic pull of Grindelwald's brilliance. It all came to a head one hot summer evening. They were sitting in the graveyard of Godric's Hollow, the sun casting long shadows across the tombstones, talking about their latest plans to locate the Deathly Hallows. Grindelwald was more animated than usual, his eyes alight with passion as he outlined a new idea, an immediate, forceful move to claim their rightful place among the magical elite. He spoke of power, real power, the kind that would allow them to change the world. But Dumbledore, for all his ambition, was beginning to see the danger. "Gellert," he said quietly, his voice cutting through the fervor in Grindelwald's words, "this isn't the way. We can't force our will upon others, muggles or wizards. There are laws for a reason, and we cannot decide we are above them." Grindelwald's smile faded. "Albus, the laws of the world are made by the weak for the weak. You and I, together, we can break those chains. Why do you insist on being so afraid of your own potential? You could rule this world if you wanted to." Dumbledore looked away, his heart heavy. He had heard these words before, had been seduced by them, but something deep inside him, a voice he hadn't been able to silence since his mother's death, was telling him that Grindelwald's path led only to destruction. "This isn't about fear," Gellert Dumbledore said, standing. "It's about wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous, and the power you're talking about, is necessary," Grindelwald interrupted, his voice sharp. He rose to his feet, his expression hardening. "If we don't take control, someone else will. Do you really want to live the rest of your life hiding your brilliance, bound by rules set by lesser men? We were born to lead, Albus. You know this. You've always known it." For a moment, the air between them seemed to crackle with tension. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the cool night air settled over the graveyard, but neither wizard noticed. Dumbledore's hands twitched toward his wand, though he didn't draw it. "I won't be a part of this," he said, his voice firm. Grindelwald's eyes flashed. "You're a coward," he hissed, stepping forward. "You're afraid of what you could be, afraid of greatness. You hide behind excuses, but the truth is you'd rather stay here, trapped in this village, taking care of your sister, than face the truth about yourself." Dumbledore's face went pale at the mention of Ariana. His hand moved to his wand, his fingers tightening around it. "Don't speak of her." "Why not?" Grindelwald sneered. "You know it as well as I do. She's the reason you refuse to leave, the reason you keep pretending to be something you're not. She's holding you back, and you're too weak to." "That's enough." Dumbledore's voice echoed through the graveyard as he drew his wand, the tip glowing with barely restrained power. Grindelwald's words had cut too deep, striking at wounds that had never healed. Ariana, his sister, whose life had been shattered by a magical accident, was the one thing that tethered Dumbledore to his guilt, his sense of responsibility, and now Grindelwald was using her to manipulate him. Grindelwald's smile returned, colder than before. "Finally," he said, drawing his own wand, "let's see what the great Albus Dumbledore is capable of." The duel began in an instant, the air between them exploding with magic. Bright flashes of light and fire erupted as their spells collided, each more powerful than the last. Dumbledore's heart pounded as he sent curses and counter-curses flying at his former friend, but Grindelwald was every bit his equal. The ground shook beneath their feet as their magic tore through the graveyard, shattering tombstones and uprooting trees. For a brief moment, Dumbledore felt the old thrill of competition, of pushing his magical abilities to their limits, but that exhilaration was quickly replaced by fear. This was not a game. The force of their duel was growing more dangerous with each passing second, threatening to spill beyond the graveyard and into the village itself. He could hear the distant shouts of villagers startled by the explosions of magic. This was spiraling out of control. "Stop this, Gellert," Dumbledore shouted, dodging a blast of dark magic that singed the ground where he had stood moments before. "You're going to destroy everything." Grindelwald's eyes were wild now, his face twisted in a mixture of rage and triumph. "This is what power feels like, Albus. This is what we're capable of. Why would you ever want to stop?" But Dumbledore had already made his decision. With a powerful spell, he sent a wave of magic crashing into Grindelwald, forcing him back. The duel came to a sudden halt, both men panting, their wands still raised, the ground between them scorched and broken. For a long moment they stood in silence, the echoes of their magic fading into the night. Then, slowly, Grindelwald lowered his wand, his face hardening into a mask of cold resolve. "You've made your choice, then," he said quietly, his voice devoid of the passion that had driven him moments before. Dumbledore said nothing. He didn't need to. Without another word, Grindelwald turned and vanished into the darkness, leaving Dumbledore standing alone amidst the ruins of the graveyard. The village of Godric's Hollow, spared from destruction, was quiet once more. But the friendship between the two young wizards had been shattered, perhaps beyond repair. As the night deepened, Dumbledore looked at the wreckage around him, at the torn earth and broken stones, and felt a profound sense of loss. He had seen what Grindelwald could become, what they both could have become, had they continued down that path. The duel had not just been a clash of wands, it had been a clash of ideals, of the future they had once dreamed of together. But that dream was gone now, buried beneath the weight of ambition and power. And as Dumbledore turned and walked back toward the village, he knew that nothing between them would ever be the same again. Story 6. The Riddle of Tom. The cold wind whipped through the narrow streets of London as Albus Dumbledore made his way toward Wall's Orphanage, a grey and dreary building that loomed like a forgotten relic of another time. He had been here before, years ago, when a letter had arrived at Hogwarts from the headmistress of the orphanage, but this time was different. This time he had come with a purpose that weighed heavily on his mind. The boy he was about to meet, Tom Riddle, had been described as unusual, dangerous, even, and Dumbledore could not help but feel a strange sense of foreboding as he approached the orphanage's gates. Dumbledore had learned long ago to trust his instincts, and there was something about the way people spoke of this boy that unsettled him. He had dealt with gifted children before, young witches and wizards whose magical abilities manifested early, often without guidance or control. But this was different. The reports he had received suggested something darker. The headmistress had mentioned disturbing incidents, that hinted at a level of cruelty and cunning far beyond the boy's years. Children bullied or terrified into silence, small animals found dead under mysterious circumstances, and an atmosphere of fear that seemed to follow Tom wherever he went. As Dumbledore stepped into the orphanage's main hall, the air was thick with the scent of damp stone and cold, unfeeling silence. The walls, painted in dull shades of grey and brown, seemed to close in around him. He could hear the distant chatter of children in another room, but it was faint, as though the building itself muffled all warmth and joy. The headmistress, a severe woman with thin lips and a permanent scowl etched into her face, greeted Dumbledore with a mixture of relief and anxiety. "He's waiting upstairs," she said without preamble, her voice tight. "I've never seen a child like him, Professor. He frightens the other children. He frightens me." Dumbledore gave a slow, thoughtful nod but said nothing. Instead, he followed her up the winding staircase, his thoughts already swirling with questions. He knew, of course, that Tom Riddle was a wizard, a child born with magical abilities that, until now, had gone untrained. But there was something else? A darkness he could already sense, even before laying eyes on the boy? When they reached the top of the stairs, the headmistress paused before a wooden door, her hand resting on the doorknob as though reluctant to open it. "He knows you're coming," she said quietly. "He always seems to know things." Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, then gently pushed the door open. The room inside was small and sparsely furnished, with a single bed pushed against the wall and a window that looked out onto the rain-soaked city. Sitting on the bed, his back straight and his hands folded neatly in his lap, was Tom Riddle. The boy was 12 years old, though he seemed older. His pale skin, dark hair, and piercing eyes gave him an air of authority and self-possession far beyond his years. As Dumbledore entered the room, Tom's gaze met his with a directness that was unsettling, his expression calm, almost calculating. "Good afternoon, Tom," Dumbledore said, his voice warm but measured. "Good afternoon, sir," Tom replied, his voice steady. There was no hint of nervousness or curiosity, as there usually was with children who first learn of their magical heritage. Instead, there was only a cold, distant interest in the man standing before him. Dumbledore sat down in the chair beside the bed, his sharp blue eyes studying the boy carefully. "My name is Professor Dumbledore," he began. "I'm from a school called Hogwarts. Have you ever heard of it?" Tom's eyes flickered, just for a moment, but Dumbledore caught it. "No," Tom said, though his tone suggested otherwise. "What kind of school is it?" "It is a school for people like you, Tom," Dumbledore said, leaning forward slightly. "For young witches and wizards, you have magical abilities, and at Hogwarts we can teach you how to use them properly." Tom's expression remained unchanged, though Dumbledore could see the wheels turning behind those dark eyes. "I knew I was different," Tom said quietly. "I knew I could do things that other people couldn't." Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, you are different, but magic, as you've probably discovered, is a powerful thing. It can be used for good, but it can also be dangerous if not handled with care." Tom's lips curved into a small smile, but it was not a kind smile. "I'm not afraid of it," he said simply. "I'm sure you're not," Dumbledore replied, his tone gentle but firm. "But magic requires responsibility. It is not something to be used to hurt others or to control them." For the first time, a flicker of something passed over Tom's face, annoyance perhaps, or frustration. "They're scared of me," he said, his voice lowering slightly. "They deserve to be." Dumbledore felt a cold chill run through him at the boy's words. He had seen cruelty before, even in young witches and wizards, but there was something more here, something deliberate, as though Tom had already learned to enjoy the fear he inspired in others. Dumbledore had hoped to find a troubled but salvageable boy. Instead, he was beginning to see the outlines of something far darker. "Fear is not the same as respect, Tom," Dumbledore said softly. "At Hogwarts, we teach that power is best used when it serves others, not when it controls them." Tom's eyes narrowed slightly, as though he were weighing Dumbledore's words carefully. "Power is power," he said after a moment. "It doesn't matter how it's used, as long as you have it." Dumbledore remained silent, letting the words hang in the air. He had heard similar sentiments before, decades ago, from another boy whose ambition had burned too brightly. Gellert Grindelwald had once spoken of power in the same way, with the same cold certainty, that it was something to be seized and wielded without question. And now, here was Tom Riddle, echoing those same dangerous ideas. A deep sadness settled over Dumbledore as he looked at the boy. He could already see the path Tom was beginning to walk, the allure of power, the temptation of control, the slow unraveling of humanity in the face of ambition. But Dumbledore also knew that Tom was still young, still malleable, and that perhaps there was hope yet to steer him away from the darkness. "You are talented, Tom," Dumbledore said at last, his voice gentle. "You have great potential, and at Hogwarts we can help you learn to use it wisely. But remember this, power is only as good as the heart that wields it." Tom said nothing, but his eyes remained fixed on Dumbledore, unblinking, cold. The headmaster could feel the boy's mind turning over his words, processing them not with the curiosity of a child, but with the careful consideration of someone who already understood far too much about the world. After a long silence, Dumbledore rose from his chair. "I hope to see you at Hogwarts in the fall, Tom," he said, his gaze lingering on the boy. "There is much you can learn, and many people who will be there to help you." Tom nodded, his expression inscrutable. "I'll come." As Dumbledore left the orphanage and stepped back into the cold, rain-soaked streets, A weight settled on his heart. He had seen many students in his long career, brilliant, talented, flawed, but there was something about Tom Riddle that filled him with a sense of dread. The boy's hunger for power, his lack of empathy, his belief that fear was strength, all of it pointed toward a future that Dumbledore was already beginning to fear. But as he walked away from the orphanage, Dumbledore also knew that the future was not yet written. Tom was young, and there was still time to guide him, to help him see that power without compassion led only to ruin. Dumbledore resolved then and there to watch the boy closely, to intervene if necessary, and to ensure that Tom Riddle never became the monster he already had the potential to be. Yet deep down, Dumbledore could not shake the feeling that the shadows had already begun to gather around the boy, a shadow that would one day engulf them all. Story 7. The Mirror of Regret. It was late at night when Albus Dumbledore first encountered the Mirror of Erised. The halls of Hogwarts were quiet, the only sound the soft crackle of the torches that lined the stone walls. The students were long asleep, and Dumbledore, as was often the case, found himself wandering the castle in the deep hours of the night, his mind restless and filled with thoughts that refused to let him rest. This particular night, however, his wandering led him to an unfamiliar chamber, tucked away in a remote corner of the castle, a room he hadn't remembered visiting before. In the center of the room stood a tall, ornate mirror, its surface reflecting the dim light of the torches. At first glance it appeared to be an ordinary mirror, though its size and grandeur were unusual. Dumbledore stepped closer, his curiosity piqued. He could feel the magic emanating from it, a subtle, ancient power that seemed to pull him in. The inscription at the top of the mirror caught his eye. Aristraieruoit ub Cafruoit Onwasi. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as he silently deciphered the backward script. I show not your face, but your heart's desire, a cryptic message, but one whose meaning was clear enough. He had heard whispers of such a mirror, though he had never encountered it before. The Mirror of Erised, the legendary object that reflected not reality, but the deepest, most secret desires of those who gazed into it. For a moment Dumbledore hesitated. He had lived a long life, filled with both triumph and regret, and he had learned, often painfully, that desires could be dangerous things. To long for something unattainable, something lost to time, could be a path to despair. Yet despite this knowledge, he found himself stepping toward the mirror, unable to resist the pull of curiosity, and perhaps something more. As he drew closer, the reflection began to shift, the darkened room fading away, replaced by a scene so vivid, so painfully familiar, that Dumbledore's breath caught in his throat. He saw his family, his father Percival standing tall and proud, his face no longer twisted with anger and bitterness, his mother Kendra smiling softly, her eyes full of warmth and love. And there, at the center of the vision, stood Ariana, his sister, whole and unharmed, her face lit with a joy he had not seen in life. Dumbledore stared at the image, his heart pounding in his chest. He had spent years burying the pain of his family's tragedy, pushing it deep inside himself, where it could not interfere with the life he had built, the responsibilities he had taken on as a professor, and later as headmaster of Hogwarts. But here, in the mirror's reflection, all of it came rushing back, the guilt, the regret, the overwhelming sense of loss that had never truly left him. He had failed them. That was the thought that echoed through his mind as he gazed at his family, perfect and whole, in the mirror's depths. He had failed Ariana most of all. She had been just a child, fragile and broken by the accident that had left her scarred and unable to control her magic. Dumbledore had taken on the role of her protector after their mother's death, but he had not been strong enough. Instead of shielding her from harm, he had allowed his own ambition to blind him. His friendship with Gellert Grindelwald, his desire to reshape the world, had led to that fateful duel, one that had ended in Ariana's death. The weight of that memory was unbearable, even after all these years. He had told himself that he could not have known, that it was impossible to say whose curse had struck her down in the chaos of the fight. But deep down, Dumbledore knew that it was his fault. He had been distracted, consumed by dreams of power, and Ariana had paid the price. In that moment, as he stared into the mirror of Erised, he saw the life that could have been, the life he had always wished for, but had never been able to achieve. His family, alive and well, free from the tragedies that had torn them apart. His father never imprisoned for the attack on the Muggle boys who had harmed Ariana. His mother never killed by an outburst of Ariana's uncontrolled magic. And Ariana herself never lost in the crossfire of a battle that should never have been fought. It was a vision of peace, of a happiness that Dumbledore had long since given up hoping for. Tears filled his eyes as he continued to gaze into the mirror, the longing in his heart almost unbearable. For a moment he let himself imagine it, imagine what his life might have been if he had chosen differently, if he had put his family above his own ambitions. Would they still be here? Would Ariana be standing by his side, her magic finally under control, her smile free of the pain and fear that had haunted her in life? But even as these thoughts filled his mind, another voice, quieter but more insistent, broke through the haze of emotion. It was the voice of reason, the part of him that had always known that the past could not be changed, no matter how much he might wish it. This vision, as beautiful as it was nothing more than an illusion, a reflection of his deepest regret, his heart's most desperate desire. The mirror could show him what he longed for, but it could never give it to him. That life was gone, lost to time, and no amount of wishing could bring it back. With great effort, Dumbledore tore his eyes away from the mirror. His chest felt heavy, his mind clouded with the weight of all the choices he had made, the paths he had followed in life. For so many years he had sought to atone for his past mistakes, to make amends for the harm he had caused, both to his family and to the world. His work at Hogwarts, his leadership in the fight against Grindelwald, and later Voldemort, all of it had been, in part, a way to make up for the guilt that had haunted him since that summer in Godric's Hollow. But standing here, in front of the mirror of Erised, Dumbledore realized something profound. The past could not be changed, and his regrets, though painful, were part of who he was. He had been shaped by his choices, both good and bad, and it was those experiences that had made him the man he was today. To wish for a different life, a different outcome, was to deny the very lessons he had learned along the way. With a sigh, Dumbledore stepped back from the mirror, wiping the tears from his eyes. He knew now that he could not allow himself to be consumed by what the mirror showed him. The vision of his family was tempting, yes, but it was a temptation that led only to sorrow. His family was gone, and he had to live with that, as painful as it was. The mirror of Erised, he realized, was not just a mirror of desire, it was a mirror of regret, of all the things left undone, all the paths untaken. It showed not just what the heart wanted, but what the soul could never have. And for Dumbledore, the lesson was clear. While it was natural to mourn the past, to dwell on it was to lose sight of the present and of the future. With one last glance at the mirror, Dumbledore turned and left the chamber, his steps heavy but resolute. The vision of his family would stay with him always, but he would not let it rule him. There was still work to be done, still battles to be fought, and Dumbledore knew that the greatest challenge of all was yet to come. Story 8. The Silver Tongue. As the shadows of war lengthened across Europe, Albus Dumbledore knew that time was running out. Grindelwald's forces were spreading rapidly, their influence seeping into every corner of the magical world. His message of wizard supremacy and domination over Muggles had found eager followers in every country, and his armies were growing by the day. The global wizarding war had begun, and if it wasn't stopped, the world would plunge into chaos and darkness. Dumbledore, as ever, found himself at the center of the storm, but this was not a battle he could fight alone. He needed allies, powerful ones, and to gather them he would need every ounce of charisma and diplomacy he possessed. Dumbledore's task was monumental. Grindelwald was not merely a wizard with immense power, he was a visionary, one who inspired fanatical loyalty. His silver tongue had convinced thousands of witches and wizards that their rightful place was not in hiding, but ruling openly over the non-magical world. He promised them glory, power, and a new world order where wizards would reign supreme. His rhetoric was intoxicating, and many magical nations had fallen under his sway. Convincing their leaders to turn against him would require more than just logic or reason. It would require trust, persuasion, and the kind of diplomacy that few could match. Dumbledore began his journey in France, where the Ministry of Magic had remained officially neutral in the conflict, though rumors circulated that certain factions within the government were already in talks with Grindelwald's envoys. The French magical community, historically proud and independent, had no desire to be drawn into a foreign war, and many saw Grindelwald's rise as an internal matter for the rest of Europe. But Dumbledore knew that neutrality was not an option. If France did not stand against Grindelwald, it would only be a matter of time before his armies marched through Paris, as they had through other cities. Arriving at the French ministry, Dumbledore was greeted with a mixture of suspicion and politeness. The French wizards, ever mindful of their own sovereignty, were not inclined to take orders from a foreigner, even one as renowned as Dumbledore. But Dumbledore did not come to give orders. He came to listen, to understand their concerns, and to offer a way forward that respected their independence, while appealing to their sense of justice. In the grand hall of the French ministry, he met with the Minister of Magic, a sharp-eyed woman named Leonore Duval, who had built her career on keeping France out of foreign entanglements. She was wary of Dumbledore, seeing him as a symbol of British interference in continental affairs. But Dumbledore, with his calm, warm demeanor, wasted no time in making it clear that he sought cooperation, not domination. "Minister Duval," he said, his voice smooth and measured, "I come to you not as a representative of Britain, but as a friend of peace and justice. Grindelwald's vision is not one of unity or progress, but of conquest. Today he claims only the lands that border him, but tomorrow it will be the entire world, including France." Duval narrowed her eyes. "And why should we believe that France will not be able to defend itself, should the time come?" Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes shining with intensity. "Because Grindelwald does not fight as we do. He does not honor boundaries or treaties. He manipulates minds, stokes fear, and promises power to those who serve him. His armies are not made of soldiers but of fanatics, and they will not stop until every nation, every people, is bent to his will. Neutrality will not protect you. If France stands alone, it will fall alone." There was a long pause during which Duval studied him carefully. She could sense the sincerity in his words, the gravity of the threat he described. But Dumbledore did not press further. He let the silence hang, giving her space to consider his message. "What would you have us do?" she asked finally. "Join us," Dumbledore replied softly. "Not as subordinates, but as equals. Together, we can form an alliance strong enough to resist Grindelwald's influence. But we must act quickly. If we wait until he is at our doorsteps, it will already be too late." Duval hesitated, but Dumbledore could see that his words had taken root. He knew she was a pragmatic leader, one who valued the safety of her people above all else. And in this war there would be no safe havens. Before leaving France, Dumbledore received word the French ministry would begin secret talks with Britain and the other nations that stood against Grindelwald. It was a start, but there were more battles to be fought, battles of diplomacy, where words were the weapons. From France, Dumbledore travelled to Germany, where Grindelwald's influence was strongest. The German magical community had been deeply divided, with many young wizards drawn to Grindelwald's promises of power and dominance. Dumbledore knew that convincing Germany's Ministry of Magic to break with Grindelwald would be nearly impossible, but he also knew that every effort had to be made. He met with Herr Muller, the German Minister of Magic, in a quiet, private meeting away from the public eye. Muller was a cautious man, deeply aware of the tensions within his own government. His voice was low, his words careful, as he expressed his doubts about Grindelwald's growing power. "I have seen what he does," Muller said quietly, his eyes betraying the weariness of a man under immense pressure. "But the people, they are enamored with him. They believe he can restore our pride, our place in the world. If I oppose him openly, I risk igniting a civil war within our own ranks." Dumbledore nodded, understanding the complexity of Muller's situation. "You are right to be cautious," he said, "but there is a difference between caution and inaction. Grindelwald offers power, yes, but it is a power built on lies and destruction. Once he has control, he will not share it. Your people, those who follow him now, will become his slaves, bound to his vision of domination." Muller frowned. "And what do you suggest? How can we oppose him without tearing our nation apart?" "Support us quietly," Dumbledore suggested. "Work from within to undermine his influence. Your people need time to see him for what he truly is, and when the time comes to act, you will have allies at your side, ready to fight with you." It was not the complete commitment Dumbledore had hoped for, but Muller agreed to provide covert support, keeping Germany's forces divided and slowing Grindelwald's advance. It was a victory, albeit a small one, but Dumbledore knew that in this war, every inch of ground gained was critical. Dumbledore continued his journey across Europe, meeting with leaders in Italy, Spain, and the Nordic countries, each time using his gentle persuasion, his deep understanding of human nature, and his undeniable charisma to sway them to the cause. He never threatened, never imposed his will, but rather appealed to their sense of justice, their desire to protect their people from the darkness that Grindelwald represented. His words, always measured and wise, worked their magic, convincing those who were on the fence to join the fight. By the time Dumbledore returned to Britain, he had forged an alliance of magical nations, an alliance strong enough to challenge Grindelwald's armies. It would take time, and the road ahead would be long and perilous. But Dumbledore had done what few could. He had united the magical world in the face of an unprecedented threat. And as he stood in the quiet halls of Hogwarts once more, Albus Dumbledore knew that his silver tongue, his ability to see into the hearts of others, had been the greatest weapon he had wielded in this war. For words, when used wisely, could shape the course of history just as surely as any spell. Story 9. A Blood Pact. The summer of 1899 in Godric's Hollow was a time of promise and potential for two of the brightest young wizards of their age, Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. They were both gifted, ambitious, and driven by the belief that they could reshape the world. But more than anything else, they were bound by a connection that went far deeper than friendship. Their meeting had felt like destiny, as though the universe itself had conspired to bring them together. In each other they found a mirror, someone who could match their intellect, who could challenge them, who understood their brilliance. It was a bond that quickly grew into something profound, something dangerous. For Albus Dumbledore, the arrival of Gellert Grindelwald had been like the spark of fire in a world grown dim with the responsibilities he bore. After the death of his mother, Kendra, Dumbledore had been forced to abandon his dreams of traveling the world and pursuing greater magical knowledge. Instead, he was bound to Godric's Hollow, caring for his younger brother Aberforth and his fragile, troubled sister, Ariana. He felt trapped, burdened by obligations that kept him from the greatness he knew he was destined for. But when Grindelwald came to the village, everything changed. Gellert was not only a brilliant wizard, he was someone who saw the world as Albus did, someone who understood that magic was a force not to be hidden but to be wielded, reshaping society for the greater good. Their shared vision grew rapidly into a plan, a grand and radical idea that would unite the wizarding world under a new order, one where magical people would no longer have to hide from muggles. Wizards and witches would claim their rightful place as the rulers of the world, guided by those most capable, by Albus and Gellert. The dream was intoxicating, and together they pored over texts, letters and plans, weaving a future they believed they were destined to create. But it was more than just a shared ideology that bound them. The connection between Albus and Gellert was deeply personal. There was a magnetism between them, an undeniable pull that went beyond mere friendship or intellectual camaraderie. Albus, who had always been lonely in his genius, found in Gellert a kindred spirit, someone who understood his isolation and matched his ambitions. And for Gellert, Albus was the equal he had long sought, a partner who could help him achieve the power and influence he craved. It was an exhilarating and dangerous mixture of affection, admiration and ambition. As the weeks passed, their bond deepened, but the more they dreamed of their future together, the more their shared vision began to take on a darker tone. Grindelwald's views on the use of power became more extreme. He spoke of control, of domination over muggles and even other wizards, as a necessity for the greater good. It was a vision Albus found himself uncomfortable with, but his feelings for Gellert kept him from speaking out. He didn't want to admit that the man he had come to care for so deeply might be dangerous. He didn't want to lose him. The turning point came one hot afternoon, as they sat together in a shaded grove just beyond the village, away from the prying eyes of Aberforth and the others. They had been discussing their plans for uniting the Deathly Hallows, the legendary artifacts that would give them power over life, death, and destiny itself. As they spoke, Grindelwald's eyes gleamed with excitement, and there was a fervor in his voice that unsettled Dumbledore. "We will need to protect ourselves," Albus Gellert said, his tone low and intense. "There are those who will oppose us, even among our own kind. They won't understand what we're trying to do. We must ensure that nothing can tear us apart, not enemies, not governments, not even ourselves." Dumbledore frowned, sensing the undercurrent of something more in Grindelwald's words. "What are you suggesting?" he asked, though a part of him already knew. "A pact," Grindelwald said, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore's. "A bond between us, unbreakable. A blood pact. If we swear never to fight each other, no one will be able to force us to turn against one another, no matter what happens. It will protect us, keep us united." Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. He had heard of blood pacts before, rare and powerful magical agreements sealed with the very essence of the wizards who made them. They were almost impossible to break, and they bound the participants together in a way few other spells could. The idea was seductive. He wanted to believe that nothing could come between him and Gellert. He wanted to believe that their shared vision was righteous, and that together they were unstoppable. But something in the back of his mind whispered a warning. A blood pact was dangerous, irrevocable. It would tie him to Gellert in ways he couldn't fully comprehend, and if their paths diverged, if Grindelwald's ambition grew too dark, he would be powerless to stop him. The very thought made him uneasy. Still, his feelings for Gellert clouded his judgment. He didn't want to lose the connection they had, didn't want to break the spell that bound them together, and so, despite his reservations, he agreed. They made the pact under the shade of the trees, their wands tracing the ancient runes in the air, their hands clasping a silver vial as they each pricked their palms, letting their blood mingle. The magic that swirled between them was ancient, powerful, and binding. As the spell took hold, Dumbledore felt a strange sensation, both a sense of unity and a sense of entrapment. He was bound to Gellert now, bound by magic deeper than any contract. In that moment it felt right. It felt like the solidification of their dreams, their ambitions, and their bond. But as the weeks wore on, the weight of the pact began to press on Dumbledore's conscience. The more he saw of Grindelwald's ruthlessness, the more he began to question the path they were on. Gellert's talk of domination, of controlling the magical and non-magical world alike, began to sound more like tyranny than liberation. And then came the fateful argument with Aberforth, the confrontation that shattered the fragile peace in the Dumbledore family and led to the tragic duel that ended with Ariana's death. The blood pact, meant to unite Dumbledore and Grindelwald, became a chain that bound them. Dumbledore, racked with guilt over Ariana's death, began to see the truth, that Grindelwald's vision was not one of hope or progress, but of conquest and cruelty. He knew then that he could never be part of Gellert's world, but the pact prevented him from opposing him directly. The very bond that had once felt like a promise of shared greatness had become a curse, a reminder of the choices he had made and the ambitions he had once harbored. As Grindelwald rose to power in Europe, Dumbledore watched from a distance, knowing that the blood pact was the only thing keeping him from confronting the Dark Wizard directly. It was not just a magical barrier, it was a symbol of the mistakes he had made, of the love and ambition that had blinded him. He would spend years seeking a way to break it, but the pact would haunt him for the rest of his life. A reminder that even the greatest wizards are not immune to the dangers of their own desires. In the end, it was not power or ambition that defined Dumbledore, but his recognition of the dangers of both. The Blood Pact, once a promise of unity, became the greatest regret of his life, one that would shape his decisions for decades to come, as he sought to undo the damage he and Grindelwald had done, and as he worked to ensure that no one else would fall into the same trap. Story 10. The Hogsmeade Plot. The peaceful village of Hogsmeade was shrouded in an unusual tension. Normally bustling with students from Hogwarts and magical folk going about their day, it now hummed with an undercurrent of unease. Word had spread quickly, as it always did in magical communities. A murder had taken place in the heart of the village, and not just any murder, a crime that threatened the fragile peace between wizards and magical creatures. The victim, a prominent member of the local goblin community, had been found dead in suspicious circumstances, and rumors of dark magic and old grudges quickly followed. The situation was dire, and it fell upon Albus Dumbledore to restore order and uncover the truth. Dumbledore arrived in Hogsmeade under the cover of twilight, his presence marked by the fluttering of his long robes in the autumn breeze. The village, usually warm and welcoming, now seemed tense, its residents casting wary glances at one another, unsure who to trust. Dumbledore could feel the weight of suspicion in the air, like the first stirrings of a storm. It wasn't just the death of the goblin that troubled him, it was the broader implications. Relations between wizards and magical creatures had always been precarious, and this murder threatened to unravel the delicate balance that had been painstakingly maintained for years. The victim, Gragnock, had been a respected elder among the goblins. He was known for his sharp wit and even sharper negotiation skills, having mediated numerous disputes between goblins and wizards in the past. His death, discovered in the alley behind the 3 broomsticks, had come as a shock to the entire village. The fact that his body bore signs of magical interference only heightened the tension. Goblins, naturally suspicious of wizards, had already begun to whisper of a conspiracy, and those whispers were quickly turning into accusations. If Dumbledore did not act swiftly, the situation could escalate into something far worse than a murder investigation. He began his inquiry at the scene of the crime, where Madame Rosmerta, the owner of the 3 broomsticks, nervously greeted him. Her eyes, usually bright and filled with warmth, were shadowed with fear. "It's horrible, Professor," she said, her voice trembling. "I found him out back, just lying there. There was something off about the way he looked, like the life had been drained out of him." Dumbledore nodded gravely, crouching beside the spot where Gragnock's body had been found. He examined the ground, the faint traces of magic still lingering in the air like the echo of a distant spell. Whatever had killed Gragnock, it had not been simple violence. There was a darker, more sinister force at work. As he traced the residual magic with his wand, he felt the unmistakable pull of an unforgivable curse. It was the killing curse, Dumbledore murmured, standing slowly. "Avada Kedavra." Madame Rosmerta gasped. But who would do such a thing? And why? "That is the question we must answer," Dumbledore replied, his eyes narrowing. "But there is more to this than just murder. Whoever did this wanted to send a message. The goblins will not take this lightly." Dumbledore's next stop was the small goblin enclave on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, where he met with Ragnuk, Gragnok's nephew, who had taken up leadership of the goblin community following his uncle's death. Ragnuk's face was a mask of anger and grief, his sharp eyes glinting with suspicion as he greeted the headmaster. The tension between goblins and wizards had always been simmering beneath the surface, and this murder had brought it dangerously close to boiling over. "We know who did this," Ragnuk said bitterly. "It was one of your kind. Wizards think they can do as they please, kill us when we no longer serve their interests." Dumbledore held up a hand, his voice calm and measured. "I understand your anger, Ragnuk, but we cannot jump to conclusions without evidence. I am here to find the truth, and I will not rest until we do." Ragnuk's eyes flashed with distrust. "Truth. The truth is wizards have always treated goblins as lesser beings. My uncle was one of the few who believed we could live in peace, and now he's dead. Tell me, Dumbledore, how does that fit into your idea of truth?" Dumbledore's expression softened with sorrow. He knew well the history of animosity between goblins and wizards, a history rooted in centuries of mistrust, exploitation, and resentment. "I cannot undo the past," he said quietly, "but I can ensure that justice is served in the present. Help me find the truth, Ragnuk, and I promise you that whoever is responsible will be brought to justice, wizard or otherwise." After a long, tense silence, Ragnuk relented. "There is something you should know," he said reluctantly. "Gragnok was meeting with someone on the night he died. Someone he did not trust. He told me it was a wizard, but he wouldn't say who. He said it involved old grievances." Dumbledore's mind raced. Old grievances could mean many things. There had been many conflicts between wizards and goblins over the years, most of them centered on ownership of magical objects or disputes over territory. Could this murder be tied to one of those unresolved issues, or was there something more personal at play? With this new information, Dumbledore returned to the village, seeking out anyone who might have seen Gragnok on the night of his death. His inquiries led him to the Hog's Head, a dingy, smoke-filled tavern where secrets were often traded as easily as galleons. It was there that he encountered Mondus Fletcher, a known smuggler and petty criminal who had a habit of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. "Mondus," Dumbledore said smoothly as he approached the man, who was nursing a tankard of mead in a dark corner. "I believe you were in Hogsmeade the night Gragnok was killed. Perhaps you saw something." Fletcher looked up, his eyes darting nervously around the room. "I don't know nothing about no murder, Professor," he muttered, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, his tone light but firm. "I would appreciate your cooperation, Mundungus. You know how rumors spread, and I'd rather not have your name involved in something more serious." Fletcher paled. All right, he whispered hurriedly. "I saw him, the goblin. He was meeting with a wizard, yeah, but I didn't catch who. They were talking about something old, some kind of treasure, I think, something valuable." Dumbledore's mind clicked into place. Treasure, old grievances, the secret meeting with a wizard. It wasn't just a murder. It was part of something much larger, something tied to the long-standing disputes between goblins and wizards over magical artifacts. Someone had killed Gragnok to settle an old score, and now the peace between wizards and magical creatures was hanging by a thread. Dumbledore thanked Mundungus and left the Hog's Head, his mind already working through the puzzle. The murder wasn't just an isolated act of violence, it was a calculated move designed to destabilize relations between wizards and goblins. And whoever was behind it was counting on the animosity between the two groups to prevent any cooperation in finding the truth. But Dumbledore would not allow that to happen. He knew that the key to solving this mystery and preventing further bloodshed was to find the artifact at the heart of the dispute, and he also knew that time was running out. The next morning, as the sun rose over Hogsmeade, Dumbledore stood at the threshold of an ancient vault hidden deep in the mountains, where the secrets of the past lay buried. If he was right, the answers he sought would be found within, and with them, the truth that could either save or destroy the fragile peace between wizards and magical creatures. The plot was deeper than anyone had anticipated, but Dumbledore had one advantage, his unwavering belief that truth, no matter how dark, was the only path to real justice. Story 11. The Secrets of the Elder Wand. Before Albus Dumbledore ever laid hands on the Elder Wand, before he became its master, he embarked on a perilous journey into the shadowy history of the Deathly Hallows. It was a quest not for power, but for understanding, a journey that would test his resolve, his morality, and his very soul. The Elder Wand, the most infamous of the Hallows, had passed through the hands of dark witches and wizards for centuries, leaving a trail of blood and ruin in its wake. Dumbledore knew the dangers it posed, and yet he felt compelled to uncover its secrets. He needed to understand the forces that had shaped the wand's history and the twisted legacy it carried. The first clue in his journey came from an ancient tome he had discovered in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. The book, filled with accounts of magical artifacts long lost to time, contained only vague references to the Elder Wand, but they were enough to set Dumbledore on his path. The most promising lead pointed to a remote village in Eastern Europe, a place known for its dark magical history and its connection to a legendary duel that had taken place centuries ago, one where the Elder Wand had allegedly been wielded. Dumbledore's journey to the village was fraught with danger from the outset. The road led him deep into a land untouched by the Ministry's influence, where dark magic flowed freely, and old grudges between magical families festered like open wounds. As he traveled, he could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on him. The history of the Deathly Hallows was not merely a tale of powerful artifacts. It was a story of ambition, betrayal, and death, and the Elder Wand was at the heart of it all. The village, when Dumbledore finally arrived, was little more than a ruin. Time had not been kind to the place, and its people lived in fear of the shadows that lurked in the nearby forest. The stories of the duel had become legend, whispered in hushed tones by the few who still remembered. According to the villagers, two great wizards had once faced each other here, each armed with a wand of tremendous power. One had been killed, the other had disappeared, and the wand, believed to be the Elder Wand, had been lost to history. Dumbledore's inquiries led him to a decrepit house at the edge of the village, home to an old witch who claimed to know the truth of what had happened all those years ago. Her face was lined with age, her eyes sharp and watchful as she studied Dumbledore from across the dimly lit room. "You seek the wand," she said, her voice rasping like dry leaves in the wind. "Many have come before you, all with the same desire. They think they can control it, but they are wrong. The wand controls them." Dumbledore met her gaze calmly. "I seek understanding, not control. I wish to know its history, to learn from it." The old witch cackled, though there was no humor in her laugh. "The wand's history is soaked in blood. Those who seek it always come to ruin. It is not meant to be understood. It is meant to be feared." Undeterred, Dumbledore pressed her for details, and after much coaxing the witch told him what she knew. The wand had indeed been in the village, wielded by a dark wizard who had used it to terrorize the region. But another wizard had risen to challenge him, a man of great power and cunning. Their duel had torn the village apart, and when the dust settled, the dark wizard lay dead. The victor, however, had not taken the wand as a prize. Instead he had hidden it, fearing its power and the curse it carried. Dumbledore listened intently, but the old witch's story left him with more questions than answers. If the victor had hidden the wand, where had it gone? And why had he not kept it for himself? The answers, Dumbledore suspected, lay not in the village, but in the dark forest that bordered it, a place said to be cursed by the duel's magic. Against the warnings of the villagers, Dumbledore ventured into the forest. The air grew colder as he entered, the trees towering like silent sentinels, their branches twisting in unnatural shapes. The magic here was palpable, a dark, pulsing energy that seemed to hum just beneath the surface of the earth. It was here, Dumbledore knew, that the duel had taken place, and it was here that the wand had been hidden. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Dumbledore began to feel the presence of something watching him. Shadows moved at the edges of his vision, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift unnaturally. Dark magic clung to the air, thick and oppressive, and Dumbledore's instincts told him he was not alone. He had faced many dangers in his life, but the malevolent force that lurked in this forest was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Suddenly, without warning, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked wizard, his face hidden beneath a hood. Dumbledore's hand instinctively went to his wand, but the stranger made no move to attack. Instead, he spoke, his voice low and cold. "You seek the wand," the stranger said, echoing the old witch's words. "Many have come, and many have failed." Dumbledore's grip on his wand tightened. "Who are you?" The figure stepped closer, his movements fluid and unnerving. "I am its keeper. The wand has been passed from hand to hand, each master believing they could wield its power. But the wand chooses its master, and it has chosen me." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "The wand's history is one of bloodshed and betrayal. Why would you keep it?" The stranger's lips curled into a twisted smile. "Because it is mine. It has been mine for centuries, and I guard it from those who would misuse its power. You, Dumbledore, are no different from the others. You come seeking knowledge, but in the end you seek power." Dumbledore shook his head. "I seek only to understand. The wand's power is dangerous. It must be kept from those who would use it to harm others." The stranger's smile faded, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You think yourself noble, but you are no different. The wand will corrupt you as it has corrupted all before you." Without warning, the figure raised his wand, and a blast of dark magic shot toward Dumbledore. Instinctively, Dumbledore raised a shield, the force of the attack sending shockwaves through the forest. The battle that followed was swift and brutal, the air crackling with raw magical energy as spells clashed in the darkness. Dumbledore's magic was powerful, but the stranger's attacks were fueled by centuries of dark magic, each strike more vicious than the last. But Dumbledore was not without skill. With a deft flick of his wand, he disarmed the stranger, sending his wand flying into the shadows. The figure staggered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Dumbledore moved quickly, binding him with ropes of magic before he could recover. "I do not seek the wand for myself," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but firm. "Its power must be understood, yes, but more importantly, it must be kept from those who would use it for darkness." The figure struggled against the bonds but could not break free. "You are a fool, Dumbledore. The wand will never be yours." Dumbledore bent down, his blue eyes piercing. "Perhaps not, but it will never be yours again, either." As he left the forest, Dumbledore carried with him the knowledge of the Elder Wand's terrible legacy, a legacy of power, betrayal, and death. He had not yet mastered the wand, but he had learned its greatest secret, that true power lay not in possessing the wand, but in knowing when to let it go. It would be many years before Dumbledore finally took control of the Elder Wand, but the journey to uncover its secrets had shaped him. He had learned that power, especially that of the Deathly Hallows, came at a cost, and it was a cost he would carry with him for the rest of his life. Story 12. The Headmaster's Apprentice. The first time Minerva McGonagall sat across from Albus Dumbledore, she was a nervous first-year student at Hogwarts. The head of Transfiguration, with his striking blue eyes and half-moon spectacles perched precariously on his long nose, seemed larger than life. Dumbledore was already a legend, not just as a professor, but as a wizard whose brilliance transcended the classroom. For young Minerva, just beginning to explore the possibilities of magic, Dumbledore represented everything she aspired to be: intelligent, composed, and impossibly wise. It wasn't long before Dumbledore took notice of Minerva's aptitude for transfiguration. She was a natural, quickly mastering the fundamentals of the discipline and showing a fierce determination to excel. Dumbledore had mentored many students over the years, but there was something about Minerva that stood out. She had a sharp mind, a sense of fairness, and an unyielding drive to prove herself, not only as a witch, but as someone capable of making a difference in the world. By her third year, Minerva was frequently called upon by Dumbledore to assist in advanced transfiguration lessons. It was during these sessions that a bond between teacher and student began to form, one that would eventually grow into something deeper. Dumbledore, always encouraging but never overbearing, nurtured Minerva's talent with a careful hand. He never gave her answers outright, instead guiding her to discover solutions on her own. Transfiguration, he would often say, is not just about changing the shape of an object or creature. It's about understanding its essence, what makes it what it is, and working within the rules of magic to reveal that potential. You must have discipline, but also vision. Minerva absorbed every lesson with fervor, but it was the subtler lessons in leadership that would shape her future as much as her skill in transfiguration. Dumbledore's classroom was more than just a place to practice spells. It was a place to explore the complexities of power, ethics, and responsibility. He often spoke of the importance of balance, of wielding magic with caution and integrity, and of the weight that leadership carried. One such lesson came during her 4th year, in a moment that would stay with Minerva for the rest of her life. A group of older students had been caught using transfiguration to torment a first year. It was harmless at first, turning the younger students' belongings into animals or making their books sprout legs and run away, but it escalated, and the first year was left frightened and humiliated. When the incident was reported, Dumbledore called for Minerva to assist him in addressing the matter. At first, she didn't understand why he had involved her. It seemed like a simple case of student discipline, and she didn't see how her presence would help. But as she stood beside Dumbledore in his office, watching him calmly speak to the offending students, she realized the complexity of the situation. Dumbledore didn't just scold them for their actions, he made them understand the impact of their magic, how even a seemingly harmless prank could harm someone deeply. Magic, Dumbledore said to them, is a gift, and with any gift there is responsibility. You will be judged not by your ability to wield it, but by how you choose to use it. And every choice you make, no matter how small, will shape who you become. Minerva watched impressed as the students left Dumbledore's office not just chastened, but thoughtful. They had learned a valuable lesson, not because they were punished, but because they were made to understand the gravity of their actions. Afterward, Dumbledore turned to her and smiled. Leadership, Miss McGonagall, he said, is not about asserting authority. It's about guiding others to see the truth for themselves. You will learn as you grow that the most effective leaders are those who inspire understanding, not fear. Minerva took that lesson to heart, and as she continued her studies, she found herself emulating Dumbledore in ways she hadn't anticipated. She became a prefect in her 5th year, then head girl, and in both roles she led with fairness and conviction. She could be strict, but never harsh. She had no tolerance for laziness or cruelty, but she also believed in second chances. These qualities didn't go unnoticed, and by the time she entered her final year, Dumbledore began preparing her for a greater role. One day, in a private lesson, he asked her a question that took her by surprise. Minerva, have you ever thought about teaching? She paused, startled. Teaching? No, Professor, I haven't. Dumbledore smiled gently. You have a gift for guiding others. I see it in how you interact with your classmates and how you approach your studies. You have the potential to be an extraordinary teacher if you choose that path. Minerva felt a mixture of pride and uncertainty. She had always imagined herself doing something grand with her talents, perhaps working at the Ministry of Magic or becoming an Ara. Teaching had never crossed her mind. But teaching, isn't that just staying here at Hogwarts? She asked hesitantly, still thinking of the wider world she had hoped to explore. Dumbledore's expression softened. There is no greater task than shaping young minds, Minerva. A good teacher does far more than impart knowledge. They inspire, challenge, and guide. And in many ways, the impact of teaching can echo further than you might imagine. His words stayed with her long after their conversation ended. Minerva began to see teaching as something greater than she had previously considered. As the year drew to a close and graduation approached, Dumbledore offered her another piece of advice. The world will try to pull you in many directions, he said one evening as they walked the grounds of Hogwarts. It will tempt you with power, ambition, and recognition, but always remember the lessons you've learned here. Leadership, like magic, requires balance, and true strength lies not in what you can achieve alone, but in what you can inspire others to achieve. In the end, Minerva did leave Hogwarts after her graduation, seeking adventure and testing her skills in the wider world. But Dumbledore's influence never left her. The lessons he had taught her about leadership, responsibility, and the importance of guiding others stayed with her through every challenge and victory. Years later, when she returned to Hogwarts to teach, she understood that Dumbledore had seen her future long before she had. As she stood before her own students in Transfiguration class, she often found herself repeating Dumbledore's words, his lessons woven into her own style of teaching. And every time she guided a student toward understanding, every time she helped them see their own potential, she felt a quiet echo of the headmaster's influence. For Minerva McGonagall, being Dumbledore's apprentice had been more than just a mentorship. It had been the foundation for the leader and teacher she would become. Through Dumbledore's wisdom, she learned that the greatest legacy one can leave is not in the magic they wield, but in the lives they touch, and she, like him, would carry that legacy forward. Story 13. The Man Who Defied Fate. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window of his office in Hogwarts, gazing out over the snow-covered grounds. The landscape was serene, the castle nestled in the soft embrace of winter, but his thoughts were far from peaceful. They had drifted once again to his brother, Aberforth, and to the choices they had made, choices that had been shaped irrevocably by the tragedy that had marked both their lives. The death of their sister, Ariana, all those years ago still haunted him. An unspoken chasm between the two brothers that time had never fully bridged. The relationship between Albus and Aberforth had always been a difficult one, even before Ariana's death. Albus, with his brilliant mind and towering ambitions, had always seemed a world apart from his younger brother, who preferred a simpler, more grounded life. Aberforth had never cared for the kind of intellectual pursuits that Albus revelled in, nor did he share his brother's vision of reshaping the world through magical knowledge. To Aberforth, life was about people, about loyalty, about family, and in that he had always been more concerned with Ariana than Albus had allowed himself to be. As children, their family had been close, but after the attack on Ariana by a group of Muggle boys, everything had changed. Their father, Percival, had gone to Azkaban for taking vengeance on those who had harmed his daughter, leaving their mother, Kendra, to care for the shattered remains of the family. Ariana had been damaged by the attack, unable to control her magic, prone to dangerous outbursts that left her isolated from the world. It was a situation that required patience, understanding, and love, something Aberforth had always given freely. Albus, on the other hand, had buried himself in his studies, dreaming of the day when he could escape the confines of Godric's Hollow and the burdens of his family. But fate, as it so often did, had other plans. When Kendra died suddenly in one of Ariana's uncontrolled magical explosions, Albus was forced to return home and take responsibility for his sister and his brother. It was not a role he had wanted, and he resented it deeply. His future, which had once seemed so full of promise, now felt constricted, overshadowed by the weight of familial duty. It was during this time, as he struggled with his resentment and frustration, that Gellert Grindelwald entered his life. Grindelwald had been a revelation to Albus, a kindred spirit who shared his vision of using magic to reshape the world. Together they had dreamed of a new order, where wizards would rule over muggles for the greater good, where magical power would be harnessed to create a better, more just society. The allure of this grand vision had captivated Albus, drawing him away from the harsh realities of his life in Godric's Hollow. But Aberforth had seen Grindelwald for what he truly was, dangerous, manipulative, and willing to sacrifice anything and anyone for his ambitions. Aberforth had tried to warn him, of course. He had pleaded with Albus to put their family first, to recognize the threat that Grindelwald posed not just to them, but to Ariana. But Albus, blinded by the brilliance of his own dreams, had ignored his brother's warnings. He had believed that together, he and Grindelwald could change the world, and in his arrogance he had failed to see the storm gathering at his own doorstep. The storm broke one summer day in the form of a violent confrontation between the three of them, Albus, Aberforth, and Gellert. Words had escalated into wands drawn, and the duel that followed was nothing short of catastrophic. Spells had flown wildly, fueled by anger and frustration, and in the chaos, Ariana had been caught in the crossfire. She had been killed, though no one knew for certain whose spell had ended her life. That uncertainty, that devastating lack of closure, had left a wound in Albus's heart that had never healed. Albus had never forgiven himself for Ariana's death. He had spent years afterward living with the knowledge that his ambition, his blindness, had led to the destruction of the one person who had needed him the most. Aberforth had blamed him, of course, and rightly so. In the years that followed, their relationship had grown cold and distant, marked by a bitterness that neither brother could overcome. Aberforth had turned his back on Albus's grand ideals, choosing instead to live a quiet, simple life as the owner of the Hog's Head Inn, far removed from the halls of power and influence that Albus had come to inhabit. Now, as he stood at the window of his office, Albus reflected on the choices they had made. Aberforth had always been the one to see things clearly, to understand the simple truths that Albus, in his intellectual arrogance, had often overlooked. Aberforth had never cared about power or glory. He had only wanted to protect their sister, to live a life free from the complications of ambition, and in many ways Aberforth had been right. He had chosen a path that defied the expectations of others, a path that rejected the idea that greatness was measured by one's accomplishments in the wider world. For Aberforth, greatness had always been measured by the love and loyalty one showed to those closest to them. Albus had learned that lesson far too late. His own life, so full of accolades and achievements, felt hollow in comparison to the simple, unshakable values that Aberforth had always held. Albus had pursued knowledge, power, and influence, but in the end it had cost him the things that truly mattered. His relationship with his brother, once strained but still salvageable, had been shattered by their shared tragedy, and no amount of time or regret could undo the damage that had been done. There had been moments over the years when Albus had tried to reconcile with Aberforth, but each attempt had been met with the same stubborn resistance, the same simmering anger that had festered since Ariana's death. Aberforth had never forgiven him, and Albus had long since stopped expecting him to. The truth was, Albus knew that he didn't deserve Aberforth's forgiveness. He had been selfish, arrogant, and blind to the needs of his own family, and the consequences of those choices had been devastating. Still, there was a part of Albus that admired Aberforth for his defiance. His brother had never bowed to the expectations of the wizarding world, had never sought recognition or validation from others. Aberforth had lived life on his own terms, quietly, without fanfare, and in doing so, he had remained true to himself in a way that Albus never had. In many ways, Aberforth was the man Albus wished he could have been, unburdened by the weight of ambition, content to live in the present rather than constantly chasing the future. As Dumbledore stared out at the snow-covered grounds of Hogwarts, he felt the familiar pang of regret. He had spent a lifetime trying to atone for his mistakes, trying to use his influence and power for good, but it had never erased the guilt he carried for Ariana's death, or the distance it had created between him and Aberforth. He knew that the time for reconciliation had long since passed, but still, he couldn't help but wish that things had been different. In the end, Albus Dumbledore had defied fate in many ways. He had resisted the temptations of power, turned away from dark magic, and sought to protect the wizarding world from the evils of Grindelwald and Voldemort. But the one thing he could not defy was the truth of his own choices, and the knowledge that in the most important moments of his life, he had failed the people he loved the most. And that perhaps was the hardest lesson of all. Story 14. The Forgotten Vault. Albus Dumbledore had always known there were secrets hidden within the walls of Hogwarts. The castle itself was a living history, built on centuries of magical knowledge, ancient enchantments, and forgotten mysteries. But even with all his wisdom and experience, there were still parts of the school that remained elusive, chambers and corridors long sealed away, whispered of only in passing. One such legend spoke of a forgotten vault deep beneath the foundations of the castle, a place said to hold magical artifacts of unimaginable power. For years Dumbledore had been intrigued by the stories, but it wasn't until late in his tenure as headmaster that he found reason to believe the vault might truly exist. The first clue had come in the form of an ancient map tucked away in the restricted section of the library, long overlooked by generations of students and professors. The map, drawn by an unknown hand, depicted a series of tunnels and chambers beneath the castle, some of which are lined with known parts of the dungeons, but others led deeper still into areas that had been lost to time. Intrigued, Dumbledore had begun his search, piecing together fragments of forgotten lore and old records. It became clear that this vault, if it existed, was no ordinary chamber. It was a repository of magic older than the school itself, a place where powerful artifacts had been hidden away for reasons long forgotten. One winter evening, when the castle was quiet and the students had retired to their dormitories, Dumbledore set out to explore. Armed with the map and his formidable magical abilities, he made his way down into the dungeons, moving through passageways that had not been traversed in centuries. The deeper he went, the colder and darker the air became, the ancient stone walls pressing in on all sides. The faint flicker of his wand's light was the only thing that guided him, and even that seemed dim in the oppressive gloom of the underground. After hours of searching, he came to a dead end, an expanse of smooth stone that seemed impenetrable, but Dumbledore knew better than to trust appearances. Drawing his wand, He traced the symbols he had discovered on the map, muttering a soft incantation under his breath. For a moment nothing happened. Then slowly the stone began to shift, grinding against itself as it revealed a narrow passageway leading even further down. Dumbledore stepped through the opening, his heart pounding with anticipation. This was it, the entrance to the Forgotten Vault. The passage led him down a steep, spiraling staircase carved into the rock itself. The air grew colder still, and the walls were damp with condensation. He could feel the weight of the castle above him, the sheer mass of stone and magic pressing down on this hidden space. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of descending into the earth, he reached a vast underground chamber. The ceiling was so high it disappeared into darkness, and the walls were lined with intricate carvings and ancient runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. In the center of the room stood a massive stone door, covered in even more runes, their meaning lost to time. Dumbledore approached cautiously, his keen eyes scanning the inscriptions. This door, he realized, was not just locked, it was sealed with powerful wards, the kind of ancient magic that few could undo. But Dumbledore had spent a lifetime studying magic of all kinds, and while the wards were formidable, they were not beyond his ability to break. With a series of complex wand movements and whispered spells, Dumbledore began the painstaking process of dismantling the magical seals. It was slow, difficult work. Each ward seemed more intricate than the last, layered upon one another like the rings of an ancient tree. Time slipped away as Dumbledore focused all his energy on the task at hand, his mind racing to keep pace with the complexities of the magic before him. Finally, with a soft, almost imperceptible click, the last of the wards fell away. The massive stone door shuddered, then slowly swung open, revealing the Forgotten Vault. Dumbledore stepped inside, his breath catching in his throat. The room beyond was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was vast, lined with shelves and pedestals, each holding an artifact more mysterious and powerful than the last. Some glowed faintly with residual magic, while others were shrouded in darkness, their power too dangerous to reveal, even after all these centuries. At the far end of the vault, a large, ornate chest sat on a raised platform, its surface covered in golden filigree and ancient runes. Dumbledore approached cautiously, his senses alert. This was no ordinary chest, it was a magical repository designed to hold something of immense power. With a wave of his wand, he tested the wards surrounding it. They were old, almost crumbling with age, but still potent. He took a deep breath and began the delicate process of unlocking the chest, his movements careful, precise. As the final ward broke, the chest creaked open, revealing its contents. Inside was a collection of objects, each one humming with barely contained magical energy. The first was a crystal vial filled with a swirling, dark liquid, an ancient potion, Dumbledore suspected, though its properties were unknown. Next to it lay a small, intricately carved box, its lid sealed with a complex locking mechanism. But it was the final object that caught his attention, a wand resting atop a velvet cushion. Dumbledore's breath hitched as he recognized it immediately. The Elder Wand. It had been many years since he had first heard of the Deathly Hallows, the legendary artifacts that granted their master unparalleled power. The Elder Wand in particular had always fascinated him, not because of the power it promised, but because of the dark history it carried. Wielded by countless witches and wizards over the centuries, it had left a trail of death and destruction in its wake, its promise of invincibility tempting all who sought it. And now, here it lay, in the forgotten vault beneath Hogwarts, hidden away for reasons that Dumbledore could only guess at. He reached out, his fingers hovering just above the wand, feeling the pulse of its magic. It was as if the wand recognized him, as if it had been waiting for him all this time. But Dumbledore hesitated. The Elder Wand was not a prize to be claimed lightly. He knew the dangers it posed, the temptations it carried. To wield it was to invite challenge, to become a target for those who would seek its power. And yet he also knew that leaving it here unclaimed was equally dangerous. Someone else could find it, someone less responsible, less understanding of its dark legacy. With a deep sigh, Dumbledore closed his hand around the wand. The magic surged through him, a rush of power unlike anything he had ever felt. But he did not let it consume him. He was not like the others who had sought the wand before him. He had learned through bitter experience that true power did not lie in domination or control. It lay in wisdom, in knowing when to act and when to refrain. As he stood there, holding the Elder Wand in the forgotten vault, Dumbledore knew that the course of history had just shifted. This artifact, with all its dark history and potential, could change everything. But it would not change him. He would ensure that the Elder Wand, for all its power, would never again be used for destruction. It was a responsibility he alone would carry, a burden he accepted willingly. Dumbledore left the vault that night, the Elder Wand hidden safely within his robes. The secrets of the vault would remain, but its greatest treasure had been claimed, and with it Dumbledore's fate was sealed. Story 15. The Lost Letters. Years after the fall of Gellert Grindelwald and the end of his reign of terror, a series of letters resurfaced, found in a forgotten vault within Nurmengard, the fortress where he had been imprisoned. The letters, long thought lost or destroyed, detailed the correspondence between two of the greatest wizards of their age, Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. These letters, yellowed with time and frayed at the edges, revealed a side of their relationship that history had not known, the depth of their connection, the intensity of their shared vision, and the profound ideological conflict that ultimately tore them apart. The first letter was written in the summer of 1899, shortly after Grindelwald had arrived in Godric's Hollow. It was filled with the excitement and hope of youth, with dreams of reshaping the world, of using their immense power to change the very fabric of magical society. Dear Albus, the letter began, I cannot express how thrilled I am to have found in you not only an intellectual equal but a partner in vision. Together we are unstoppable. What we can achieve, the changes we can make, are beyond even the most daring dreams of those who came before us. The old world is dying, Albus, and it is our destiny to create the new one. Grindelwald's words were charged with ambition, brimming with confidence. He saw their partnership not merely as a friendship, but as the convergence of two extraordinary forces. For him this was destiny, something far greater than the confines of ordinary life. And Albus, for all his wisdom and restraint, had been swept up in it. In the early days of their relationship, Dumbledore's replies echoed the same fervor. He had always been brilliant, always seen the world through a lens few others could comprehend, and for the first time he had found someone who not only understood that brilliance but shared it. "Dear Gellert," Dumbledore wrote in response, "I find myself intoxicated by the possibilities before us. You speak of destiny, and I am inclined to believe that you are right. Our talents, our vision, they are not things to be hidden away, but to be wielded for the greater good. We can lead, and in leading we can create a world where wizards no longer hide in the shadows, where magic is celebrated, and where those with the power to change the world are given the freedom to do so." The phrase "for the greater good" became the rallying cry of their shared vision, a justification for the radical changes they sought to implement. In those letters, Dumbledore's handwriting was fluid and elegant, filled with hope and the naivety of youth. He and Grindelwald exchanged ideas, theories of magical law and governance, and strategies for how they might one day unite the magical world under their leadership. Their letters were not merely academic, they were deeply personal, with each man finding in the other a kind of intellectual and emotional fulfillment that neither had known before. But as the months passed, a subtle shift began to take place in their correspondence. Grindelwald's vision, always bold, grew darker, more ruthless. He spoke of necessary sacrifices, of the inevitability of war to achieve their goals. His words were still elegant, still full of conviction, but there was a hardness to them that Dumbledore had not noticed before. "Albus," one letter read, "you know as well as I do that real change requires strength. Those who oppose us will not go quietly. There will be those who refuse to see reason, who cling to the old ways. They will need to be dealt with. This is not cruelty, my friend, it is necessity. We cannot let sentimentality stand in the way of what must be done. The future demands it." Dumbledore's replies became more cautious, his tone more measured. He still believed in their shared vision, still felt the pull of Grindelwald's charisma and brilliance, but doubt had begun to creep in. The lines between what was just and what was necessary were beginning to blur, and Dumbledore, ever the idealist, could no longer ignore the darker implications of Grindelwald's words. "Gellert," Dumbledore wrote in response, "I agree that change is never easy, and that opposition is inevitable. But we must be careful. Power, unchecked, can corrupt even the noblest of intentions. You speak of sacrifice, but at what cost? We must ask ourselves whether the world we seek to build will truly be better, or if it will simply replace one tyranny with another. I fear that in our pursuit of the greater good, we risk losing sight of the very principles that make it good." It was in these letters that the ideological divide between them became clear. Grindelwald believed that wizards, especially those of great power, were destined to rule, and that any means necessary to achieve that end were justified. Dumbledore, on the other hand, could not ignore the moral implications of such a vision. He began to see the cracks in their partnership, the ways in which their once shared dream was diverging into something far more dangerous. The final letters, written in the days leading up to their fateful duel, were filled with tension. Grindelwald, sensing Dumbledore's hesitation, grew more forceful, more insistent. He saw Dumbledore's reluctance as weakness, as an unwillingness to embrace their destiny fully. "You disappoint me," Albus Grindelwald wrote, his tone colder than in any previous letter. "I thought you understood the magnitude of what we are trying to achieve, but you are shackled by your own morality, unable to see that the future demands sacrifices you are unwilling to make. If you do not stand with me, you will be left behind, and the world we could have built together will fall to lesser men." Dumbledore's reply was short but devastating in its finality. "Gellert," he wrote, "it is not weakness to question the price of power. I have learned, perhaps too late, that true strength lies not in domination, but in restraint. We cannot claim to build a better world if we sacrifice our humanity in the process. I will not stand with you. I cannot." The letters stopped after that. History tells the rest of the story, how Dumbledore, heartbroken but resolute, confronted Grindelwald in a duel that would become legendary, how he emerged victorious but forever changed by the experience. The letters revealed the depth of their connection, the love and admiration that had once bound them, and the ideological conflict that had torn them apart. For Dumbledore, the letters were both a reminder of the greatest failure of his life and a testament to the choices he had made. He had once been tempted by power, seduced by the brilliance of a man he had loved, but in the end he had chosen a different path, a path of restraint, of wisdom, and of understanding that some sacrifices are too great, no matter the cause. Years later, when those letters surfaced, the world finally understood the complexity of the relationship between Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. It was not merely a battle between good and evil, but between two men, once united by a shared vision, whose paths had ultimately diverged because of the very principles they had once sought to defend. The letters, filled with passion, ambition and heartbreak, told the story of that divergence and the choices that defined the course of history. Story 16. The Wands of Power. It began quietly, almost imperceptibly, as the kind of rumor that slips through the cracks of the wizarding world's consciousness. A powerful wand gone missing here, another stolen there. At first the incident seemed isolated, a rare wand vanishing from a private collection, a mysterious theft from a renowned wand-maker's shop. But as the months wore on, the pattern became undeniable. Wands of extraordinary power, wands that had been passed down through generations or crafted by the most skilled wand-makers, were disappearing all over the world. The international magical community was rattled, and whispers of dark forces at work began to spread like wildfire. Albus Dumbledore, always attuned to the subtle shifts of power and danger in the magical world, took notice. The disappearances troubled him deeply. Wands, though often underestimated by those who wielded them, were among the most powerful magical instruments in existence. A wand, in the right hands or the wrong ones, could tip the balance of power, and the ones that had vanished were no ordinary instruments of magic. They were legendary in their own right, each tied to great feats of wizardry and ancient lore. It was clear that someone was collecting these wands, assembling them for a purpose that could only spell disaster. And so, Dumbledore resolved to act. He knew that unraveling this mystery would require expertise far beyond his own formidable knowledge of wand-lore. It would require a team of the finest wand-makers from around the world, those with the skill and insight to track the missing wands and understand who or what was behind the thefts. Dumbledore's first step was to contact Ollivander, the renowned British wand maker whose family had been crafting wands for centuries. The two men had long known each other, and while Ollivander was not given to socializing, he respected Dumbledore enough to heed his call. When Dumbledore arrived at Ollivander's shop in Diagon Alley, the air was thick with the smell of wood shavings and the hume of latent magic from the hundreds of wands that lined the shelves. "You've noticed, I'm sure," Dumbledore said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. Ollivander looked up from his workbench, his pale eyes sharp and calculating. "The missing wands," he said quietly, as though the very words carried power. "Yes, of course I've noticed. It's impossible not to. Some of those wands are among the most unique in the world, crafted with cores and woods that haven't been seen in centuries." Dumbledore nodded. "I fear something far more dangerous than simple theft is at play. Whoever is taking these wands has a plan, one that could have dire consequences for the magical world." Ollivander frowned, his fingers absently tracing the grain of a wand he had been working on. "You think they're being collected for something more?" "I do," Dumbledore said gravely, "and I intend to find out what." The next few weeks were a flurry of letters, meetings, and arrangements as Dumbledore reached out to the greatest wand makers from across the globe. His aim was to assemble a group that not only possessed the technical skill to understand the nuances of the missing wands, but also had the knowledge of magical history and the ability to think beyond the obvious. Each wand maker brought their own unique expertise, and together they would form a council of sorts, tasked with solving the mystery of the disappearing wands. From France came Jean-Baptiste Montaigne, a descendant of the legendary wand maker Arcadius Montaigne, whose family was known for crafting wands of exquisite beauty and unparalleled power. Montaigne's wands were famous for their intricate designs and their ability to amplify the magical abilities of their owners, and his knowledge of rare wand cores was unmatched. From Japan came Hisako Nakamura, a reclusive but brilliant wand maker, known for her use of non-traditional materials in wand making. Her wands, often made from bamboo or enchanted metals, were highly sought after by magical practitioners in the East. Hisako was a master of combining old-world techniques with innovative magic, and her deep understanding of the spiritual nature of wands made her an invaluable addition to the team. From North America came Hector Wolf, a rough-around-the-edges wand maker who had made a name for himself by crafting wands for dueling champions. His wands were designed for power and precision, and his ability to read the magical signature of a wand better than anyone else had earned him a reputation as a man who could find the perfect match between wizard and wand in mere seconds. The team assembled at Hogwarts, where Dumbledore had arranged a secluded chamber for their work. The castle's ancient walls seemed to hum with anticipation as the wand makers gathered, their combined knowledge filling the room with a palpable energy. Dumbledore stood at the head of the table, his face serious as he addressed them. "We are dealing with more than simple theft," he began. "These wands are being taken for a reason, and I believe that reason is tied to their power. Each wand that has disappeared has a unique history, a connection to powerful magic. Our task is to uncover that connection and determine who or what is behind these thefts." Ollivander, sitting to Dumbledore's right, nodded. "We must also consider what these wands might be used for. Wands are conduits of magic, but certain wands, when used together, could amplify a wizard's power to dangerous levels. Montaigne leaned forward, his fingers steepled. The wands that have been taken all share a commonality in their cores. Most of them contain cores from magical creatures of great power, dragon heartstrings, phoenix feathers, and even the rarest of unicorn hairs. Whoever is collecting these wands understands their significance. Hisako Nakamura spoke up, her voice calm but intense. There are ancient rituals, ones that involve the use of multiple powerful wands to create a magical convergence. If someone were to gather enough wands of this caliber, they could potentially perform magic beyond what any one wizard could achieve alone. Dumbledore's eyes darkened. That is my fear. A ritual or spell of such magnitude could have catastrophic consequences. Hector Wolf leaned back in his chair, his expression grim. So we're not just tracking wands. We're trying to stop a madman from gaining the power to destroy everything. The room fell silent as the weight of the task before them settled in. They were not merely investigating a series of thefts, they were unraveling a plot that could change the magical world forever. Over the following weeks, the team worked tirelessly, combing through records of each missing wand, examining every possible lead. Montaigne and Ollivander analyzed the magical properties of the missing wands. Hisako researched ancient rituals, and Wolf tracked down rumors of dark magic practitioners who might be involved. Dumbledore, as always, served as both leader and guide, his wisdom and insight steering their efforts. Slowly, a pattern began to emerge. The wands were not being taken at random, they were being collected with precision. Whoever was behind the thefts was assembling a collection of the most powerful wands from across the globe, each tied to a specific magical lineage. The deeper the team delved, the clearer it became that they were dealing with something far more dangerous than they had imagined. A plan that involved dark forces, ancient magic, and an ambition that threatened the very fabric of the magical world. Dumbledore knew that time was running out. The wands, when assembled, could be used to create a magical weapon the likes of which had not been seen in centuries, but armed with the knowledge they had gained, he and his team were prepared to confront the darkness before it could rise to full power. As the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Dumbledore felt a chill run through him. They were closer than ever to stopping the plan. But with each step forward, the stakes grew higher, and Dumbledore knew that in the battle to come, it would take more than wands to prevail. It would take the strength, the courage, and the unity of the wizarding world to face the looming threat and ensure that the wands of power did not fall into the wrong hands. Story 17 and 17. The Flame of the Phoenix. The air crackled with raw magic, the ground beneath Albus Dumbledore's feet scorched by the spells that had been hurled in the furious battle. He stood alone in the aftermath, his robes torn and singed, his breathing labored. The stench of smoke and burnt earth filled his lungs, and his wand, still raised, trembled slightly in his hand. The duel had been fierce, more dangerous than any he had faced in recent years, and though he had emerged victorious, the cost had been higher than he could have anticipated. His body, usually so steady and composed, now ached with the weight of exhaustion and injury. It had been an ambush, one that had taken even Dumbledore by surprise. The dark wizard he had been tracking, a disciple of Grindelwald's twisted legacy, had been more powerful than he had initially realized. Their duel had raged across the countryside, a deadly dance of magic and cunning, each spell bringing them closer to destruction. Dumbledore had fought with everything he had, his mind sharp and focused, but the opponent's magic was relentless, unyielding. For the first time in years, Dumbledore had felt a flicker of doubt. Doubt in his abilities, doubt in his strength, doubt in his very survival. The final spell had been a killing curse, green and vicious, cutting through the air with a sickening hum. Dumbledore had dodged it by mere inches, but in doing so he had left himself open. A follow-up curse, darker and more insidious, struck him in the chest with the force of a hammer. Pain exploded through his body, and he fell to the ground, his wand slipping from his grasp as the world blurred around him. He could feel the darkness creeping in at the edges of his vision, the cold grip of death closing around him. For a moment he thought it was the end. But then, in the very depths of his pain, he heard it, a single, pure note, the song so beautiful and powerful that it cut through the haze of agony like a beam of light. It was Fawkes. The phoenix appeared in a flash of brilliant flame, its wings ablaze with radiant gold and crimson, swooping down from the sky like a divine savior. In an instant Fawkes was beside him, his soft feathers brushing against Dumbledore's battered body, and with a gentle cry, the phoenix's healing tears fell onto the wound that had nearly killed him. Dumbledore felt the warmth of the phoenix tears seep into his skin, a soothing balm that drove away the pain and began to knit his body back together. Slowly his vision cleared and the world came back into focus. Fawkes hovered above him, his eyes glowing with the same ancient wisdom and compassion that had always made Dumbledore marvel at the creature's power. The warmth of the phoenix's magic pulsed through him, bringing him back from the brink of death. As Dumbledore struggled to his feet, leaning heavily on Fawkes for support, he realized the battle was over. The dark wizard lay motionless nearby, defeated by the final spell Dumbledore had cast before falling. Victory had come, but it felt hollow, the echoes of near death still thrumming in Dumbledore's chest. Fawkes circled him once more before landing on his shoulder, his weight a comforting reminder that life, for now, had been spared. Dumbledore stood there in the quiet aftermath, the landscape around him marked by the devastation of their duel. The flames of battle had been extinguished, but inside him, a new fire had been kindled, one of doubt, reflection, and the realization of his own mortality. The fragility of life, something he had faced before but never quite like this, pressed down on him. In that moment he questioned everything, his choices, his actions, the path that had led him here. For years Dumbledore had taken it upon himself to stand against the dark forces that threatened the wizarding world. He had been a champion of justice, a guardian of peace, but in doing so he had also walked a dangerous line, risking his life time and time again for a cause that sometimes felt endless. The duel today had been one of many battles, one more confrontation in a long war against darkness. But this time death had felt closer, more tangible, and it left him shaken. As he began the long walk back to Hogwarts, Fawkes still perched on his shoulder, Dumbledore's mind wandered through the choices he had made. The responsibility he carried had been heavy for many years, but now it felt even more so. He had dedicated his life to fighting for the greater good. But at what cost? He had always prided himself on his ability to remain above the fray, to keep his emotions in check while making the hard decisions. But this brush with death made him confront a deeper truth: he was not invincible, and the weight of his choices could not be ignored. The truth was, Dumbledore had always been haunted by his past, by the choices he had made in his youth, by the arrogance that had once consumed him, and by the loss of his sister Ariana, a tragedy that had shaped the course of his life. He had vowed never to seek power again, to use his gifts only for the protection of others, but now he wondered if he had gone too far in his quest to atone for those past sins. Had he been so focused on fighting evil that he had lost sight of what it meant to live, to truly be present in the world? Fawkes's song broke through his thoughts, its melody soothing and hopeful. Dumbledore smiled faintly, reaching up to stroke the bird's feathers. The phoenix had always been a symbol of rebirth, of rising from the ashes of destruction. Perhaps there was a lesson in that, one that Dumbledore had overlooked in his constant battle against the darkness. It was not just about defeating evil, it was about finding balance, about remembering that life was not only a fight but a gift. A gift that, like the flame of the phoenix, could be rekindled even in the darkest of times. By the time Dumbledore reached the gates of Hogwarts, he felt a strange sense of clarity. He knew the fight would continue, the forces of darkness would always rise, and there would always be battles to fight. But today something had changed within him. He would continue to protect the wizarding world, but he would do so with a renewed understanding of what was truly at stake, not just victory or defeat, but life itself. Fawkes flew ahead, his wings shimmering in the twilight, a beacon of hope against the fading light. And as Dumbledore followed, he felt the weight of his decisions lift, if only for a moment, as the flame of the phoenix burned brighter in his heart. Story 18. The Curse of the Gaunt Ring. The moment Albus Dumbledore placed the cursed ring on his finger, he knew he had made a grave mistake. The Gaunt family's heirloom, a crude and ancient ring, had called to him not just because of its connection to Voldemort's lineage, but because of the symbol etched into the black stone, the Deathly Hallows. The Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Hallows, was embedded within that ring, and it had tempted Dumbledore with a power he had long sought to resist. Yet for a fleeting moment desire had overwhelmed caution, and in that moment the curse struck. It was a dark magic, unlike anything Dumbledore had ever encountered, deep and insidious, worming its way through his flesh and bone with terrifying speed. He felt it immediately, an icy fire spreading through his hand, a searing pain that shot up his arm, as though the very essence of death was coursing through his veins. The curse was ancient, tied to the bloodline of the Gaunts and infused with the malevolent will of Voldemort himself. It was a magic designed not just to kill, but to corrupt, to destroy slowly and completely. Dumbledore staggered backward, his vision blurring as the pain intensified. His hand, still clutching the ring, was already turning black, the flesh withering before his eyes. He knew he had only moments before the curse spread beyond his hand, consuming him entirely. Summoning every ounce of strength he had, Dumbledore tore the ring from his finger and hurled it across the room, where it clattered to the floor, the cursed magic still pulsating within the dark stone. But it was too late. The curse had already taken hold. Dumbledore collapsed into a nearby chair, breathing heavily, his mind racing. He could feel the curse spreading, creeping slowly up his arm like tendrils of shadow. This was no ordinary dark magic, it was a lethal spell, one designed to defy even the most powerful counter-curses. In all his years studying magic, light and dark alike, Dumbledore had never encountered something so vicious, so determined to destroy. He needed help, quickly. With great effort, Dumbledore raised his good hand and summoned Fawkes, his loyal phoenix. In a flash of fire, Fawkes appeared, his golden feathers glowing softly in the dim light of the office. The phoenix let out a low, mournful cry as it perched on the arm of the chair, its wise eyes fixed on Dumbledore's blackening hand. Fawkes's tears could heal most wounds, but Dumbledore knew this was different. Phoenix tears might slow the curse, but they could not remove it. This was something far darker, something that required ancient knowledge and powerful magic to combat. Dumbledore steeled himself, focusing through the pain. There was only one person he could trust with this, the one wizard whose knowledge of dark magic rivaled even his own, Severus Snape. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a silvery patronus, sending it swiftly to Snape with an urgent message. He had little time to waste. The curse was spreading faster now, the dark magic crawling up his arm, twisting and corrupting his flesh. He could feel it gnawing at his magical core, weakening him, as though it sought not just to kill him, but to strip him of his power before it did. Minutes later, Snape arrived, his black robes billowing behind him as he swept into the room. His sharp, dark eyes took in the situation at once, his expression unreadable but focused. "What happened?" Snape asked, his voice low and calm, though there was an edge of urgency in his tone. "The ring," Dumbledore said through gritted teeth, gesturing toward the cursed object lying on the floor. "It's cursed, Voldemort's doing. I was a fool. I touched it." Snape's gaze flicked to the ring, and his expression hardened. He moved quickly to Dumbledore's side, pulling out his wand and examining the spreading curse. The sight was grim. Dumbledore's arm was already turning black up to the elbow, and the dark magic was creeping higher with every passing second. "This is no ordinary curse," Snape muttered, his eyes narrowing. "It's designed to kill slowly, painfully, and it's tied to Voldemort's own magic, which makes it nearly impossible to remove." "I assumed as much," Dumbledore replied, his voice strained but steady. "But I cannot allow it to take me. There is too much at stake." Snape nodded, his expression grim. He knew what Dumbledore meant. The headmaster's life was crucial to the fight against Voldemort, but more than that, Dumbledore's knowledge and wisdom were irreplaceable. If the curse claimed him, it would deal a devastating blow to the entire Order of the Phoenix and the effort to stop Voldemort's rise to power. "I will do what I can," Snape said, his voice low. "But this magic is beyond even my abilities to remove completely. The most I can do is contain it, slow it down." Dumbledore gave a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with something like acceptance. "I expected no less. Contain it, Severus. That will be enough." Snape moved swiftly, his wand tracing intricate patterns in the air as he muttered incantations under his breath. his magic wrapped around Dumbledore's arm, intertwining with the curse, seeking to halt its progress. The process was agonizing. Dumbledore could feel the dark magic resisting, pushing back against Snape's efforts, trying to spread further, but Snape's skill with the dark arts was unmatched. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the curse's progress slowed, the blackened tendrils halting just above Dumbledore's elbow. After what felt like an eternity, Snape stepped back, his face pale and drawn from the effort. "I've contained it," he said quietly. "For now." Dumbledore looked down at his arm, his once strong hand now a withered, blackened ruin. The curse had been stopped from spreading further, but the damage was irreversible. His hand and part of his arm were lost to him forever. Yet the curse still lingered, a constant presence, waiting to strike again if given the chance. "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore said softly, his voice filled with gratitude. "You've bought me time, and that is more than I could have hoped for." Snape, ever composed, nodded curtly. "Time is all I can give you, but make no mistake, this curse will kill you eventually." "I know," Dumbledore replied, his tone calm, almost peaceful. "But until that day comes, there is still much to be done." Snape looked at him, his dark eyes unreadable, but something flickered there, perhaps respect, or perhaps pity. Without another word, Snape turned and left the room, leaving Dumbledore alone with his thoughts. As the door closed behind Snape, Dumbledore looked down at the cursed ring that had set this all in motion. It lay on the floor, glinting malevolently in the dim light. The resurrection stone, the symbol of the Hallows, stared back at him, a reminder of the temptation that had led him to this moment. He had sought the stone not out of greed or ambition, but for something far more personal, the chance to see his family again, to apologize for his mistakes, to make amends for the past. But now he saw clearly that the cost of his desire had been too high. He had known better than to seek out such power, and yet he had allowed himself to be drawn in by the promise of what could never be. The curse on the ring had been Voldemort's, but the true danger had always been the allure of the Hallows themselves, the temptation to defy death, to reclaim what had been lost. Dumbledore sighed, his body heavy with the weight of his decisions. The curse was a reminder that even the greatest of wizards could fall prey to their own desires. And though he had survived the battle with the curse for now, he knew that it would come for him eventually. But until then he would fight, he would lead. And when the time came, he would face death on his own terms, not with fear, but with the wisdom he had gained from a lifetime of choices, both right and wrong. Story 19. The Hogwarts Conspiracy. Albus Dumbledore had always known that Hogwarts, with its ancient walls and deep-rooted history, harbored secrets. It was a living, breathing place filled with mysteries that no single headmaster or professor could ever fully uncover. Yet, as experienced as he was with the unseen machinations of the wizarding world, Dumbledore had not anticipated that a conspiracy of such magnitude could be brewing right under his nose, within the very heart of the castle he had sworn to protect. The first hint of trouble had come in the form of whispers. Rumors passed among students in quiet corridors, overheard in the common rooms, and brought to Dumbledore's attention by some of the more vigilant staff members. At first he dismissed them as the typical murmurings of discontent that often accompanied his role as headmaster. After all, there were always those who chafed against authority, especially in a place as dynamic and filled with youthful energy as Hogwarts. But soon those whispers turned into something darker, something more deliberate. It began with small acts of rebellion, each seemingly harmless on its own. A group of older students had started to undermine the authority of professors, challenging their lessons, disrupting classes, and encouraging younger students to do the same. At first, these acts seemed like nothing more than typical teenage defiance, but the pattern became clear when reports started surfacing from nearly every house, except Gryffindor. The behavior wasn't just isolated to a few troublemakers, it was coordinated. Dumbledore's suspicions deepened when several teachers, including Professor McGonagall, reported that certain students had begun openly questioning Dumbledore's leadership. They weren't just disagreeing with his policies or decisions, they were calling for change, suggesting that his time as headmaster was coming to an end, and that it was time for new leadership at Hogwarts. It was a bold stance, but the fervour with which these sentiments were spreading alarmed Dumbledore. He knew something more was at play. It was when he received an anonymous letter, left on his desk late one night, that Dumbledore realized the full scope of what he was dealing with. The letter was short, written in a slanted, hurried hand. "We know what you've done. Hogwarts will no longer be yours to command. The time for change is coming, and we will not be stopped." The message was clear. This was no mere student rebellion. There was a conspiracy at Hogwarts, and its goal was to overthrow Dumbledore himself. Over the following weeks, Dumbledore quietly began his investigation. He knew that if he acted too openly, it would force the conspirators deeper into hiding, making them even harder to uncover. So he kept his usual calm, smiling demeanor, even as he probed the situation from behind the scenes. He enlisted the help of Professor McGonagall and Severus Snape, two of the most trusted members of his staff, both of whom were equally concerned about the growing unrest within the school. Snape, with his connections to Slytherin House, was particularly useful in gathering information from the shadows. He reported back to Dumbledore that the students involved in the conspiracy were part of a secret society that had been forming over the past year, quietly recruiting members from all four houses, though its leadership appeared to be concentrated in Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The society called itself the Circle, and its members believed that Hogwarts had become weak under Dumbledore's leadership, too focused on kindness and inclusivity. They wanted to restore what they saw as the school's true purpose, a place where only the most powerful and cunning wizards should rise to leadership, and where tradition and hierarchy should be respected above all else. The more Dumbledore learned about the Circle, the more he realized just how deeply its roots had spread. It wasn't just students who were involved. Several staff members had been quietly supporting the society, whispering dissent in the halls, subtly undermining Dumbledore's authority by questioning his decisions in front of students. These staff members, Dumbledore suspected, were the true architects of the conspiracy, using the students to achieve their own goals of power within the school. Dumbledore's heart sank as he realized how far the conspiracy had gone. He had always prided himself on his connection to the students, his ability to foster an environment of learning and growth at Hogwarts. But now he saw that a shadowy group had taken advantage of the very freedoms he had worked so hard to protect. They had used the openness of the school, the respect for individual thought, to sow discord and division. Determined to confront the conspiracy head-on, Dumbledore devised a plan. He knew that secrecy and subtlety would no longer be enough. The time had come for a more direct approach. He called a meeting of the entire staff in the Great Hall, making sure that each member of the conspiracy would be present. As they gathered, their expressions wary but guarded, Dumbledore stood at the head of the hall, his blue eyes sharp and penetrating behind his half-moon spectacles. "Some of you," Dumbledore began, his voice calm but commanding, "believe that I no longer have the best interests of Hogwarts at heart, that my leadership has weakened this school and its students. You believe it is time for a change." A ripple of unease passed through the gathered professors. Some exchanged nervous glances, while others stared at Dumbledore with barely concealed defiance. "You are correct in one thing," Dumbledore continued. "Hogwarts has changed under my leadership. It has become a place where all students, regardless of their background, are given the opportunity to learn and grow. A place where kindness, understanding, and strength of character are valued just as highly as magical power." He let his words hang in the air for a moment, watching the reactions of those in front of him. He could see the shifting emotions, the anger, the fear, the guilt. "But there are those among you," Dumbledore said, his voice dropping to a softer, more dangerous tone, "who seek to undermine that vision. You have worked in secret to turn students against their professors, to spread distrust and dissent, all in the name of a misguided belief that power and tradition are more important than the future of this school." The room fell silent. No one moved. "I know who you are," Dumbledore said quietly, his eyes sweeping across the gathered faces, "and I will not allow you to harm this school or its students any longer." With a flick of his wand, the enchanted doors to the great hall sealed shut, and Dumbledore's magic filled the room, a powerful presence that was impossible to ignore. His magic, normally so warm and inviting, now pulsed with authority, leaving no doubt as to the extent of his power. One by one, the conspirators revealed themselves, either through guilt or defiance. The ringleaders among the staff tried to protest, but Dumbledore's evidence, meticulously gathered by Snape and McGonagall, was undeniable. They had betrayed the school, and they would face the consequences. In the days that followed, the Circle was dismantled, its members disbanded or expelled. The staff members involved were quietly removed from their posts, and Hogwarts returned to its usual rhythm. But the experience left Dumbledore with a deep sense of sadness. He had always believed in the good of people, in the power of collaboration and trust. To see that trust exploited had shaken him. Yet as Dumbledore walked the quiet corridors of Hogwarts once more, he knew that the school was stronger for having faced this challenge. The conspiracy had failed because the core values of Hogwarts, kindness, understanding, and the pursuit of knowledge, were stronger than the forces of division. And Dumbledore, ever the optimist despite the trials he faced, believed that as long as those values endured, Hogwarts would continue to thrive, even in the face of the darkest conspiracies. Story 20. The Making of a Marauder. Albus Dumbledore sat in his office, gazing out over the sprawling grounds of Hogwarts, lost in thought. The afternoon light slanted through the windows, casting long shadows across the room. Fawkes, his loyal phoenix, perched silently on his stand, watching his master with an attentive eye. Dumbledore's mind, however, was elsewhere, traversing years of memories, contemplating the impact of his guidance or lack thereof on a particular group of students who had once roamed these very halls. The Marauders, they had called themselves James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. Bold, brilliant, and at times reckless. Together they had shaped an era at Hogwarts that was as legendary as it was troubling. It had been years since James and Lily Potter's deaths, years since Voldemort's first defeat, and the tragedy that had unravelled the Marauders' bond. And yet Dumbledore still found himself returning to the same question: how much responsibility did he bear for their reckless behaviour? He had been their headmaster, their guide during those formative years. Had he done enough? Or had he, in his own way, encouraged the very traits that would lead them down such dangerous paths? Dumbledore had seen promise in James Potter from the moment he set foot at Hogwarts. There was an energy about him, a natural charisma that drew others to him. James was a born leader, but he was also arrogant, quick to act without thinking of the consequences. His talent for magic was undeniable, and Dumbledore had always admired his courage, but it was that same boldness that often led him into trouble. Sirius Black, his closest friend, was no different, brilliant and daring, but rebellious to a fault, often with little regard for rules or authority. Together they were an unstoppable force, charming but reckless. Then there was Remus Lupin, the quiet one, thoughtful and restrained. Dumbledore had known about Remus's lycanthropy from the start, and he had gone to great lengths to ensure the boy could attend Hogwarts without incident. It had been a calculated risk, but Dumbledore believed in giving everyone a chance, regardless of their afflictions. Remus, in turn, had proven himself worthy of that trust, though he was often caught between his loyalty to his friends and his own sense of right and wrong. Peter Pettigrew, the final member of the group, had always been a follower, timid, eager to please, and easily swayed by the more dominant personalities around him. Together, these four boys had formed a bond unlike any Dumbledore had seen before. They called themselves the Marauders, and they thrived on adventure, on pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable at Hogwarts. They had created the Marauders' Map, a masterpiece of magical ingenuity, capable of revealing every hidden passage and secret within the castle's walls. Dumbledore had known of its existence, of course. He had seen the brilliance in their creation, the skill it took to craft such a powerful tool, but he had chosen not to confiscate it. He had allowed the boys to keep their secret, perhaps because a part of him admired their cleverness, their ability to outsmart even the most seasoned of wizards. But had that been a mistake? Looking back, Dumbledore wondered whether his indulgence had sent the wrong message. He had always believed in giving students the freedom to explore, to make mistakes and learn from them. After all, the best lessons often came from failure, but with the Marauders that freedom had sometimes been taken too far. James and Sirius had been notorious for breaking rules, often dragging Remus and Peter along for the ride, and while Dumbledore had intervened when necessary, he had often turned a blind eye to their more harmless pranks. But were they truly harmless, or had their small rebellions set the stage for something darker? One incident stood out in Dumbledore's memory more than any other, the night Sirius Black had nearly led Severus Snape into the path of a transformed Remus Lupin. It had been a dangerous, reckless act, one that could have ended in tragedy. Dumbledore had intervened before any harm was done, but the event had shaken him. He had seen the darkness lurking beneath Sirius's playful exterior, the capacity for cruelty that came so easily to him, even if he hadn't fully realized the consequences of his actions. Dumbledore had reprimanded Sirius severely for that night, but even then he had hesitated to expel him. Perhaps, in part, it was because he understood Sirius, understood the pain of growing up in the Black family, surrounded by prejudice and dark magic. But by showing leniency, had he unwittingly encouraged Sirius's recklessness? Had he allowed James and Sirius to believe they were untouchable, that their brilliance and charm could shield them from the consequences of their actions? Remus had been different. He had always known the stakes, always carried the weight of his condition with quiet dignity. Dumbledore had trusted him to guide his friends when they veered too close to danger. But Remus's loyalty to his friends had often overridden his better judgment. Dumbledore could see the conflict in him. Remus had wanted to be responsible, to do what was right, but he had also feared losing the friendship that meant so much to him. And Peter. Dumbledore had seen so little of Peter's true nature back then. He had seemed harmless, a follower who simply went along with the group. Dumbledore had never imagined that Peter's weakness would one day lead him to betray his closest friends. The deaths of James and Lily, the betrayal of Peter, the lifelong grief of Sirius and Remus, Dumbledore could trace all of it back to those years at Hogwarts, to the decisions he had made, or perhaps failed to make. He had nurtured their talents, admired their brilliance, but had he done enough to curb their excesses? Had he provided the guidance they truly needed, or had he been too enamored with their potential, too willing to let them explore the limits of their power without sufficient oversight? The Marauders had been exceptional students, but they had also been flawed, just as all people were. Dumbledore had always believed in giving his students the chance to learn, to grow into their best selves. But now, in the quiet of his office, he couldn't help but wonder if he had allowed them too much freedom. He had seen their brilliance, yes, but had he ignored the warning signs? The arrogance, the recklessness, the belief that they were above consequence. Had he allowed those traits to flourish unchecked? In the end, Dumbledore knew that he couldn't bear full responsibility for the choices the Marauders had made as adults. They had lived their own lives, fought their own battles, and made their own mistakes. But as their headmaster, he had played a role in shaping them during those formative years. He had given them the tools, the knowledge, the confidence to believe they could change the world. But he had also given them too much latitude, perhaps trusting in their better natures when he should have been more cautious. As Dumbledore sat alone in his office, the memories of James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter swirling in his mind, he realized that there were no easy answers. He had done his best just as they had, but sometimes even the best intentions led to unforeseen consequences. The Marauders had been brilliant, courageous, and loyal, but they had also been reckless, and in the end, that recklessness had cost them dearly. Fawkes let out a soft trill, breaking Dumbledore from his reverie. The headmaster smiled faintly, knowing that reflection, while necessary, would not change the past. The marauders were gone, but their legacy lived on, in Harry, in the Order of the Phoenix, and in the lessons Dumbledore would carry with him for the rest of his days. Story 21. The Trial of Grindelwald. The courtroom was oppressively silent, the kind of silence that suffocates, that presses in from all sides. Albus Dumbledore stood at the center of it, feeling its weight like a stone in his chest. Around him the high walls of the Wizengamot chamber loomed, their austere grey stone cold and unforgiving. Dozens of eyes were upon him, but Dumbledore's gaze was fixed on the figure seated in the dock at the far end of the room, Gellert Grindelwald. It had been years since their fateful duel, the battle that had ended Grindelwald's reign of terror and imprisoned him in Nurmengard. Yet seeing him now, shackled and pale, the shadow of the charismatic wizard he had once been, brought all those memories rushing back in a torrent. The boy Dumbledore had once loved, the man who had become his greatest enemy, sat before him now, awaiting judgment, and Dumbledore was here to testify against him. The trial had drawn attention from every corner of the magical world. Grindelwald's crimes were too vast, too heinous to be ignored. He had left a trail of destruction across Europe, his quest for magical supremacy marked by violence, cruelty, and manipulation. Thousands had died in his pursuit of the greater good, and the scars of his rule would not easily heal. Now the world demanded justice, but for Dumbledore, this trial was more than a reckoning of Grindelwald's actions. It was a reckoning of his own past, his own choices. Albus Dumbledore, the chief warlock's voice broke the silence, echoing across the chamber. You have been called to give testimony regarding Gellert Grindelwald and the events leading to his capture. Please step forward. Dumbledore took a deep breath, steadying himself as he moved to the witness stand. His steps were slow but purposeful, each one a reminder of the heavy burden he carried. He had always known this day would come, that he would have to confront not only Grindelwald, but also the mistakes of his own youth. Yet standing here in the cold light of the courtroom, it felt different, more real, more painful than he had anticipated. When he reached the stand, Dumbledore turned to face the assembled wizards and witches of the Wizengamot. Their expressions were stern, expectant, waiting for him to speak. He could feel the weight of their judgment too, though it was not his trial, not officially. Still, Dumbledore knew that in many ways this was as much a trial of his past as it was of Grindelwald's. Please state your relationship to the defendant, the chief warlock said, his voice formal, as protocol demanded. Dumbledore hesitated for the briefest of moments, his gaze flickering to Grindelwald, who sat impassive in his chair, his blue eyes distant, unreadable. There was no trace of the fiery brilliance that had once defined him, but Dumbledore knew that the man before him was still the same person, still Gellert. We were friends, Dumbledore said softly, though the words seemed to echo in the chamber. Once, many years ago, when we were young. The admission, simple as it was, felt like a confession. It was not a secret that he and Grindelwald had been close, that they had shared dreams of reshaping the magical world. But standing here, before the court it felt different. He was not just acknowledging a friendship, but laying bare the truth of his own complicity, however fleeting, in Grindelwald's vision. "Can you describe your involvement with Grindelwald during that time?" the chief warlock asked. Dumbledore took another deep breath. This was the question he had dreaded, the one that would force him to confront the deepest regrets of his life. He had prepared for it, rehearsed the answer in his mind countless times, but now, in the moment, the words felt heavier than he had imagined. "When we first met," Dumbledore began, "we were both very young, full of ambition, full of ideas. We shared a vision for the future of the magical world, one in which wizards would no longer live in hiding, where we would claim our rightful place as leaders. It was a grand dream, and I, in my arrogance, believed that it could be realized." He paused, his eyes drifting to Grindelwald once more. Grindelwald sat unmoving, his face a mask of indifference, as though the events Dumbledore spoke of belonged to another lifetime. "I was blinded by that dream," Dumbledore continued, his voice growing softer. "I failed to see the darkness in it, the darkness in Gellert's vision. He spoke of power, of control, and of the sacrifices that would be necessary to achieve the greater good. And I did not stop him, not soon enough." There was a murmur among the members of the Wizengamot. Dumbledore could feel their eyes on him, could feel the weight of their judgment settling upon his shoulders. He knew what they were thinking. How could Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of his age, have been so blind? How could he have let Grindelwald's ideas take root, even for a moment? "The turning point," Dumbledore said, his voice growing stronger now, "was the death of my sister, Ariana. I do not know whose curse killed her, mine or Gellert's, or my brother's, but her death shattered the illusion I had built. It made me see what I had failed to see before. That power, when pursued for its own sake, can only lead to destruction. After that day, I parted ways with Gellert, and it was many years before I confronted him again." The room fell into a tense silence, and Dumbledore could feel the sorrow creeping back into his heart. The death of Ariana was a wound that had never fully healed, a constant reminder of the price of his youthful arrogance. He had spent the rest of his life trying to atone for it, but standing here, in this courtroom, he realized that some mistakes could never truly be undone. "Do you believe Gellert Grindelwald was responsible for the crimes committed in his name?" the chief warlock asked. Dumbledore's gaze hardened as he looked at Grindelwald. There was no more room for hesitation, no more room for regret. The man before him had chosen his path, had pursued it with ruthless ambition, and had left a wake of devastation behind him. "Yes," Dumbledore said firmly, "he is responsible. He sought to conquer, to subjugate, to wield power over others, and in doing so he caused untold suffering. That is the truth of it, and nothing can change that." Grindelwald's eyes finally met Dumbledore's then, and for a brief moment there was a flicker of something, recognition, perhaps, or regret. But it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. Dumbledore did not know whether Grindelwald felt any remorse for what he had done, and perhaps he never would. As the trial continued, Dumbledore's testimony came to an end. He stepped down from the witness stand, his heart heavy with the knowledge that while justice might be served today, the past would always remain a shadow over his life. He had loved Grindelwald once, and that love had blinded him to the danger his friend posed. In the end, it had been Dumbledore's greatest failing, and it had cost him more than he could ever measure. But as he left the courtroom, Albus Dumbledore knew one thing for certain. He had faced the darkness within himself, and he had emerged stronger for it. The trial of Grindelwald was not just the end of an era, it was the closing of a chapter that had haunted Dumbledore for decades. And though the pain would never fully fade, he knew that he had done what was right, even if it had come too late to save them both. Story 22. The Legacy of the Four Founders. The air in the Forbidden Forest was heavy with ancient magic, a dense and oppressive presence that lingered in the shadows of the towering trees. Albus Dumbledore, his long beard brushing against the folds of his deep purple robes, walked cautiously along a hidden path that had been forgotten by time, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of what he sought. This was no ordinary journey. Dumbledore was on a quest, one that had taken him from the highest towers of Hogwarts to the darkest corners of the wizarding world. His goal, to recover the lost artifacts of the four founders of Hogwarts. It had begun as a simple curiosity. Dumbledore had always been fascinated by the history of the school, by the powerful witches and wizards who had come together to create a sanctuary for magical learning. Each of the founders, Godric Gryffindor, Salazar Slytherin, Helga Hufflepuff, and Rowena Ravenclaw, had left behind a legacy that shaped the very foundation of Hogwarts. But as Dumbledore delved deeper into the histories, he began to uncover unsettling details, fragments of stories that hinted at something darker. The artifacts tied to each founder, long thought to be mere symbols of their power and wisdom, were rumored to possess abilities far greater and far more dangerous than anyone had realized. It was the discovery of one such artifact, the sword of Godric Gryffindor, that had set Dumbledore on this path. While the sword was well known, a relic of bravery and strength, there were whispers of other objects linked to each founder that had been lost or hidden away. These relics, it was said, held not only the essence of their creators, but secrets about the school's origins that had been buried for centuries. The search for these artifacts had taken Dumbledore far beyond the walls of Hogwarts. He had traveled to remote corners of the magical world, seeking out forgotten records and ancient magical sites, piecing together clues from scraps of parchment and half-told legends. His journey had led him to this place, deep within the Forbidden Forest, where one of the most elusive of the Founders' artifacts was rumored to be hidden. As he moved deeper into the forest, Dumbledore's thoughts turned to the Founders themselves. Each had been brilliant in their own way, but their visions for Hogwarts had not always aligned. Godric Gryffindor had championed bravery and courage above all else, believing that Hogwarts should be a place for those willing to fight for the greater good. Salazar Slytherin, however, had taken a darker view, emphasizing cunning, ambition, and the purity of blood. Helga Hufflepuff had been the heart of the school, valuing hard work, loyalty, and inclusivity, while Rowena Ravenclaw had prized intelligence and wit, seeking only the brightest minds for Hogwarts. The differences between them had been stark, but Dumbledore had always believed that their shared goal, the creation of a school for magical learning, had outweighed their disagreements. Yet now, As he uncovered more about their lives and their legacies, he wasn't so sure. There were secrets about the founding of Hogwarts, dark truths that had been hidden away, and Dumbledore could feel himself drawing closer to them with every step. After what felt like hours, Dumbledore reached a clearing. At the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface worn smooth by time, but still etched with the unmistakable crest of Slytherin House. A serpent coiled around a sword. This was it, the artifact he sought. The lost locket of Salazar Slytherin was said to be hidden here, placed in this forgotten corner of the forest long before Hogwarts had even been completed. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore illuminated the pedestal, his sharp blue eyes scanning the runes that had been carved into its surface. The magic here was old, older than anything Dumbledore had encountered before, and it pulsed with a dark energy that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. This was no ordinary relic. Whatever power lay within this locket, it was tied to the very essence of Salazar Slytherin himself. Cautiously, Dumbledore reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold stone. The soft click echoed through the clearing as the pedestal shifted, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, nestled in a bed of black velvet, was the locket. It was small but exquisitely crafted, its silver surface gleaming in the dim light. The serpent engraved on its front seemed to move, writhing as though alive, and Dumbledore could feel the dark magic radiating from it. As he lifted the locket from its resting place, a wave of memories flooded his mind, visions of Slytherin himself, standing in the halls of Hogwarts, arguing with Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff about the future of the school. Slytherin's voice, sharp and commanding, echoed in Dumbledore's thoughts. Only the purest should be allowed to learn magic. Only those of noble blood can truly understand the power we wield. The rest, they are a danger to us all. Dumbledore's grip tightened around the locket. This was more than just a piece of jewelry. It was a window into the mind of Salazar Slytherin, a symbol of the deep divisions that had existed between the founders. Slytherin's obsession with blood purity had nearly torn the school apart, and in the end it had driven him away from Hogwarts entirely. But the locket held more than just memories of the past. It held power, dark power, the kind that could corrupt even the most noble of hearts. As Dumbledore stood in the clearing, the weight of the locket heavy in his hand, he realized the full extent of what he had uncovered. This artifact was not just a relic of history, it was a key to understanding the true nature of Hogwarts, the darker side of its origins that had been buried beneath centuries of tradition and lore. Slytherin's legacy had not died with him, it had lived on, in the dark corners of the school, in the hearts of those who still believed in his twisted vision. But there were other artifacts to find. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. Each one held its own mysteries, its own truths about the founders and the school they had built, and Dumbledore knew that with each discovery he would come closer to uncovering the full story of Hogwarts, a story that was far more complex and far darker than he had ever imagined. With the locket safely tucked away in his robes, Dumbledore turned and made his way back through the forest. His mind was heavy with the knowledge of what he had found, but also with the realization that the legacy of the four founders was not just a tale of brilliance and unity. It was also a tale of division, ambition, and the dangers of unchecked power. As he emerged from the forest, the towering spires of Hogwarts came into view, a reminder of the school's enduring strength and resilience. Yet Dumbledore knew that the truth he had uncovered, the dark truths about the founders and their artifacts, would change the way he viewed the school forever. The legacy of the four founders was not simply one of greatness, it was a legacy of power, secrets, and the very real danger that such power could be corrupted. And now it was up to him to decide what to do with that knowledge. Story 23. The Weight of Leadership. Albus Dumbledore stood alone at the top of the astronomy tower, the cool night air brushing against his face as he gazed out over the grounds of Hogwarts. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape, but Dumbledore's thoughts were far from peaceful. His mind was heavy, burdened by the weight of decisions he had made, decisions that would soon lead him to his own death. It was a night for reflection, and as he stood there, his gaze distant, Dumbledore thought about the true cost of leadership, about the choices that had brought him to this moment, and about the boy who would soon bear the greatest burden of all. Harry Potter. Even now, as Dumbledore thought of him, a pang of sorrow rippled through his heart. Harry had been through so much, more than any child should ever have to endure. From the moment he was born, his life had been shaped by forces beyond his control, and Dumbledore had been there, watching, guiding, and when necessary, manipulating. Dumbledore knew that his actions had not always been kind or fair, but they had been necessary. That was the cruel truth of leadership. It demanded sacrifices, not just from those who led, but from those who followed. Dumbledore had seen it time and again, in his own life and in the lives of others. Leadership was not a gift, it was a burden, a responsibility that weighed on the soul. He had taken on that burden willingly, knowing full well that it would cost him his life in the end. But as he stood on the precipice of that final sacrifice, he wondered how many lives had been altered, how many futures had been shaped or destroyed by his decisions. Was it enough to act in the name of the greater good, or did the pain and suffering left in the wake of those actions stain even the most noble of intentions? He thought of the many sacrifices that had been made along the way. The Order of the Phoenix had been born out of a need to stand against Voldemort, but it had cost them dearly. Sirius Black, James and Lily Potter, so many others, they had all given their lives for the cause. And now it was Harry's turn. The prophecy had made that clear. Harry was the chosen one, the boy who would face Voldemort in the end. But Dumbledore knew with a sickening clarity that Harry's role was far more tragic than even the prophecy revealed. Harry would have to die. The thought weighed on Dumbledore's soul, a burden he had carried in silence for years. He had always known it would come to this, since the day he learned of the Horcruxes, since the day he realized that Harry himself carried a piece of Voldemort's soul within him. In order for Voldemort to be truly defeated, that fragment of soul would have to be destroyed, and the only way to destroy it was through Harry's death. Dumbledore closed his eyes, feeling the familiar ache of guilt twist inside him. Harry had trusted him, had looked up to him as a mentor, a protector. And yet, from the very beginning, Dumbledore had been preparing Harry for the moment when he would need to walk willingly to his death. It was a betrayal of the deepest kind, one that cut at Dumbledore's very core. But what choice did he have? To defeat Voldemort, to end the darkness that had plagued the wizarding world for so long. There was no other way. Dumbledore had spent years laying the groundwork, setting the pieces in place for the final confrontation. He had guided Harry through the trials, through the dangers, always keeping him on the path that would lead to Voldemort's destruction. And now, with his own death imminent, Dumbledore knew that his role in the battle was nearly at an end, but Harry's journey was far from over. The boy would soon have to carry the weight of leadership, just as Dumbledore had. Harry had always been brave, always willing to stand up for what was right. But Dumbledore knew that the burden Harry was about to face was one that no young man should have to bear. It was a cruel twist of fate that Harry, who had already lost so much, would now have to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Dumbledore's thoughts drifted to the plan he had made with Severus Snape. His own death had been orchestrated, a final act in the long game he had been playing. Snape would be the one to kill him, to end his life in a way that would protect Draco Malfoy and solidify Snape's position as Voldemort's most trusted servant. It was a bitter necessity, one that Dumbledore had accepted with a strange kind of peace. His death would serve a purpose, just as Harry's would, but that did not make it any easier to accept. As Dumbledore stared out into the night, he wondered how history would remember him. Would he be seen as a hero, a wise and just leader who had done what was necessary to defeat evil? Or would he be remembered as a manipulator, a man who had played with the lives of others in his quest for victory? Perhaps both were true. Leadership, after all, was rarely pure. It was a balancing act between light and shadow, between noble ideals and hard realities. Dumbledore had always tried to walk that line, but he knew that he had not always succeeded. And now, as the end drew near, he could feel the weight of his choices pressing down on him more heavily than ever. The knowledge of what he had asked of Harry, the guilt of what he had kept hidden, threatened to overwhelm him, but there was no turning back. The plan was in motion, and soon it would be out of his hands. Dumbledore sighed softly, feeling the cool breeze ruffle his beard. He had made his peace with death long ago, but it was the living, the ones who would carry on after him, that weighed most on his heart. Harry especially. The boy had been through so much, had shown more courage and resilience than anyone could have expected, and yet the final test was still to come. Dumbledore knew that Harry would face it, that he would walk willingly into the jaws of death, because he believed in the cause, because he believed in protecting those he loved. It was a testament to Harry's character, to the strength that lay within him, but it did not make Dumbledore's burden any lighter. The weight of leadership was a heavy one, and Dumbledore had borne it for many years. But now, as the end approached, he knew that the torch was passing. Harry would soon carry that weight, and Dumbledore could only hope that the boy's heart would be strong enough to withstand it. As the night deepened, Dumbledore turned away from the view and descended the steps of the tower. There was no more time for reflection. The path had been set, and all that remained was to follow it to the end. But as he walked through the quiet halls of Hogwarts, a sense of sorrow and hope intertwined within him. The end was near, but so too was a new beginning. For Harry Potter and for the world. Story 24. The Death Eater Within. Albus Dumbledore stood in the shadowed corner of a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of London, his blue eyes sharp beneath the brim of his half-moon spectacles. The air was thick with the acrid scent of dark magic, the atmosphere tense and dangerous. The confrontation he had long dreaded was moments away. He had known, deep down, that this day would come, a day when he would have to face one of his own students, now turned Death Eater, a former pupil who had once sat in the classrooms of Hogwarts, full of promise and potential, but who had chosen to walk the path of darkness. It had been mere days since word reached him of a Death Eater operating in this area, a wizard skilled in curses and manipulations, terrorizing Muggle families. Dumbledore had followed the leads quietly, moving under the radar of the Ministry's investigations, unwilling to believe what he had learned. Now, as the night pressed in around him, he felt the full weight of his own failure. The figure emerged from the shadows, hooded and masked, but Dumbledore knew who it was. Even before the mask was pulled down, he had recognized the stance, the familiar flicker of wand movements, and the aura of magic that clung to the young man before him. He had taught that stance, corrected that wand movement, and now all that knowledge had been twisted, perverted by the influence of Lord Voldemort. "Professor," the voice rasped from behind the mask, thick with bitterness, "I knew it would be you who came." Dumbledore remained still, his eyes never leaving the figure before him. There was a deep sadness in his gaze, one that cut through the night's coldness. He had once been this boy's teacher, his mentor. He had once believed he could guide him away from the darkness. "Julian," Dumbledore said quietly, his voice calm but weighted with grief. "I hoped it would not come to this." Julian Hawke, once a bright student, a talented wizard with a sharp mind and a hunger for knowledge. He had been a Ravenclaw, one of the best, eager to prove himself and always pushing beyond the limits of what was expected. Dumbledore had noticed him early on, impressed by his intellectual curiosity and magical prowess. But there had always been something else there, a shadow lurking beneath the surface, ambition tinged with bitterness, a desire not just to be great, but to be greater than others. Dumbledore had seen it, and yet he had thought he could steer Julian in the right direction. He had been wrong. Julian pulled off his mask, revealing a face that had once been filled with youthful exuberance, now hardened by the choices he had made. His eyes, once alight with curiosity, were now cold and guarded, and there was a sharpness to his features that hadn't been there before. The boy Dumbledore remembered was gone, replaced by the man who now stood before him, a man who had embraced the darkness, who had given himself over to Voldemort's cause. "Do you feel responsible?" Julian asked, his tone mocking. "I always wondered if you ever felt guilty, Professor, for what happens to those you couldn't save." The words struck Dumbledore like a physical blow. He had known that this moment would come, that he would have to confront not just the choices Julian had made, but his own failure to prevent them. The weight of leadership was a constant burden, but it was in moments like these that it became almost unbearable. Dumbledore had devoted his life to protecting and guiding young witches and wizards. but there had been too many times when he had failed, when he had watched talented students slip through his fingers and into the clutches of darkness. "I do," Dumbledore said softly, the sorrow evident in his voice. "I failed you, Julian. I saw the signs. I should have intervened sooner." Julian's lip curled in disdain. "You think you could have stopped this? You think you could have changed my path?" Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, his gaze steady. "Perhaps not," he said finally, "but I should have tried harder. I should have seen how deep your pain ran, how much you longed for recognition, for power. I should have helped you understand that your worth was not measured by how much you could take from others." Julian's eyes flashed with anger, the years of resentment boiling to the surface. "I never wanted your help. I didn't need it then, and I don't need it now. You were always too soft, too weak to understand what real power is. That's why I chose Lord Voldemort. He sees strength, and he rewards it." Dumbledore felt the sting of those words, but he knew they were not entirely Julian's own. They were the product of years spent under Voldemort's influence, of promises whispered in the dark and ambitions nurtured by cruelty. But he also knew that somewhere, deep beneath the anger and hatred, was the boy he had once known, the boy who had sought something more, who had wanted to prove himself worthy, not just to Dumbledore, but to the world. "You were always strong, Julian," Dumbledore said gently, "but strength is not measured by how much power you can wield over others. True strength comes from within, knowing who you are, and using your gifts to help, not to harm." Julian laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "Spare me the platitudes, old man. The time for lectures is long past. You don't understand. You never did. Voldemort understands what it takes to change the world, to shape it into something greater. He offers power. You offer weakness. And what has that power cost you?" Dumbledore asked, his voice quiet but firm. "Look at where you stand now, Julian. Is this the life you wanted? Is this the man you hoped to become?" For a moment something flickered in Julian's eyes, doubt perhaps or regret, but it was quickly extinguished, replaced by the cold resolve of someone who had long since made his choice. He raised his wand, the tip glowing with dark magic, and took a step forward. "This is the life I chose," Julian said, his voice hard, "and I will see it through." Dumbledore did not move, his own wand still at his side. He could feel the tension in the air, the charge of magic building between them, but he did not raise his defenses. He could stop Julian, he knew. He could end this confrontation here now, but that would not change what had already been lost. "I will not fight you, Julian," Dumbledore said softly. "Not tonight." Julian's grip tightened on his wand, his knuckles white. For a long moment they stood in silence, the distance between them feeling impossibly vast. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, Julian lowered his wand, his face twisting with frustration and anger. "You're a fool," he spat, "a sentimental fool." Dumbledore said nothing as Julian turned and disappeared into the night, the shadows swallowing him whole. When he was gone, Dumbledore felt the weight of his failure settle heavily upon him once more. He had not saved Julian, not then and not now. He had not been able to stop his descent into darkness. But as he stood there, alone in the quiet, Dumbledore reminded himself that leadership was not about perfection. It was about doing what one could when one could. He could not save them all. He had long ago made peace with that bitter truth, but tonight the failure felt sharper, the wound deeper. As the stars flickered overhead, Dumbledore knew that this confrontation would not be the last. There would be others, students lost to darkness, lives shaped by choices he could not control. But he would keep fighting for those he could save, and for the memory of those he had failed. The night grew colder, and with it Dumbledore turned away, ready to face whatever came next. Story 25. The Prisoner of Malfoy Manor. Albus Dumbledore sat in the dimly lit chamber of Malfoy Manor, the heavy stone walls pressing in around him like the weight of the war itself. His wrists were bound by magical restraints that even he could not immediately dispel, and his wand had been taken from him, a rare vulnerability for a wizard of his power. The room was sparse, cold, and devoid of any comforts, but Dumbledore's mind was calm, his sharp blue eyes surveying every corner, every shadow. Lucius Malfoy had finally captured him, but Dumbledore knew this was only the beginning of the game. Malfoy was overconfident, as most Death Eaters tended to be, and that would be his downfall. The First Wizarding War had been escalating, and Dumbledore had been on the front lines, rallying the Order of the Phoenix against Voldemort's growing army. The Death Eaters had grown bolder, attacking both Muggle and magical communities, and now they had managed to capture Hogwarts' greatest champion. But Dumbledore was not afraid. He had faced far worse than imprisonment in his long life. What concerned him now was how many moves ahead he needed to plan to escape not only Malfoy Manor, but also to gain a strategic advantage against Voldemort and his followers. Lucius Malfoy entered the chamber, his face a mask of triumph, his silver hair gleaming in the flickering torchlight. His polished demeanor, however, did little to mask the nervous energy radiating off him. Despite his aristocratic airs, Malfoy had always been a man desperate for approval, whether from Voldemort or the pure-blood elite. And now, with Dumbledore in his custody, he believed he held the ultimate prize. Well, Headmaster Malfoy drawled, his voice dripping with false politeness. It seems the mighty Albus Dumbledore is finally at a disadvantage. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly, though there was no warmth in his smile. Appearances can be deceiving, Lucius. You would do well to remember that. Malfoy's thin smile faltered for a fraction of a second, but he quickly recovered. You're in no position to make threats, old man. The Dark Lord will be most pleased to know that you are here, and he will decide your fate soon enough. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Ah, yes, Voldemort's decisions. They do tend to be final, don't they? Though I wonder, Lucius, if you have fully considered the implications of capturing me. Your master is not known for his leniency with failure. What will happen if I manage to escape? Malfoy's face twitched, the tiniest sign of unease crossing his features. Dumbledore's calmness, his air of inevitability, was already working its way under Lucius's skin. Malfoy's greatest weakness had always been his insecurity, his need for validation from those he considered superior. Dumbledore could sense that weakness now, and he intended to exploit it. I assure you, Headmaster, Malfoy said, his voice tightening, you will not escape. Dumbledore smiled again, more genuinely this time. We shall see. With a curt nod, Malfoy turned and left the room, his confidence rattled. The door sealed behind him with a low thud, leaving Dumbledore alone once more. He took a deep breath, centering himself. His situation was precarious, but far from hopeless. He had faced dark wizards before, men far more dangerous than Lucius Malfoy, and each time he had prevailed. But this would require finesse. His wand had been taken, and the magical restraints were powerful, crafted by dark magic meant to suppress his abilities. Yet Dumbledore knew there was always a way out. He only needed time to find it. With deliberate calm, Dumbledore began to analyze the enchantments on the cuffs that bound his wrists. The magic was intricate but not impenetrable. Whoever had crafted these restraints, likely under Voldemort's orders, had underestimated just how deeply Dumbledore understood the workings of dark magic. He had spent decades studying all forms of magic, including those that wizards like Lucius Malfoy dabbled in. Dark magic, while formidable, often had weak points, unstable threads in the spells that could be unraveled with the right approach. Murmuring softly to himself, Dumbledore closed his eyes, focusing his magic inward. He had no wand, but his power was not bound by the traditional methods of spellcasting. His connection to magic ran deep, and he could feel the energy pulsing in the room, in the walls, even in the restraints that held him. Slowly, carefully, he probed the magical bindings, sensing the cracks in their structure. The dark enchantments fought back, but Dumbledore's will was stronger, more patient. After what felt like an eternity, he felt the magic shift, a subtle loosening in the restraints. He smiled inwardly. One more push, and the bindings would break. But before he could act, the door opened again, and 2 Death Eaters entered, dragging a bound figure behind them. It was a young man, battered and bloodied, his face swollen from blows. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed as he recognized the face, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, captured like him. They threw the man to the floor, sneering. "Your companion doesn't seem to be faring well, Dumbledore," one of the Death Eaters snarled, his eyes gleaming with cruelty. "Maybe you'll want to reconsider your options." Dumbledore's heart ached for the young man, but his resolve did not falter. He had seen too much suffering in his life to be swayed by threats. Still, he had to act quickly now. The longer they remained, the more danger they both faced. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but firm. "Let him go, and I will give you what you want." The Death Eaters laughed, their voices sharp with mockery. "And what could you possibly offer us, old man?" Without missing a beat, Dumbledore smiled. "My life, of course. That's what you're after, isn't it? Or shall I summon your master and discuss it with him directly?" The room went cold, and the Death Eaters glanced at each other uneasily. The mention of Voldemort was enough to make even his own followers hesitate. They had captured Dumbledore, yes, but they knew the risks involved. Voldemort's temper was legendary, and failure was not an option. As they deliberated, Dumbledore seized the moment. With a sharp burst of internal magic, he shattered the restraints around his wrists. The magical pulse was subtle but effective, and before the Death Eaters could react, Dumbledore was already on his feet, moving with a swiftness that belied his age. "Stupefy!" one of the Death Eaters shouted, but Dumbledore was faster. He flicked his hand, and the spell rebounded harmlessly off an invisible shield of energy. In the same motion, Dumbledore summoned his wand, which had been hidden in the Death Eater's robe. It flew to his hand, and in one fluid motion, he disarmed the two attackers, sending them sprawling to the floor. Dumbledore knelt beside the injured man, murmuring a quick healing spell to stabilize him. "We're leaving," he said gently, and the man nodded weakly, struggling to his feet. With the Death Eaters incapacitated, Dumbledore led his companion out of the chamber, moving swiftly through the maze-like halls of Malfoy Manor. He could sense the wards and traps laid out, but he had studied Malfoy's methods for years. With his wand back in hand, they moved through the defenses with ease, disabling charms and hexes as they went. As they reached the entrance of the manor, Dumbledore paused, glancing back at the dark, opulent halls. Lucius Malfoy had believed this manor to be his fortress, a place of security and power, but it was crumbling from within, its strength built on the fragile foundation of fear and cruelty. Dumbledore turned his gaze forward. The battle was far from over, but tonight at least they had won, and as they stepped out into the cold night air, Dumbledore felt the weight of his leadership once again, knowing that the war would ask for more sacrifices before it was done. But for now they were free, and that was enough. Story 26. The Unbreakable Vow. The memory of that night had never truly left Albus Dumbledore. It lingered at the edges of his mind like a spectre, haunting him at the quietest moments of his long life. For all the great and terrible things he had witnessed, for all the power he had accumulated, the choices he had made, nothing weighed quite as heavily on his soul as the unbreakable vow he had taken in his youth, a promise made in the heat of ambition and love, one that had bound him to a fate he could never fully escape. It had been years since Dumbledore had thought about that night in any great detail. The intensity of his responsibilities as headmaster of Hogwarts and his leadership in the fight against Voldemort had kept his mind occupied, but every so often something would trigger a memory. A faint whisper in the corridors of the castle, a reflection in the mirror of Erised, or a glance at his own weary face in the mirror. Each reminded him of that fateful evening when he had been not much older than the students he now taught. It had begun in the summer of 1899 in Godric's Hollow, when Dumbledore was a young man full of hope, arrogance, and ambition. He had met Gellert Grindelwald, and their friendship had blossomed into something deeper, more profound. Together, they had dreamed of reshaping the magical world, of using their extraordinary talents to forge a new order, one where wizards would no longer hide, where they would take their rightful place as leaders of both magical and non-magical society. But it had been more than just a shared vision. For Dumbledore it had been love, his first and only love, a love that had blinded him to the darkness that simmered within Gellert. It was on a stormy night that Gellert had proposed the unbreakable vow. They had been discussing their plans late into the night, the fire in the hearth flickering as their voices grew more impassioned. Gellert, ever charismatic, had spun visions of a world transformed, a place where their power would be unmatched. But he had also spoken of sacrifices, necessary sacrifices to achieve their goals. Dumbledore, swept up in the moment, had listened, his heart racing with excitement, his mind clouded by the intensity of his feelings. "We must be united in this," Gellert had said, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. "If we are to lead, we must be bound to one another, our fates, our goals, our futures." We cannot afford doubt or hesitation. Will you vow to stand by my side no matter what comes?" At the time, Dumbledore had not seen the warning signs. He had not understood the full implications of what Gellert was asking of him. All he saw was the man he admired, the man he loved, offering him a place by his side in the grand vision they had shared. And so, without hesitation, Dumbledore had agreed. They had sealed the vow that very night, Gellert taking his hand, their wands crossed. A third figure, their mutual friend, Aberforth, reluctant but present, acting as the binder of the magic. The words of the vow echoed in Dumbledore's mind even now. "I vow to stand by you, Gellert Grindelwald, to support our vision of a new world, to lead alongside you in the face of all opposition, and to never waver in our cause. I vow this with my life." The magic had flared, binding them both in an unbreakable bond, one that could only be severed by death. At the time, Dumbledore had felt exhilarated, empowered. He and Gellert were bound together in purpose and fate. But in the days and weeks that followed, as Gellert's ideas grew more radical, more dangerous, Dumbledore had begun to realize the depth of his mistake. Gellert had become consumed by his desire for power, his vision darkening as he spoke of control, domination, and the sacrifices that would need to be made for the greater good. He had justified cruelty, proposed violence, all in the name of their shared dream. But Dumbledore had begun to see the truth. Gellert's vision was not about a better world. It was about control, and it was rooted in fear and ambition, not in the noble ideals they had once discussed. The breaking point had come with the death of Dumbledore's sister, Ariana. A duel had erupted between Gellert, Dumbledore, and Aberforth in their clash fueled by rage, betrayal, and guilt. Ariana had been caught in the crossfire, and her death had shattered Dumbledore's world. Gellert had fled, leaving Dumbledore alone with the wreckage of their friendship and the unbearable guilt of his own failure to protect his family. In the years that followed, Dumbledore had tried to bury the memory of the vow. He had risen to prominence, become headmaster of Hogwarts, and dedicated himself to fighting the darkness he had once been tempted by. But the vow had never truly left him. It lingered in his heart, a constant reminder of the choices he had made and the path he had almost followed. Even after he had defeated Gellert Grindelwald in their legendary duel, the vow still haunted him. Gellert was imprisoned in Nurmengard, but the bond they had forged so many years ago remained unbroken. Dumbledore had never spoken of it to anyone, not even to those closest to him. It was his secret shame, the one part of his life he could not explain away with wisdom or cleverness. As he grew older, Dumbledore often wondered whether the vow had shaped his actions in ways he had not intended. How many of his decisions, his mentorship of Harry Potter, his careful manipulation of events in the fight against Voldemort, had been influenced by his need to atone for the vow he had made. He had vowed to never again let power blind him, to always act for the good of others. But the weight of that old promise hung over him like a shadow. Now, as he stood in his office at Hogwarts, the familiar surroundings offering little comfort, Dumbledore thought once more of the vow. He was nearing the end of his life, the effects of the cursed ring slowly taking their toll on his body. Soon he would have to face the final act of his plan, the moment when he would allow Severus Snape to kill him. ensuring Voldemort's defeat through Harry. But even this decision felt tainted by the past, by the vow he had taken all those years ago. Was he sacrificing himself for the right reasons, or was it just another attempt to escape the guilt of his youth? Dumbledore sighed, turning to look out of the window at the darkening sky. The vow, the mistakes, the sacrifices, they were all part of him now, woven into the fabric of his life. He could not change what had been done, but he could ensure that Harry would not face the same temptations, the same failures. That at least was within his power. The unbreakable vow would remain with him until the end, a reminder of the cost of ambition, of love, and of the choices that bound even the greatest wizards in chains they could not see. But as Dumbledore prepared for what lay ahead, he knew that his final act would be one of redemption, a chance to break free from the past, even if it meant surrendering his life. Story 27. The Shadow of Slytherin. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Albus Dumbledore stood at the edge of the Black Lake, his reflection rippling on the surface as he contemplated the dark legacy of one of the school's founders, Salazar Slytherin. Though centuries had passed since Slytherin had walked the castle's hallowed halls, the whispers of his ideals still echoed within the very walls, manifesting in the hearts and minds of students who bore his name. As headmaster, Dumbledore had devoted his life to fostering an environment of inclusion and understanding, but the lingering influence of Slytherin House often posed a challenge to that mission. The ideals of ambition, cunning, and a strong belief in blood purity still resonated among some of the house's members, and Dumbledore had witnessed the consequences of that belief time and again. Tonight he was drawn to the dungeons, the ancient stone corridors that had once echoed with the laughter of students and the quiet wisdom of professors. These halls had long been associated with Slytherin and his dark legacy. It was said that Slytherin had left behind more than just a house. He had left behind a powerful magic, a hidden secret that could awaken if not kept in check. As Dumbledore descended the winding staircase, the air grew colder, the stones damp with the chill of the dungeon. The flickering torches cast dancing shadows on the walls, and for a moment Dumbledore felt the weight of history pressing down upon him. He could almost hear the faint whispers of Slytherin's ideals, the echoes of students long gone who had embraced that legacy. Reaching the entrance to the Slytherin common room, he paused, recalling the countless times he had intervened to prevent dark ideologies from taking root within its walls. There had always been a tension between the houses, an unspoken rivalry that had its roots in Slytherin's beliefs. Dumbledore had tried to create an atmosphere of unity, but Slytherin's shadow lingered, threatening to darken the bonds that had been forged between the four houses. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore opened the door, stepping into the common room. The space was dimly lit, the green and silver decor a constant reminder of Slytherin's legacy. A few students were present, gathered around tables engaged in hushed conversations. The tension in the air was palpable, and Dumbledore could sense the unease that lingered among the Slytherin students. Professor Dumbledore, one of the students, a fifth-year girl with dark hair, greeted him hesitantly. "What brings you here?" Dumbledore smiled gently, his eyes scanning the room. "I came to speak with you all about the legacy of Salazar Slytherin. It is a topic that deserves attention and understanding. The room fell silent as the students exchanged glances. Dumbledore took a seat, allowing the moment to settle. Slytherin believed in the value of ambition and cunning, but he also held a strong conviction regarding blood purity, an idea that has caused great harm and division over the centuries. It is important to remember that the choices we make shape our legacy, just as Slytherin's choices have shaped this house. Another student, a tall boy with a pointed chin, spoke up. "But isn't ambition a good thing? Isn't it what helps us succeed?" Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Ambition in itself is not inherently wrong. It can be a powerful motivator. However, when ambition is pursued at the expense of others, when it breeds contempt and division, it can lead to darkness. It is important to strike a balance between personal ambition and the welfare of the community. The students listened, their expressions a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Dumbledore knew the struggle of reconciling their heritage with the present realities. Slytherin had been a brilliant wizard, one whose contributions to magic were undeniable, yet his legacy had become tainted by the choices he had made and the ideals he had held dear. "Tell me," Dumbledore continued, "how do you feel about being a Slytherin? Do you embrace the legacy of Salazar, or do you wish to forge your own path?" A girl sitting near the window spoke up, her voice steady. "I want to be proud of my house, but I don't want to believe in blood purity or hate muggles. Those ideas feel outdated and wrong." "Exactly," Dumbledore replied, his eyes sparkling with encouragement. "You have the power to redefine what it means to be a Slytherin. Each of you can choose the values you wish to uphold. It is not the name of the house that matters, but the character of those who belong to it." "But what about the ones who do embrace Slytherin's dark legacy?" Another boy interjected. "What do we do about them?" Dumbledore's expression turned serious. "That is a crucial question. Darkness often thrives in silence and complacency. It is essential to stand up against the harmful beliefs that some may hold. You must engage with each other, challenge those who seek to perpetuate hate, and foster an environment that values understanding and empathy." As the discussion continued, Dumbledore felt a sense of hope growing within him. These students were grappling with the complexities of their identity, wrestling with the shadows that had been cast by their founder. They were beginning to understand that Slytherin's legacy did not have to define them, that they had the power to shape their own futures, to learn from the past without being bound by it. "Remember," Dumbledore said as the conversation began to wind down, "the choices you make today will echo throughout your lives and the lives of those who follow you. You have the ability to change the narrative of Slytherin, to turn it into something that represents strength without malice, ambition without hatred. Embrace the qualities that unite us all: bravery, loyalty, wisdom, and love." With that, Dumbledore rose, bidding the students farewell, his heart lighter than it had been when he entered. As he walked back through the dungeons, he could feel the lingering presence of Salazar Slytherin, a spectre that would never fully fade. But now, that presence seemed less ominous, less daunting. He had witnessed the potential for change, the possibility of a new legacy rising from the ashes of the old. Outside, the night air was crisp, and the stars shone brightly above Hogwarts, Dumbledore took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the night, the strength of the castle standing firm against the shadows that threatened it. Hogwarts had survived for 1,000 years, and it would continue to endure, but only if its students chose to embrace the light. He knew that the journey was far from over. The influence of Slytherin's ideals would continue to pose challenges, and the shadows would always be there, lurking at the edges of ambition. But Dumbledore felt a renewed sense of purpose. It was his duty to ensure that the legacy of Hogwarts was one of unity and understanding, and he would do everything in his power to see that through. As he returned to his office, Dumbledore reflected on the shadows of the past that lingered within Slytherin House. They were not insurmountable. Together he and the students would face those shadows, illuminating the path forward. The legacy of the 4 founders could be one of hope, not darkness, if only they dared to dream of a brighter future. Story 28. The Heart of a Lion. The moon hung high in the sky over the English countryside, casting a silver light across the landscape as Albus Dumbledore moved quietly through the trees. The night was still, the only sounds being the rustle of leaves in the breeze and the distant hoot of an owl. Dumbledore, his long robes brushing against the underbrush, felt a familiar pulse of urgency in the air. The Order of the Phoenix was on the move tonight, and he was determined to aid them in their dangerous mission. It was a perilous time, the height of the First Wizarding War. Voldemort's forces had grown bolder, more ruthless, and Dumbledore had received intelligence of a planned attack on one of the Order's safe houses, a location that housed not only members but also crucial information about Voldemort's operations. The stakes were higher than ever, and while he had long held the position of leader, tonight he would not merely guide from afar. He would step into the fray alongside those he had trained, those he had come to consider family. As he approached the clearing where the Order had gathered, Dumbledore took a moment to center himself. The weight of leadership often felt like a burden, a mantle he had worn with pride yet occasionally questioned. In that moment, he reminded himself of the reason he fought, the reason he had chosen this path so many years ago. He remembered the faces of those who had come before him, the countless lives lost, and the promise he had made to protect the future of the wizarding world. The clearing was lit by flickering torches, their flames dancing like fireflies in the night. Members of the Order were gathered, their faces set with determination, but Dumbledore could also see the strain etched into their features. They were weary, battle-hardened, but still full of courage. Each of them had sacrificed so much, and he admired their bravery, their willingness to stand against the darkness. "Professor Dumbledore," came a voice from the group, breaking him from his thoughts. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and imposing, with an aura of calm strength. "We weren't sure you would join us tonight." Dumbledore smiled gently, stepping into the circle of light. "I could not bear to miss such an important occasion. After all, it is a rare opportunity to stand shoulder to shoulder with those who fight for what is right." The members of the Order gathered closer, their eyes shining with respect and gratitude, but Dumbledore could see the undercurrents of fear and uncertainty, emotions that had become familiar in these dark times. "What's the plan?" he asked, his voice steady and reassuring. Molly Weasley, her brow furrowed with concern, spoke up. "We need to evacuate the safe house before the Death Eaters arrive. We've managed to gather most of the information, but there's still a chance we might not be able to save everyone inside." Dumbledore nodded, his expression serious. He understood the weight of her words. Every life mattered, and the thought of anyone being left behind was unbearable. "Then we must act swiftly. I will take point. If I can distract the Death Eaters, you will have more time to get everyone out." "Dumbledore, are you sure?" Arthur Weasley interjected, his voice tinged with worry. "It's too dangerous. We can't afford to lose you." "Yet the cost of losing any one of you is too great," Dumbledore replied firmly. "Tonight we are united in our purpose. I have faced darkness before, and I will do so again, but we must ensure the safety of those who cannot fight for themselves." The members of the Order looked at one another, weighing the risks, but Dumbledore's confidence radiated through them, a beacon of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. They knew he was right. The stakes were far too high to falter now. As they moved into the night, Dumbledore led the way, his heart steady with resolve. He knew the terrain well, having traversed these woods countless times during his years at Hogwarts. The air grew heavier as they approached the safe house, tension thickening with every step. Dumbledore could sense the danger lurking nearby, like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. When they reached the safe house, Dumbledore stopped just short of the entrance, his instincts on high alert. The structure was quiet, but he could feel the dark magic pulsating in the air, a sign that the Death Eaters were close. He turned to the others, his expression fierce. "I will draw their attention. Make sure everyone is evacuated and stay alert." With a nod, the members of the Order spread out, readying themselves for what lay ahead. Dumbledore stepped into the clearing, his wand at the ready. Come out, wherever you are," he called, his voice ringing with authority. "I know you are watching." The silence that followed was deafening, and Dumbledore felt a thrill of adrenaline. The thrill of battle surged through him, the familiar excitement that had always accompanied the fight against darkness. Moments later, shadows shifted, and a group of hooded figures emerged from the trees. Death Eaters, their wands drawn, eyes glinting with malice. "Ah, Dumbledore," one of them sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. It was Antonin Dolohov, a name that had been whispered in fear across the wizarding world. "What a pleasure to see you here, unguarded and alone." Dumbledore met his gaze unwavering. "You mistake my presence for weakness, Antonin. I am here to protect those who cannot protect themselves." With a flick of his wrist, Dumbledore conjured a dazzling barrier of light, the energy crackling with power. The Death Eaters hesitated, momentarily taken aback by the force of his magic. Dumbledore seized the opportunity, launching a series of spells that illuminated the night sky, each one a precise and calculated strike against his foes. Stupefy, Expelliarmus. His voice rose above the chaos, each incantation resonating with strength and determination. Dumbledore moved like a whirlwind, his every motion deliberate and graceful, casting spells that incapacitated the Death Eaters one by one. But Dolohov was cunning. "He cannot keep this up forever," he shouted, rallying the remaining Death Eaters. "Surround him." Dumbledore felt the pressure mounting as the Death Eaters regrouped, their ranks swelling with the promise of darkness. He knew he had to hold them back, to buy time for the Order to evacuate the safe house and its occupants. But the odds were shifting, and Dumbledore felt the familiar weight of doubt creeping in, a reminder of the responsibility he bore. Now, he called to the Order, knowing they would act as he bought them precious moments. As they moved to evacuate, Dumbledore turned his focus back to the Death Eaters. "You will not harm anyone tonight," he declared, his voice steady. He could feel the magic surging around him, fueled by his determination and the unwavering belief in the fight for good. With a powerful flourish of his wand, he conjured a storm of light and energy, creating a blinding barrier that erupted between him and the advancing Death Eaters. The spell exploded outward, scattering the shadows, forcing them back. Dumbledore could hear the surprised gasps of the Order members behind him, but he focused on the fight ahead. Dolohov shouted curses, the air crackling with dark magic as he retaliated. Dumbledore dodged and countered with finesse, each spell an extension of his will. He felt invigorated, the thrill of magic surging through him, drowning out the doubts that had once clouded his heart. This was why he fought, for those who could not fight for themselves, for the future he believed in. But just as he thought victory was within reach, a sharp pain pierced through his side. The spell, one meant to incapacitate him, struck true, and Dumbledore stumbled, the world spinning for a moment. He felt the heat of the darkness closing in, felt his strength wavering. It was a test, one that threatened to break him. But he would not yield. With a force of will that transcended the pain, Dumbledore raised his wand one final time. Protego Maxima. The shield expanded outward, a shimmering barrier that pushed back against the dark energy threatening to engulf him. The remaining Death Eaters faltered, confusion spreading through their ranks. In that moment Dumbledore's strength returned, and with a fierce cry he cast the final spell, Avada Kedavra. The words rang out, each syllable infused with purpose and clarity, a decisive action against the encroaching shadows. The killing curse shot forth, striking true against Dolohov, who fell lifeless to the ground. The other Death Eaters, realizing the tide had turned, began to retreat, the fear palpable in their hasty retreat. As silence fell over the clearing, Dumbledore took a deep breath, the adrenaline slowly fading. He turned to see the members of the Order gathering around him, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. The young man he had saved lay nearby, trembling but alive. Professor, one of the Order members, a young witch named Nymphadora Tonks, said breathlessly, "That was—" "Not over yet," Dumbledore interrupted, forcing a smile through the pain still pulsing in his side. "We must ensure everyone is safe. Gather those who need help, and let's move quickly." As they began the task of evacuating the area, Dumbledore felt the lingering effects of the confrontation settle within him. He had faced darkness tonight, and though he had emerged victorious, the toll it had taken was real. Each battle wore on him, each choice weighed heavily on his conscience. But as he looked at the faces of those he had fought alongside, he felt a glimmer of hope. They had stood united against the darkness, and for that they would continue to fight. With a final glance back at the clearing where the fight had taken place, Dumbledore felt the shadows of the past linger, but he also felt the light of the future flickering ahead. The fight against Voldemort was far from over, but together they would persevere, united by their courage and the heart of a lion. Story 29. The final lesson. The soft glow of a distant light beckoned, illuminating an ethereal landscape that seemed to stretch on forever. Albus Dumbledore stood in a tranquil glade, surrounded by a warmth that felt both familiar and comforting. The air was infused with an otherworldly stillness, a serene silence that echoed with the wisdom of ages. Here, in this place between worlds, he awaited the arrival of a young man whose journey had taken him through darkness and sacrifice. Moments later, Harry Potter appeared, his expression a mix of confusion and awe. The weight of his recent experiences still hung on him, the memories of battles fought, friends lost, and choices made. He looked around, absorbing the beauty of the place, before his gaze settled on Dumbledore. "Professor," Harry's voice trembled slightly, as if unsure of this new reality. Is this the afterlife?" Dumbledore smiled gently, his blue eyes twinkling with a familiar warmth. "In a manner of speaking, Harry, it is a place of reflection, a moment where we can pause and contemplate the choices we have made, the paths we have walked." Harry took a tentative step forward, still grappling with the concept of life and death. "I thought I would be in the Hogwarts grounds, or perhaps somewhere else entirely, but instead I'm here, with you." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, motioning for Harry to sit on the lush grass beside him. "This is a space shaped by our thoughts, our experiences. We find ourselves here at a time when reflection is needed most." Harry sat, the weight of his past heavy on his shoulders. "I don't know what to say. I feel like I've been through so much. Losing everyone. It hurts. I don't know if I'm strong enough to carry on." Dumbledore regarded him with a deep understanding, the wisdom of his own long life shining through. "You have endured more than many would ever be asked to bear, Harry. Sacrifice has become a defining part of your journey. But remember, it is not the burden of sacrifice that defines you. It is the love that motivates those sacrifices that truly matters." "Love," Harry repeated, a faint frown creasing his brow. "I thought I understood it, but then I lost so many people. How can love be powerful when it feels so fragile?" "Love, my dear boy, is not fragile," Dumbledore said, his tone imbued with warmth and certainty. "It is the most powerful force in the universe. It binds us, uplifts us, and gives us purpose. Your parents loved you fiercely, and that love has shaped your very being. The sacrifices they made for you, those sacrifices were born from love. You've also shown that same love for your friends, for those who fought alongside you." Harry nodded slowly, the memories of his parents flickering in his mind. "But I failed them. I couldn't save everyone." "No one can save everyone," Dumbledore replied gently. "What matters is that you chose to fight, to protect those you could. Each choice you made, even in the face of adversity, came from a place of love. It is in those moments of vulnerability that true strength is revealed. You have to allow yourself to feel that love, to understand that it is okay to grieve for what was lost." "But what about my choices?" "I made mistakes," Harry said, his voice thick with emotion. "I lost my temper. I rushed into things without thinking. Sometimes I wonder if I made things worse." Dumbledore leaned closer, his gaze unwavering. "Every choice we make carries weight, Harry. We are human, after all. But remember, mistakes do not define you. It is how you learn and grow from those choices that truly matters. A wise wizard once told me that our choices show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. You have chosen courage time and time again, even when the odds were stacked against you. A small smile broke through Harry's somber expression. You mean when I faced Voldemort, or when I stood up to the Death Eaters? But there were moments I was scared, moments I didn't know what to do. And that is perfectly human, Dumbledore affirmed. Fear is a natural response. It is how we respond to that fear that shapes our character. You faced your fears, Harry, and that courage inspired others. You became a beacon of hope, and that is something to be proud of. Harry looked down at the ground, the weight of Dumbledore's words settling in his heart. But I lost so many people along the way. How do I reconcile that? Every loss is a reminder of what we hold dear, Dumbledore said softly. The pain of losing those we love is profound, but it is also a testament to the bonds we shared. Honor their memories by living fully, by carrying their love with you. You are not alone in this, Harry. The love you shared with them lives on within you. It fuels your journey, your growth, and your ability to love others. But how do I move on? Harry asked, the vulnerability in his voice raw and open. How do I face a world without them? Dumbledore smiled gently. By embracing life, Harry, allow yourself to feel the joy that comes with love, even amid sorrow. Surround yourself with those who care for you, those who share your values. Together, you can forge a future built on the foundations of love, understanding, and resilience. Harry nodded slowly, absorbing the truth in Dumbledore's words. It feels overwhelming, but I want to honor them. I want to make them proud. And you will, Dumbledore assured him. Every step you take, every act of kindness, every moment of courage, it all counts. You have the heart of a lion, Harry, and that heart will lead you forward. As the conversation unfolded, Harry felt a warmth bloom in his chest. Dumbledore's words resonated with him, instilling a sense of purpose and clarity he had long sought. The burdens he carried felt lighter, as if the weight of his losses had begun to transform into a sense of strength. I don't want to be afraid anymore, Harry said, his voice firm. I want to face the future with hope. Then do so, my dear boy, Dumbledore replied, a glimmer of pride shining in his eyes. Hope is a powerful force, and it is always within your reach. It is a choice, just as love is a choice. Embrace it and let it guide you through the darkness. Harry took a deep breath, a renewed sense of resolve filling him. He could feel the lingering presence of Dumbledore beside him, a guiding light in this ethereal realm. Thank you, Professor. I'll carry your words with me. Remember, Harry, Dumbledore said, his voice a soft melody that echoed through the air. The greatest magic lies not in spells or potions, but in the choices we make, the love we give, and the hope we nurture. You are more powerful than you realize, and your journey has only just begun. As the light around them began to shimmer, a sense of peace enveloped Harry. He understood now that his journey was not just about facing darkness, but also about embracing the love and light within him. The lessons learned, the sacrifices made, they would guide him forward, illuminating the path to a brighter future. With one last glance at Dumbledore, Harry felt a surge of gratitude and love. He would honor his mentor's legacy, not just in the battles to come, but in the way he lived his life. The heart of a lion would guide him, and with that heart he would face whatever challenges lay ahead. Story 30. The Goblet's Flame. The crisp autumn air swept through the grounds of Hogwarts, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change. Albus Dumbledore stood by the edge of the forbidden forest, his gaze fixed on the castle's silhouette against the evening sky. The preparations for the True Wizard tournament were in full swing, but beneath the surface of excitement and anticipation, an undercurrent of unease had begun to ripple through the castle. Dumbledore felt it keenly, a sense that something was amiss, something darker than the usual rivalry and competition that the tournament entailed. He had welcomed the return of the True Wizard tournament, a tradition that celebrated the bonds of friendship and cooperation between magical schools. But this year felt different. There were whispers of dark magic surrounding the Goblet of Fire, the enchanted artifact that would select the champions. Dumbledore knew the goblet well. It had served as an impartial judge in previous tournaments, but the rumors were growing harder to ignore. He could sense the ominous energy that surrounded it, a magic that felt twisted and unnatural. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a small, glowing orb that floated above his palm. It illuminated the path before him as he walked toward the Great Hall, where the champions would soon be chosen. The students buzzed with excitement, their voices a cacophony of hope and dreams. But Dumbledore's heart remained heavy with apprehension. He had a duty to protect them, and that meant unraveling the mystery that lay behind the goblet's flame. As he entered the Great Hall, Dumbledore was greeted by the vibrant decorations that adorned the space. Banners hung from the ceiling, representing the three schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. The atmosphere was festive, but Dumbledore could sense the tension simmering just beneath the surface. He took his place at the staff table, nodding to Professor McGonagall, who wore a concerned expression. "Albus, have you sensed it?" she whispered, her voice low. "The students are more restless than usual. It's as if they can feel something brewing." "I have," Dumbledore replied, leaning closer to her. "There is a darkness surrounding the goblet. We must remain vigilant tonight. I fear that this tournament may not unfold as we expect." Before McGonagall could respond, the doors swung open, and the champions were summoned to step forward. Dumbledore's attention shifted to the goblet, which flickered with an otherworldly flame. It danced in the dim light, casting eerie shadows on the walls of the Great Hall. He could feel the magic emanating from it, a pulse that thrummed with a life of its own. As the students settled into their seats, Dumbledore glanced at the enchanted object. The goblet had been filled with water and aged parchment, a sign that it was ready to choose its champions. He steeled himself for what was to come. He had witnessed the tournament's challenges before, but this time he feared the trials would not be the only tests the champions would face. The names were called, each champion stepping forward amidst cheers and applause. The excitement in the hall was palpable, yet Dumbledore remained acutely aware of the unsettling energy surrounding the goblet. As the last name was announced, a hush fell over the crowd. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the boy who had already faced more than his share of danger, was now thrust into the heart of the tournament. But there was a flicker of unease in Dumbledore's chest as he watched Harry step forward, his expression a mixture of pride and confusion. Dumbledore knew Harry had not put his name into the goblet, He was far too young to compete against those older and more experienced. The champions were typically chosen from those of age, yet the goblet had made its selection, and he had to trust its power was not being manipulated. The evening unfolded in a blur of excitement, but Dumbledore could not shake the sense of foreboding. He watched the students, felt the vibrations of their anticipation, and listened to the way the whispers in the hall grew into a dull roar as the night wore on. As he took his leave from the festivities, he knew he had to investigate further. Later that night, Dumbledore made his way to the castle's depths, where the goblet was kept. He had decided to examine it up close, to see if he could discern the source of the dark magic he had felt. The halls were quiet, the air heavy with anticipation, and Dumbledore could almost hear the heartbeat of the castle echoing around him. When he reached the chamber, he found the goblet glowing softly in the darkness, the flames flickering in response to his presence. Dumbledore approached it carefully, his wand at the ready. He could feel the magic swirling around him, a tempest of emotions and energies that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the goblet itself. "Reveal your secrets to me," he murmured, and with a flick of his wand, he cast an enchantment designed to penetrate the layers of protection surrounding the goblet. The flames flared brighter for a moment, illuminating the room in a brilliant light, but as quickly as they had intensified, they faded back to their gentle flicker. What lay beneath the surface was not just the magic of the goblet. It was a dark presence intertwined with it, a malevolent force that had tainted its purpose. Dumbledore's heart sank as he began to understand. Someone had manipulated the goblet, casting a spell to ensure that Harry's name would be drawn. It was a dangerous game, one that could lead to dire consequences for Harry and for Hogwarts. Dumbledore felt the chill of realization wash over him. This was not simply a matter of mischief or rivalry. Whoever had orchestrated this was playing with forces far greater than they could understand, and the repercussions could spell disaster for everyone involved. He turned away from the goblet, his mind racing. He had to warn Harry and the other champions. They would need to be prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. The tournament would not only test their skills but also their very lives. As Dumbledore left the chamber, a thought struck him. Who could be behind this treachery? The legacy of Salazar Slytherin still loomed large, and Dumbledore had long known that dark influences lingered in the hearts of some who called Slytherin home. He had seen it manifest in others, and the possibility that someone within the school had conspired to bring Harry into harm's way sent a wave of determination through him. In the days that followed, Dumbledore met with the Order of the Phoenix, conferring with trusted members to ensure Harry and the other champions would be protected during the tournament. He urged them to be vigilant, to stand united against the dark forces that threatened to unravel everything they had fought for. As the first task of the True Wizard tournament approached, Dumbledore felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. He had failed to prevent Harry from being thrust into danger, but he would not fail him again. The lessons of love, friendship, and courage were more powerful than any dark magic, and it was those lessons he would impart to Harry as they prepared for the challenges ahead. On the day of the first task, Dumbledore stood before the gathered crowd, his heart swelling with pride as he watched Harry, Cedric, Fleur, and Victor prepare for their respective challenges. The stakes were high, and he could feel the tension in the air, but he also sensed the strength of unity among the champions. They were not alone. They had the support of their friends, their families, and the entire school. As the task began, Dumbledore's mind raced with the knowledge of what lay ahead. He could not protect them from every danger, but he could offer guidance, wisdom, and support. The flame of hope flickered brightly within him, and he vowed to do everything in his power to ensure that Harry and the others would emerge from the tournament unscathed. He realized then that even in the face of darkness there was light. The bonds of friendship and loyalty could conquer even the most insidious of plots. The goblet's flame may have been manipulated, but the hearts of the champions burned brighter still. And it was in those hearts that the true magic of Hogwarts resided, a legacy far stronger than any ancient spell. As the first task unfolded before him, Dumbledore felt a renewed sense of purpose. The shadows that had threatened to engulf them would not prevail. Together, they would rise against the darkness, and together they would write a new chapter in the history of Hogwarts. Story 31. The Year of Ravenclaw. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue across the grounds of Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore wandered the familiar paths with a sense of purpose, though his heart was filled with a growing unease. Over the years he had studied the history of the four founders, particularly Rowena Ravenclaw, whose values of intelligence and creativity resonated with him deeply. However, it was not until recently that he began to sense a hidden connection, a thread weaving his own lineage with that of the illustrious founder. As he made his way toward the castle, Dumbledore's thoughts drifted back to the ancient texts he had unearthed in the restricted section of the library. Among them was a long-forgotten manuscript that spoke of Ravenclaw's heirs and the lineage of those who claimed descent from her. It hinted at powerful magical knowledge, secrets meant to empower future generations, but the details were sparse. The manuscript seemed to suggest that there was a living descendant of Ravenclaw still among them, and as he read it, Dumbledore could not shake the feeling that it pointed to him. The castle loomed before him, its ancient stones whispering secrets of the past. He entered the great hall, where the enchanted ceiling mirrored the fading light of dusk. Students were scattered about, their laughter ringing like music through the hallowed space. Yet, as he observed them, Dumbledore felt the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. The implications of his potential connection to Ravenclaw were staggering, and he wondered what it meant for both his identity and his responsibilities as headmaster. Later that evening, after the students had retired to their common rooms, Dumbledore descended into the depths of Hogwarts, drawn to the Ravenclaw common room. He had spent much of his life walking the hallways of the castle, but tonight felt different, charged with anticipation. He had never been able to access the common room without a password, but he had a different plan in mind. As he approached the door, a raven perched on a nearby window, watching him with keen, intelligent eyes. The creature seemed almost to sense the gravity of his quest. "I seek the wisdom of Rowena Ravenclaw," Dumbledore said softly, invoking her name like a spell. The door to the common room swung open, revealing the cozy interior adorned with blue and bronze. Stepping inside, Dumbledore was enveloped by the ambience of the room, a sanctuary of knowledge. Shelves lined the walls filled with ancient tomes and artifacts that spoke of Ravenclaw's legacy. The air was thick with magic, and Dumbledore felt a flicker of connection, as if the very essence of Rowena lingered within the walls. He moved toward the shelves, running his fingers over the spines of the books, seeking a clue, a sign of the forgotten line of magical knowledge. A particular volume caught his eye, The Secrets of the Hears, a guide to Ravenclaw's legacy. He carefully pulled it from the shelf, its cover embossed with the familiar eagle motif. As he opened it, the pages fluttered as if alive, revealing intricate illustrations and texts filled with spells and wisdom. One passage drew his attention, a spell of revelation that promised to uncover hidden truths about one's ancestry. It was said that when performed correctly, it could illuminate the bonds between a wizard and their predecessors. Dumbledore's heart raced at the prospect. Could this spell connect him directly to Rowena Ravenclaw? After carefully studying the instructions, Dumbledore gathered the necessary ingredients from the common room: an eagle feather, a drop of his own blood, and a piece of parchment inscribed with his family name. He set them out on a nearby table, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced along the walls. With a steady hand, Dumbledore began the incantation, feeling the magic swirl within him. He called upon the legacy of Ravenclaw, invoking her wisdom and creativity, hoping to awaken the dormant ties that connected him to her. The air crackled with energy as he finished the spell, a bright light enveloping the room. In an instant, the light coalesced into a vision before him, a swirling mist that took form and substance. Images flashed in and out of focus, revealing a lineage he had never known. He saw a woman with sharp features and wise eyes, adorned in robes of blue and silver. It was Rowena Ravenclaw herself, and alongside her stood a man who resembled Dumbledore in both stature and grace. The vision shifted, revealing moments of their lives, a discussion of spells, the forging of alliances, a deep bond formed through knowledge and ambition. Dumbledore watched entranced as the connection between them grew clearer. Rowena had passed down not only her intellect but her love for knowledge and understanding. But there was more. He sensed a shadow lurking at the edges of the vision, a dark figure whose presence sent a chill through him. The man's face was obscured, but Dumbledore could feel the malevolence emanating from him. Suddenly the vision shattered, scattering like glass, and Dumbledore was left breathless, grasping the table for support. The connection had been real, a testament to the legacy of Ravenclaw, but it had also unveiled a darker truth, an unknown adversary who had likely sought to manipulate that legacy for their own ends. With a heavy heart, Dumbledore closed the book, the weight of the revelations pressing down on him. The connection to Rowena was both a gift and a burden. He now understood that her legacy was intertwined with his own, and with that came a responsibility to protect her ideals and ensure that they were not twisted by dark ambitions. As he emerged from the common room, the castle felt different, alive with the weight of history and magic. Dumbledore had often spoken of the power of choices and the legacies we inherit, but now he felt the urgency of his own legacy pressing upon him. He could not allow the shadows of the past to engulf the light of the future. Returning to his office, Dumbledore pondered the implications of what he had learned. Rowena Ravenclaw's wisdom could provide the key to understanding the encroaching darkness. He would need to rally the members of the Order of the Phoenix to ensure that her legacy and the knowledge it contained was not lost to time or corrupted by those who sought power without virtue. Dumbledore's resolve solidified. He would honor Rowena's legacy, and he would do so by ensuring that knowledge, understanding, and unity would guide their fight against the darkness threatening to consume the wizarding world. He knew that the shadows of Slytherin, of ambition and fear, still lingered, but in the heart of Ravenclaw lay the light of hope, a light he would carry forward. As he prepared for the challenges that lay ahead, Dumbledore felt a sense of purpose reignite within him. The bond between him and Rowena Ravenclaw was now a part of his identity, and he would wield that knowledge with the wisdom she had imparted. He was the heir of Ravenclaw, and he would honor that lineage by ensuring that the light of truth would always prevail against the darkness. Story 32. The Alchemist's Gift. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow across the room, illuminating the myriad of books, scrolls, and curious artifacts that filled the shelves of Albus Dumbledore's office. It was late, and the castle was quiet, save for the distant sounds of the wind whispering against the ancient stone walls. Dumbledore, seated at his desk, was deep in thought, his mind racing with the implications of recent events, the increasing boldness of Voldemort's followers, the growing unrest among the Muggle and Wizarding communities, and the desperate need for allies in the fight ahead. His contemplations were interrupted by a soft knock at the door, and without waiting for an invitation, Nicholas Flamel entered, his presence instantly brightening the room. The legendary alchemist, with his long white beard and twinkling eyes, carried an air of wisdom and ancient knowledge that Dumbledore had always found comforting. "Ah, Nicholas," Dumbledore said, a smile breaking across his face. "It's good to see you. I trust your travels have been fruitful." Flamel chuckled softly as he approached the desk. "As fruitful as they can be for an old man with little patience for the whims of the world. But I have come bearing something that I believe may be of great interest to you." Dumbledore leaned forward, intrigued. "What is it?" With a flourish, Flamel produced a small vial, its contents shimmering like liquid gold. The alchemist held it delicately, the light reflecting off the glass, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. "This," he said, "is an elixir of extraordinary power, a substance that can amplify one's magical abilities and alter the very fabric of reality." Dumbledore's interest piqued, but he also felt a twinge of caution. "And what is the cost, Nicholas? There is always a price to be paid for such power." Flamel's expression turned serious. "Indeed there is. This elixir draws upon the essence of life itself. While it can enhance magical capabilities, it also requires a sacrifice. The more one uses it, the more they must give of themselves, be it strength, vitality, or even a piece of their soul. It is not to be taken lightly." Dumbledore's brow furrowed as he considered the implications. "And you believe this could alter the course of the war?" "Absolutely," Flamel replied, his voice earnest. "In the hands of the right wizard, someone with the wisdom to wield such power responsibly, it could tip the balance against Voldemort and his followers. But Albus, you must weigh this decision carefully. The consequences could be dire, and it could change you in ways you cannot foresee. Dumbledore held the vial up to the light, watching the golden liquid swirl inside. "I understand the gravity of this gift, Nicholas, but if we are to stand a chance against the darkness, we must consider all options. The cost may be worth it if it means saving lives." Flamel regarded him with a mixture of admiration and concern. "You have always been one to consider the greater good, Albus. But remember, the line between light and dark is thin, and power has a way of consuming even the most noble of hearts." "Then let us ensure that it does not consume us," Dumbledore replied, determination settling in his voice. "I will take this elixir, but I promise to use it judiciously. I will not let it cloud my judgment or lead me astray." With a reluctant nod, Flamel placed the vial into Dumbledore's hands. "Very well, but heed my warning. The path you choose will not be easy, and the shadows may reach out for you when you least expect it. You must remain vigilant." As Flamel departed, Dumbledore sat in contemplation, the vial resting on his desk like a precious burden. He could feel the weight of history pressing upon him, the echoes of those who had come before, the founders, the heroes, the fallen. He thought of the lives at stake, the friends he had already lost, and the countless others who would suffer if he failed to act. Days passed, and Dumbledore kept the vial close, pondering the right moment to use its power. He could feel the alchemical energy pulsing within it, a temptation that whispered promises of victory and strength. But he remained resolute, refusing to allow the allure of power to dictate his actions. It was during a meeting with the Order of the Phoenix that Dumbledore finally shared his decision. The room was filled with familiar faces: Minerva McGonagall, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, and others, each of them looking to him for guidance. He explained the existence of the elixir and the potential it held, but he also conveyed the dangers that accompanied it. "I believe we are at a turning point," Dumbledore said, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "If we are to confront Voldemort and his Death Eaters, we need every advantage we can muster. However, I will not act without the counsel and support of all of you." A murmur of concern rippled through the group. "Albus, are you certain about this?" McGonagall asked, her brow furrowed with worry. "Power like that, it can change you. We must tread carefully." "Indeed," Dumbledore replied, his gaze unwavering, "but we have already lost too much to inaction. This war will only escalate, and I fear for the safety of our world if we do not take bold steps. I will be cautious, and I will not use it lightly." As the discussions continued, Dumbledore felt the weight of their concerns, but he also felt a surge of determination. He could not allow fear to rule his decisions. The lives of countless witches and wizards were at stake, and he was willing to embrace the risk if it meant protecting them. The day of reckoning arrived sooner than expected. Voldemort's forces launched a surprise attack on a Muggle village, leaving devastation in their wake. Dumbledore felt the urgency in his bones as he gathered the Order, preparing to confront the darkness that threatened to engulf them. In the midst of the chaos, Dumbledore stood at the forefront of the battle, the vial clutched tightly in his hand. The cries of the innocent echoed in his ears, fueling his resolve. He could not let fear or doubt hold him back any longer. This was his moment to act. As the battle raged around him, Dumbledore uncorked the vial and raised it to his lips. The liquid shimmered like molten gold, a promise of power that surged through him as he swallowed it down. Almost immediately he felt the effects. the rush of energy coursing through his veins, amplifying his magic in ways he had never imagined. "Fawkes now," he called, summoning his faithful phoenix to his side. The bird appeared in a burst of flames, soaring high above the battlefield, its song piercing through the noise of combat. With renewed strength, Dumbledore raised his wand, casting spells that lit up the night with brilliant flashes of light. The tide of the battle began to shift. He felt the warmth of the elixir empowering him, heightening his senses and sharpening his focus. Dumbledore moved with agility and precision, each spell a testament to the mastery he had honed over the years. He was not just a protector now, he was a force of nature. But as the battle wore on, Dumbledore felt something else stirring within him, a flicker of darkness that tugged at edges of his consciousness. The price of the elixir was beginning to reveal itself, and with each spell he cast, he sensed the shadows reaching out, whispering temptations of power and control. He fought against it, grappling with the knowledge that he had unleashed something potent and dangerous. "Stand strong," Dumbledore called to the Order, his voice echoing over the fray. "We fight for those who cannot defend themselves. Remember your purpose." With each passing moment he struggled to maintain his focus, to keep the darkness at bay. He could feel the essence of Ravenclaw flowing through him, the echoes of knowledge and wisdom battling against the encroaching shadows. He would not allow the darkness to consume him, not when so much was at stake. As the last of the Death Eaters fell and the battle began to subside, Dumbledore stood amidst the remnants of chaos, panting and disoriented. He had succeeded in driving back Voldemort's forces, but the elixir had taken its toll. He could feel the lingering effects, the exhaustion, the weight of his actions. In the days that followed, Dumbledore struggled to reconcile the power he had wielded and the darkness it had awakened within him. The victory was bittersweet, overshadowed by the knowledge that he had tampered with forces beyond his control. While he had emerged as a protector, he could not shake the fear of what he had become, nor could he ignore the potential consequences of his choices. Gathering the Order once more, Dumbledore spoke openly about the challenges they faced, the burdens of power, and the importance of love and unity. "We have triumphed today, but we must remain vigilant," he urged. "Power is a tool, but it can just as easily be a weapon. We must use it wisely, always remembering the cost of our choices." As the members of the Order listened, Dumbledore felt the shadows begin to recede. They were bound together by their shared purpose, their love for one another, and their commitment to the greater good. It was in that unity that true strength lay, not in the dark allure of power, but in the bonds they had forged. With renewed resolve, Dumbledore vowed to honor the legacy of Ravenclaw, and to wield the knowledge he had gained with humility and grace. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but together they would face the darkness, lighting the way forward with the enduring flame of hope. Story 33. The Deathly Mark. The chill of winter had settled over Hogwarts, wrapping the castle in a thick blanket of snow and ice. Albus Dumbledore walked the ancient corridors, his mind heavy with thoughts of the growing darkness outside the castle walls. The whispers of Voldemort's return had become increasingly loud, and a sense of foreboding hung in the air like an impending storm. It was a time when shadows crept closer, threatening to consume the light, and Dumbledore felt the weight of responsibility bearing down upon him. On this particular evening, a somber atmosphere enveloped the great hall as the students dined quietly, their laughter muted. Dumbledore sat at the staff table, observing their faces, noting the tension and unease that had settled among them. The Triwizard Tournament had come and gone, but its aftermath had left scars. He sensed that the uncertainty had seeped into the very essence of the school, and it troubled him deeply. His thoughts were interrupted when a soft but urgent voice called to him from the far end of the hall. "Headmaster, come quickly." It was Severus Snape, his face pale and eyes wide with alarm. Dumbledore rose immediately, a sense of dread gripping his heart as he made his way towards Snape. "What is it, Severus?" "We've received reports," Snape said, his voice low but steady, "of a dark mark being summoned in Hogsmeade. Several students were in the area, and they witnessed it." Dumbledore's heart sank. The dark mark, Voldemort's calling card, was a terrifying symbol of death and terror, and its appearance signaled the resurgence of the Death Eaters. "We must gather the order," Dumbledore replied, urgency lacing his words. "If the dark mark has reappeared, we must ascertain the situation immediately." Within moments, Dumbledore and Snape had gathered a small contingent of the Order of the Phoenix, including Minerva McGonagall, Remus Lupin, and Arthur Weasley. The atmosphere was charged with tension as they prepared to leave the safety of Hogwarts for the uncertainty of Hogsmeade. Dumbledore could feel the weight of the past pressing down on him, the echoes of battles fought and lives lost in the fight against Voldemort. Arriving in Hogsmeade, the air was thick with unease. The streets, usually bustling with students and villagers, were eerily quiet. Shops stood darkened, their windows shuttered, as if the very town had held its breath in anticipation of something dreadful. Dumbledore's eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of danger or disturbance. As they approached the village square, a gathering of witches and wizards had formed, their faces etched with fear and confusion. The crowd parted as Dumbledore and his companions moved through, drawn toward a cluster of students who stood frozen in place, eyes wide with shock. "Over here," one of the students, a young Gryffindor named Lee Jordan, stammered, pointing to the sky. Dumbledore followed his gaze, and a cold shiver ran down his spine. High above the village, the dark mark twisted ominously in the sky, a swirling mass of green smoke shaped like a skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth. The sight was horrifying, a vivid reminder of the terror that Voldemort and his followers had once unleashed upon the wizarding world. The mark pulsed with a life of its own, sending ripples of dread through Dumbledore's heart. "It's a sign," shouted one of the villagers, panic rising in her voice. "They've returned. The Death Eaters are back." Dumbledore felt the weight of the moment settle around him. The fear that had gripped the wizarding world was manifesting before his eyes, and he knew that Voldemort's influence was seeping into the very fabric of society once more. "We must calm them," he instructed, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "We cannot allow fear to take hold." Dumbledore stepped forward, raising his hands to quiet the crowd. "Friends, please, I understand your fear, but we must remain strong. This mark does not signal the end. It signals that we must stand together. Fear is a powerful weapon, but it is one we can counter with unity and resolve." His words were met with a mixture of skepticism and hope. Minerva stepped up beside him, her expression fierce. "Dumbledore is right. We have faced darkness before, and we will face it again, but we will do so together." As the crowd began to murmur, Dumbledore focused on the dark mark above them, the sense of dread growing heavier. He could feel the pull of magic, dark and potent, and he knew that this moment was a turning point. They were not just witnesses to Voldemort's resurgence, they were participants in a battle that was shaping the future of their world. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the tension, drawing everyone's attention toward the edge of the village. A figure emerged from the shadows, stumbling forward with a look of terror on his face. It was a young wizard, his robes torn and bloodied. "Help! They attacked us," he cried, collapsing to the ground. Dumbledore rushed to his side, kneeling beside the boy. "What happened?" he asked urgently. "They came out of nowhere," the boy gasped, his voice trembling. "They were wearing masks. They shouted about the Dark Lord's return and attacked everyone. I barely escaped." Dumbledore's heart sank further, the reality of the situation settling in. Voldemort's followers were actively targeting wizards and muggles alike, sowing chaos and fear. This was a coordinated effort, a sign that the Dark Lord was regaining strength and confidence. "Severus," Dumbledore called, looking toward Snape. "Gather a group from the Order. We need to track down the Death Eaters and put a stop to this before it escalates." Snape nodded, his expression serious. "I'll rally the others and start the search. We won't let them terrorize our community." As Snape moved off to gather reinforcements, Dumbledore turned back to the crowd, which had begun to disperse. "Return to your homes, but remain vigilant. If you see anything suspicious, report it immediately. We will protect you." With that, he felt the weight of leadership pressed down on him anew. The dark mark, once a symbol of fear and despair, was now a rallying point for resistance. It reminded him that Voldemort's influence was not merely a spectre from the past. It was a living, breathing threat that demanded courage and action. As the villagers retreated, murmuring among themselves, Dumbledore felt a sense of urgency wash over him. The fight against Voldemort was far from over, and this was only the beginning of a long, difficult struggle. The scars of the past still lingered, but they also served as reminders of resilience. Gathering his thoughts, Dumbledore resolved to lead with hope and determination. He would not allow fear to paralyze him or those he cared for. They had faced darkness before, and they could do so again. The power of unity and love would guide them through the challenges ahead. As he looked up at the dark mark still swirling in the night sky, Dumbledore knew that the battle for the future of the wizarding world was upon them. But he also knew that as long as there were those willing to stand together, to fight against the darkness, there was still hope. And hope, he reminded himself, was the most powerful magic of all. Story 34. The Dragon and the Phoenix. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the lush landscape of the wizarding world, as Albus Dumbledore strode purposefully through the sprawling grounds of the International Magical Council's headquarters. It was a prestigious gathering of magical leaders from across the globe, all summoned for an urgent diplomatic mission that threatened to spiral into chaos. At the heart of the turmoil lay a conflict between two powerful magical creatures, a dragon and a phoenix, each representing strength and rebirth, but now locked in a fierce struggle that threatened to disrupt the fragile peace in the magical community. Dumbledore had long been an advocate for understanding and cooperation among magical beings, and this situation required his expertise. As he entered the ornate meeting chamber, he was greeted by the murmurs of delegates, their faces etched with concern. The walls were adorned with tapestries depicting legendary battles and ancient alliances, a testament to the power struggles that had shaped their world. He could feel the tension in the air, a palpable reminder of the stakes at hand. "Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore," greeted an imposing figure at the center of the table, Minister of Magic for France, an older wizard with a grizzled beard and a commanding presence. "Thank you for joining us. We were beginning to fear the worst. The dragon and the phoenix are both formidable creatures, and their conflict has already resulted in significant losses." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "I understand the urgency of the situation, and I assure you, I will do everything in my power to broker peace. However, I must first gather as much information as possible. What has prompted this conflict?" The minister gestured to a map spread out on the table detailing the regions claimed by both creatures. "The dragon, a formidable beast named Aegon, resides in the mountains of the Eastern Territory, while the phoenix, known as Seraphine, has made her home in the sacred grove to the west. Recently, a dispute arose over a sacred spring, believed to hold powerful magical properties. Both creatures claim it as their right to protect and use it, and tensions have escalated to open confrontation." Dumbledore studied the map carefully, his mind racing with possibilities. Dragons and phoenixes were not only rare but steeped in magic, each holding a vital place in the ecosystem of magical creatures. Their conflict could lead to a catastrophic imbalance if left unchecked. We must approach this delicately. Both creatures possess immense power and pride, and neither will yield easily without a compelling reason to do so. With the delegates agreeing, Dumbledore prepared to travel to the contested area, accompanied by a select group of diplomats. The journey through the lush forests and over rugged terrain was quiet, each member lost in their thoughts as they contemplated the enormity of the task ahead. Dumbledore felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The balance between two such powerful beings was precarious, and he knew that he would need to rely on his experience, wisdom, and perhaps a touch of luck. Upon reaching the sacred grove, Dumbledore was struck by the ethereal beauty of the place. The air was alive with magic, shimmering leaves dancing in the breeze. He could see the spring at the center, its waters sparkling in the sunlight, radiating a warmth that felt welcoming yet tinged with tension. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a deafening roar. Aegon the dragon descended from the mountains, his massive form casting a shadow over the grove. The ground trembled beneath him as he landed, his scales glistening like molten gold. Dumbledore raised a hand to signal the diplomats to remain calm, though he felt a surge of energy radiating from the dragon. "Who dares to intrude upon my territory?" Aegon bellowed, his voice a rumble that echoed through the grove. "This spring is mine. The phoenix has no claim to it." Before Dumbledore could respond, a brilliant flash of flame erupted in the sky, and Seraphine, the phoenix, soared into view. Her vibrant feathers shimmered with hues of red and gold, a breathtaking sight that contrasted sharply with Aegon's imposing figure. She landed gracefully beside the spring, her presence radiating serenity. "This spring is sacred, Aegon," she declared, her voice melodious yet firm. "You cannot simply claim it as yours without regard for the balance of our world. The magic here sustains us both." Dumbledore stepped forward, his calm demeanor a contrast to the rising tension. "Aegon, Seraphine, I implore you both to listen. I am here to mediate this conflict and find a way forward that honors both of your needs. This spring is a source of life and magic for both of you, and we must work together to protect it." Aegon snorted, smoke curling from his nostrils. What can a mere human offer that will satisfy a dragon's need for power? Dumbledore met Aegon's fiery gaze with unyielding resolve. "I am not here to undermine your strength, Aegon. I recognize your power and the rightful place you hold in this world, but power without wisdom leads to destruction. If you continue this fight, you risk harming not only yourselves but also the magic that binds us all together." Seraphine fluttered her wings, her voice softer but no less determined. "Dumbledore speaks the truth. We are guardians of this realm, yet we are also part of a greater whole. If we do not learn to coexist, we will both suffer." The dragon and phoenix exchanged glances, and for a moment Dumbledore could see the flicker of uncertainty in their eyes. He sensed that they were both willing to listen, but needed more than mere words. They required a demonstration of cooperation, something that could illustrate the potential of unity. "Let us perform a test," Dumbledore suggested, an idea forming in his mind. "If you both agree to set aside your differences for a moment, we can create a representation of your combined magic, a shared manifestation of the power that lies within this grove. If successful, it may show the strength of cooperation and how much more can be achieved together." Aegon tilted his head, considering. "And what would you have us do, human?" "Together, you can combine your magic to create a protective barrier around this grove, one that will shield it from any outside threats," Dumbledore explained. "By intertwining your powers, you will forge a bond that showcases your strengths." Seraphine's eyes sparkled with interest. "It is a worthy idea, Aegon. It would allow us to safeguard the spring while demonstrating our ability to work together." Aegon snorted, but the fierce glint in his eyes was less hostile now. "Very well, but if I do this, it will be on my terms." "Agreed," Dumbledore replied, a sense of hope blossoming in his chest. "Now focus on your respective strengths, channeling your magic toward the center of the spring." The two majestic creatures moved closer, their energies swirling around them like an ethereal dance. Dumbledore watched in awe as Aegon summoned flames, vibrant and fierce, while Seraphine drew forth a shimmering light that radiated warmth and life. As they began to intertwine their powers, the air crackled with energy, and Dumbledore felt the magic pulsating around him. With a final flourish, Aegon unleashed a torrent of flame into the spring, while Seraphine released her radiant light. The two forces collided, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. A blinding light erupted from the spring, casting a beautiful array of colors that painted the grove in an otherworldly glow. When the light faded, Dumbledore and the assembled diplomats gazed in astonishment at the barrier that now surrounded the grove. It shimmered with both the vibrant colors of fire and the soft hues of light, a testament to the strength of unity. The barrier sparkled with a life of its own, radiating a powerful magic that protected the sacred spring and created a sense of harmony in the air. Aegon and Seraphine turned to one another, their expressions softening as they beheld the result of their combined magic. "It seems we are capable of creating something beautiful together," Aegon admitted, a hint of awe in his voice. "Yes," Seraphine replied, her eyes gleaming. "Perhaps there is more to gain from collaboration than we realized." Dumbledore stepped forward, his heart swelling with pride. "What you have created here is a powerful symbol. Together you have shown that cooperation can lead to greater strength and resilience. This is what we must strive for, not just as individuals but as guardians of our world." As the two creatures nodded in agreement, Dumbledore felt a sense of relief wash over him. The rift between them had been bridged, and they had forged a connection that transcended their differences. The dark mark that had loomed over Hogsmeade was no longer just a symbol of fear. It was a reminder of the strength found in unity. As the night deepened, Dumbledore knew that the challenges ahead would not be easily resolved. Voldemort's influence still loomed large, and the threat of conflict would persist. But in that moment, standing amidst the harmony created by the dragon and the phoenix, he felt a flicker of hope. Together they had demonstrated that even the deepest divides could be overcome, and it was this hope that would guide him as he continued to fight against the darkness threatening to engulf their world. Story 35. The Mirror's Reflection. The dimly lit corridors of Hogwarts had an air of nostalgia, each step echoing the countless memories etched into its stone walls. Albus Dumbledore walked with purpose, the familiar path leading him to a place he had not visited in years, the room that housed the Mirror of Erised. The mirror was said to reveal the deepest desires of the heart, reflecting not what was, but what could have been. It was a dangerous artifact, one that could ensnare the unwary in dreams of unattainable wishes. As he approached the door, Dumbledore felt a flutter of apprehension stir within him. He had long since learned the dangers of obsession and desire, having witnessed the way the mirror had consumed those who gazed into its depths. Yet something compelled him to return. Perhaps it was the weight of his choices, the burdens of leadership, or the ever-looming shadow of Voldemort that prompted him to seek solace in the mirror's gaze. The door creaked open, revealing the familiar chamber, dimly lit and cloaked in an air of mystery. There it stood, the Mirror of Erised, its surface gleaming softly in the flickering light. Dumbledore approached cautiously, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He had always maintained that the mirror showed nothing more than illusions, reflections of unattainable dreams, but he could not shake the feeling that tonight would be different. Taking a deep breath, he stepped in front of the mirror, allowing himself a moment to gather his thoughts. The glass shimmered, the surface swirling as if alive. Slowly, images began to form, and Dumbledore braced himself for the familiar scene of his long-lost family, the vision of his mother and brother that had haunted his dreams for so long. But as the image coalesced, he felt his breath catch in his throat. Instead of the warm glow of his family, he saw a different scene unfold. There, reflected in the glass, stood a version of himself, a younger Dumbledore, full of vigor and hope. But he was not alone. Beside him stood a woman, radiant and wise, her laughter echoing through the chamber. It was Gellert Grindelwald, a figure from his past, but not the dark wizard he had become. Instead, they appeared as companions, sharing dreams and ambitions, bound by their vision of a united magical world. The sight was both familiar and unsettling. Dumbledore watched as the younger versions of himself and Grindelwald plotted under a starry sky, discussing ideas of freedom and power, the ideals they had once shared. But the scene shifted, revealing the fateful moment that had shattered their bond, the duel, the betrayal, the deep-seated regret that followed. "Why do you linger here?" the reflection of his younger self asked, turning to face the older Dumbledore. "Why have you not sought what we once dreamed?" Dumbledore felt a pang of sorrow, recognizing the unfulfilled potential of his past self. "I have chosen a different path," he replied, his voice steady but filled with longing. "I have sought to protect others, to prevent the darkness we once embraced from consuming the world." "But at what cost?" the reflection pressed, the voice echoing with both challenge and truth. "You have turned away from your own desires, from the very essence of what you wished to achieve. The power we sought could have brought about great change, yet you now walk the path of compromise." The words stung, forcing Dumbledore to confront the choices he had made. He had dedicated his life to the protection of the wizarding world, yet in doing so, he had buried his own aspirations and dreams. The pursuit of power and knowledge had become entwined with his sense of duty, and he had convinced himself that sacrifice was necessary for the greater good. Is it wrong to seek power if it is used to protect? Dumbledore mused, the question hanging heavily in the air. I have sought to use my knowledge for the benefit of others, not for personal gain. The younger Dumbledore smiled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Ah, but power is seductive, Albus. It is not the desire for power that corrupts, but the unwillingness to embrace it. You have turned your back on what we could have accomplished together. The world is not as simple as you wish it to be. As the images danced in front of him, Dumbledore felt a mix of emotions rise within him: regret, longing, and an overwhelming sense of loss. He had once believed in a vision, a world where wizards and muggles could coexist, where knowledge was not hoarded but shared freely. Yet in the pursuit of that dream he had made choices that had cost him dearly: friendships lost, a path diverged, and the haunting weight of failure. I cannot ignore the consequences of my choices, Dumbledore said softly, his voice tinged with sadness. I have lost too much. I cannot allow my desires to lead me astray again. The reflection in the mirror shifted once more, and Dumbledore found himself staring into the eyes of Gellert Grindelwald, their youthful enthusiasm replaced by an unsettling intensity. And what of the sacrifices you ask of others, Albus? Is it not selfish to deny your own potential while pushing them toward greatness? You have the power to change the course of history, yet you stand aside, burdened by guilt. Dumbledore felt the weight of those words like a physical blow. He had always thought himself unworthy of the power he once sought, believing it too great a risk. But now, standing before his own reflection, he began to question whether that fear had held him back from truly embracing the legacy of his family, the potential that lay dormant within him. Suddenly the mirror flickered, and the images began to dissolve into a swirling mist. Dumbledore felt a pang of desperation. Wait, show me more. I must understand. But the mirror's magic was not so easily tamed. The vision faded, leaving Dumbledore standing alone in the chamber, the reflections of his desires now just echoes in the silence. He stepped back, taking a moment to regain his composure, his heart racing with the weight of realization. In that moment of clarity, Dumbledore understood that the path forward was not one of denying his desires, but rather one of reconciliation. He could embrace his ambitions, merge them with his sense of duty, and seek a way to lead that honored both. He needed to recognize the power of choice, and the importance of using that power to uplift others, not just to protect them. With a newfound determination, Dumbledore turned away from the mirror. He could not change the past, but he could shape the future. He would honor the ideals of his youth while ensuring that the mistakes of the past did not dictate his path. It was time to embrace both sides of his identity, the protector and the visionary. As he made his way back through the corridors of Hogwarts, Dumbledore felt a sense of purpose reignite within him. He would seek to unite the wizarding community, to harness the power of love and understanding in the fight against darkness. He could be the leader they needed, one who was not afraid to embrace his own desires while guiding others toward a brighter future. The Mirror of Erised had shown him more than just a reflection. It had unveiled the complexities of his heart and the depth of his ambitions. As he stepped into the light of the castle, Dumbledore felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with the knowledge that both dreams and duty could coexist in harmony. He was Albus Dumbledore, the protector, the teacher, and now the heir to a vision that would lead the wizarding world toward unity and hope. Story 36. The Dark Legacy of Durmstrang. The icy winds howled through the towering pines that surrounded the Durmstrang Institute, their branches creaking under the weight of fresh snow. Albus Dumbledore stepped off the carriage, his breath visible in the frigid air. The imposing stone structure loomed before him, its dark facade a testament to the secrecy and intensity of the school it housed. Dumbledore had been invited to speak on the rising tensions within the magical community, but he felt an unsettling premonition, a whisper of darkness that clung to the very walls of Durmstrang. As he ascended the steps, the ornate door creaked open, revealing a grand entrance hall lined with banners that bore the emblem of the school, a fierce-looking dragon. The atmosphere inside was thick with anticipation, and Dumbledore could feel the weight of many eyes upon him. He had always been drawn to the complexities of magical education, but there was something about Durmstrang that unstemmed him. Its history was marred by shadows, particularly those connected to Gellert Grindelwald, a former student whose ambitions had plunged the wizarding world into chaos. "Welcome, Professor Dumbledore," greeted the headmaster of Durmstrang, a tall man with a heavy brow and piercing eyes that seemed to appraise Dumbledore with every passing second. "I am Victor Krum, the headmaster of this esteemed institution. Thank you for accepting our invitation." "Thank you for having me, Headmaster Krum," Dumbledore replied, extending his hand. "I appreciate the opportunity to address the concerns that have arisen among your students and faculty." Krum led Dumbledore through the hall, their footsteps echoing on the cold stone floor. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters, each bearing an intensity that seemed to breathe life into the darkened room. As they walked, Dumbledore felt the eyes of the portraits following him, and he couldn't shake the feeling that their gazes held a warning. Once they arrived in the expansive great hall, Dumbledore took a moment to observe the students gathered there. They were a mix of ages, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity and skepticism. Whispers filled the air, snippets of conversation punctuated by laughter, but there was an undercurrent of tension that permeated the room. It was clear that not all was well within these walls. "Please, Professor, share your wisdom with us," Krum said, gesturing for Dumbledore to take the podium at the head of the hall. Dumbledore approached, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. "Thank you, Headmaster. Students of Durmstrang faculty, esteemed guests," he began, his voice resonating through the hall. "I stand before you today not only as a headmaster, but as a concerned member of our magical community. Tensions have risen, and it is imperative that we confront the shadows that linger over our world." As he spoke, he sensed the students leaning in, their attention captured by the gravity of his words. Fear is a powerful force that can distort our perception and lead us down a path of division and conflict. We must remember that the strength of our community lies in our ability to unite, to embrace our differences, and to find common ground. Dumbledore paused, scanning the faces before him, searching for any signs of resistance or dissent. However, it is equally important to acknowledge the history that binds us. Durmstrang has a rich legacy, but it is also intertwined with darker moments, particularly during the rise of Gellert Grindelwald. A murmur rippled through the hall at the mention of Grindelwald's name. Dumbledore pressed on, feeling the weight of his own past intermingled with that of his former friend. Many of you may not be aware, but Grindelwald was once a student here. His ambitions and ideologies, though alluring to some, led to devastation and suffering. We must learn from those who came before us. We cannot allow the allure of power to cloud our judgment. As Dumbledore's words echoed through the hall, he noticed a flicker of movement at the back of the room. A group of students, their expressions defiant, exchanged glances filled with skepticism. Dumbledore recognized the signs of resistance, those who clung to the allure of power and prestige, perhaps inspired by the shadows of the past. One of the students, a tall girl with striking silver hair, stood up. "What do you know of our school's legacy, Professor? You speak of shadows, but you know nothing of the strength we draw from our history. Durmstrang has produced some of the greatest wizards. Strength without understanding can lead to destruction," Dumbledore countered gently. "I do not doubt the talents and abilities of the students here. However, we must be vigilant against the echoes of the past, lest we repeat the mistakes of those who sought power for their own ends." The girl scoffed, crossing her arms. "So what are we to do? Abandon our traditions? Deny our heritage? Dumbledore recognized the challenge in her words, and he took a moment to respond thoughtfully. Embracing your heritage does not mean blind allegiance to its darkest chapters. It means learning from them, understanding that every great legacy has its shadows, and that it is our responsibility to eliminate them. As the discussion unfolded, Dumbledore could feel the tension in the room. Some students leaned closer, intrigued by his perspective, while others bristled at the notion of challenging their traditions. The headmaster sensed that this division was not merely academic, it ran deep, entwined with the very identity of the school. After the gathering, Krum approached Dumbledore, his expression pensive. "You handled that well, Albus." But the divide runs deep here. Many students are resistant to change, especially those who idolize Grindelwald's ideals. Dumbledore nodded, recognizing the truth in Kroom's words. It is a delicate balance. Ideals of strength and ambition can easily morph into something more insidious if left unchecked. We must encourage an environment of open dialogue, where the shadows of the past can be examined rather than glorified. As they continued to discuss the challenges facing Durmstrang, Dumbledore felt a gnawing sensation in his gut. He had always believed in the importance of confronting darkness, yet he wondered if the battle was truly within the walls of the school, or if it extended far beyond them. Later that evening, as Dumbledore sat in his quarters, poring over historical texts about Durmstrang, he stumbled upon a passage that sent a shiver down his spine. It detailed the school's founding, highlighting the ambition of its founders to create a powerful institution that could rival Hogwarts. But it also mentioned a secret society within Durmstrang, a group that had sought to harness dark magic, believing that the ends justified the means. The pieces began to fall into place. Grindelwald had been influenced not only by his own ideals but also by the remnants of this dark legacy. Dumbledore realized that his mission was not just to address the current tensions, but to uncover and confront the hidden influences that still lingered within the school. The following day, Dumbledore convened a meeting with Kroom and a select group of students. He shared his findings about the secret society and the potential connections it had to Grindelwald's rise. The room was charged with energy as students exchanged uneasy glances, their previous bravado now tempered by the weight of history. "We cannot ignore the past," Dumbledore said, his voice steady. "We must confront these shadows together. This is not just about the legacy of Durmstrang, it is about the future of our world. If we allow the allure of power to blind us, we risk repeating the mistakes that led to Grindelwald's downfall." The silver-haired girl from before spoke up, her tone softer now. "But how can we change? How can we honor our school without succumbing to the same darkness?" Dumbledore smiled gently. "By embracing knowledge and understanding, by forging connections with those who share your values and aspirations for a better world, you have the power to shape the future of Durmstrang, to create a legacy that stands for unity, cooperation, and compassion." As the students began to engage in meaningful discussions, Dumbledore felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Perhaps there was a way to bridge the divide, to transform the narrative that had long haunted Durmstrang. The shadows would not vanish overnight, but the seeds of change had been planted. In the days that followed, Dumbledore worked closely with the students and faculty to create a curriculum that emphasized the importance of ethical magic, the dangers of ambition without responsibility, and the need for understanding among different magical communities. He encouraged dialogue, inviting students to explore their own histories while acknowledging the lessons of the past. As he prepared to leave Durmstrang, Dumbledore looked out over the snow-dusted grounds, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He had confronted the shadows, challenged the ideals that had long divided the school, and helped to foster a newfound sense of unity. The road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but he believed in the power of knowledge, understanding, and the capacity for change. Durmstrang had a rich history, one filled with both light and darkness, but Dumbledore was determined to help them navigate that legacy with wisdom and courage. With a final wave to the students who had gathered to bid him farewell, Dumbledore stepped back into the carriage, ready to continue his journey. The darkness of the wizarding world was vast, but he had seen the light of hope flicker within the hearts of those willing to embrace it. Together, they would forge a new path, one that honored the past while reaching boldly into the future. Story 37. The Silent Oath. The air was thick with tension at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as the first signs of winter crept into the castle. The leaves had turned to shades of amber and gold, and a crisp chill settled in, heralding the arrival of snow. Albus Dumbledore stood in his office, looking out over the grounds, lost in thought. It had been a week since the tragic accident that had left a student injured, a young Gryffindor named Emily, who had been attempting a complex charm that had gone horribly wrong. Despite the best efforts of Madame Pomfrey, the injury had left the girl with lingering effects, an unexpected setback that weighed heavily on Dumbledore's heart. He had been present at the scene, and the chaos of the moment haunted him still. As the headmaster, he had always felt responsible for the safety and well-being of his students, but this incident had shaken him to his core. The laughter and joy that typically echoed through the castle felt muted, replaced by whispers and worried glances. Dumbledore turned from the window, the heavy silence in his office pressing down upon him. He felt the need to take action, but what could he do? The atmosphere at Hogwarts had become fraught with tension, students avoiding each other and teachers looking on with concern. The incident had ignited fear, and whispers of blame circulated like shadows, creeping into the hearts of even the most steadfast. After much contemplation, Dumbledore made a decision. He would take a vow of silence, an act of atonement and reflection. He believed that through silence he could offer the school the chance to heal, to come together in unity, and to focus on what truly mattered, the well-being of the students. He wrote a letter to the staff, explaining his decision, and prepared to uphold the vow starting the following day. When the sun rose over Hogwarts, Dumbledore felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He walked through the hallways, observing the students as they went about their morning routines. Yet, as he moved among them, he could sense the unease in the air. Conversations hushed when he passed, eyes darted away, and an unsettling tension settled like a heavy fog. The usual warmth of the school felt replaced by an undercurrent of anxiety, as if the accident had not only affected Emily, but had also seeped into the very fabric of the castle itself. During breakfast in the Great Hall, the usual chatter was conspicuously absent. Dumbledore entered, his presence commanding yet somber, and took his seat at the head table. The staff exchanged worried glances, and the students were noticeably quieter, their forks clinking against plates, creating a stark contrast to the usual symphony of laughter and conversation. As he surveyed the room, Dumbledore noticed Harry Potter and his friends at the Gryffindor table. Harry's brow was furrowed, and he leaned in close to Hermione and Ron, speaking in hushed tones. The trio often seemed to embody the spirit of Hogwarts, but today they looked troubled, their eyes flickering to Dumbledore as he settled into his seat. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a parchment and quill, carefully writing out a message for the students. He knew that communication was essential, even in silence. He wanted to reassure them that he was still present, still watching over them, even if he could not speak. The note read, "Dear students, I have taken a vow of silence in reflection of the recent events. I urge you to support one another and to remember the importance of compassion and understanding in our community. Yours, Albus Dumbledore." The parchment floated gently down to the center of the great hall, where it caught the attention of students and staff alike. Dumbledore watched as they read the message, the initial confusion giving way to understanding. There was a mix of emotions in the hall, curiosity, concern, and a flicker of hope. The silence was a reminder of the gravity of the situation, but it was also an opportunity for healing. As the days passed, Dumbledore remained steadfast in his vow. He moved through the castle, attending classes and observing interactions between students. He noticed how some students had drawn closer, supporting one another in the aftermath of the accident, while others remained distant, still grappling with fear and uncertainty. The silence became a catalyst for reflection, allowing him to witness the impact of the accident from a different perspective. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Hermione, and Ron often spoke about Dumbledore's vow. "He must feel terrible about what happened," Hermione mused, her brow furrowed. "Taking a vow of silence is a huge step. It's like he's trying to atone for something he couldn't control," Ron added, shaking his head. "But it's making things worse. People are scared, and not having Dumbledore's voice is strange. Maybe it's a way for him to encourage us to talk about it," Harry suggested, looking pensive. "To confront our fears together. Dumbledore always finds a way to guide us, even when he's silent." Dumbledore appreciated the conversations he overheard, realizing that his vow was prompting introspection among the students. They were beginning to voice their fears and uncertainties, sharing their thoughts and emotions instead of bottling them up. However, he also sensed the underlying tension and anxiety that lingered in the castle. Some students were still hesitant to speak openly, fearing judgment or blame. One evening, while wandering the corridors, Dumbledore was drawn to the Room of Requirement, a place he had always found to be a sanctuary of sorts. As he entered, he was greeted by a surprising sight. A group of students gathered in a circle, their faces animated as they discussed the accident. They were sharing their feelings, their fears, and their hopes. Dumbledore stood quietly at the back, observing the catharsis unfolding before him. Among the students was Emily, the girl who had been injured. She sat with her friends, a supportive circle surrounding her. Dumbledore felt a surge of warmth at the sight. It was a testament to the resilience of youth. "I thought I was going to die," Emily admitted, her voice trembling. "But being here with all of you, I know I can get through this." Another student chimed in, "We need to talk about what happened, not hide from it. If we don't, it'll just keep haunting us." Dumbledore felt a swell of pride as he listened to their words. They were beginning to understand the importance of vulnerability and connection. He took a step forward, allowing his presence to be felt without speaking, and the room fell silent as they turned to him, their eyes wide with curiosity and respect. As he made his way back to his office, Dumbledore reflected on the journey they had taken since the accident. The silence he had embraced had sparked conversations, healing and understanding among the students. He had hoped to inspire compassion and unity, and he believed that he was witnessing the beginnings of just that. but the shadows of doubt still lingered in the corners of his mind. Was it enough? Would this newfound sense of community endure, or would it crumble under the pressures of fear and uncertainty? He knew he could not carry the weight of the world alone, but he also understood that he could not shy away from confronting the darkness that loomed over them. The next morning, Dumbledore made his way to the Great Hall once more, his heart set on ending his vow of silence. He had seen the resilience of the students, the way they had begun to unite in the face of adversity. It was time to speak, to share his thoughts, and to reassure them that they were not alone. As he entered the hall, he felt a palpable energy shift. Students looked up from their meals, anticipation hanging in the air. Dumbledore approached the podium, and with a deep breath, he prepared to break his silence. "Dear students," he began, his voice resonant and clear, "I stand before you not just as your headmaster, but as a fellow member of our community. My vow of silence was an attempt to reflect upon the recent events, and to honor the journey we have all embarked upon together." The hall fell silent, students leaning forward, eager to hear what he had to say. "We have faced darkness, fear, and uncertainty, but through it all, I have witnessed your strength and resilience. It is in moments of hardship that we discover who we truly are, and I have seen you rise to the occasion, supporting one another in ways that inspire hope." Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping across the hall, meeting the eyes of students who had once been silent. "We must continue to confront our fears, to share our struggles and triumphs, for it is in unity that we find our greatest strength. Remember, no one is alone in this fight. We are stronger together." As he concluded, a wave of applause erupted in the hall, students clapping in support of Dumbledore's words. He felt a rush of warmth, a reminder that his silence had not been in vain. It had catalyzed a change, encouraging the very essence of Hogwarts to shine through the darkness. The journey ahead would still be fraught with challenges, but Dumbledore now knew that they would face it together, united in their shared purpose and strengthened by the bonds they had formed. And as he looked out over the faces of his students, he felt a renewed sense of hope, a flickering light in the shadows that promised a brighter future for them all. Story 38. The Magic of Forgiveness. The sun was setting over the village of Godric's Hollow, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Albus Dumbledore stood in front of the familiar, weathered building that had once been a place of warmth and family, but now felt cold and distant. It had been decades since he had last seen his brother, Aberforth, and the weight of their estrangement hung heavily on his heart. Dumbledore had often thought of Aberforth over the years, their lives diverging in ways that had left scars. They had once been inseparable as children, sharing laughter and dreams under the expansive skies of their childhood. But the tragic loss of their sister, Ariana, had cast a dark shadow over their family, fracturing the bond between the two brothers. Guilt and resentment had seeped into their relationship, driving a wedge that had grown deeper with each passing year. Tonight, however, he felt a pull to mend the rift that had grown between them. The recent events in the wizarding world, the rise of Voldemort, the loss of friends, and the burden of leadership had made him reconsider the importance of family and forgiveness. Dumbledore understood that time was precious, and the magic of forgiveness was often the most powerful form of healing. With a determined breath, Dumbledore knocked on the door. The sound echoed in the stillness, and he felt a flutter of nervous anticipation. He could almost hear the echoes of their childhood laughter, but it was quickly overshadowed by the reality of their fractured relationship. After a long pause, the door creaked open, revealing Aberforth, his face weathered and lined with the weight of years gone by. "Albus," Aberforth said, his voice a mixture of surprise and guardedness. "What brings you here after all this time?" "I wanted to talk," Dumbledore replied, his heart racing. "May I come in?" Aberforth hesitated, the tension between them palpable, but finally stepped aside, allowing Dumbledore to enter. The interior of the pub was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of aging wood and the faint aroma of stale ale. The once vibrant atmosphere felt subdued, reflecting the somber mood of the brothers. "Have a seat," Aberforth said, gesturing to a worn table in the corner. Dumbledore sat down, his heart heavy with unspoken words. For a moment silence enveloped them, the years of separation hanging in the air like a spectre. Aberforth leaned against the bar, his arms crossed, eyes narrowed. Dumbledore could sense the unresolved tension, the bitterness that lingered just beneath the surface. "I suppose you've come to gloat about your successes," Aberforth said, bitterness creeping into his tone. "Headmaster of Hogwarts, hero of the wizarding world. Quite the legacy you've built while I've been here, tending to my bar." Dumbledore sighed, feeling the weight of his brother's resentment. "I have not come to gloat, Aberforth. I am here to talk about us, about what has happened between us." Aberforth scoffed, his eyes narrowing further. "What is there to talk about? You made your choices long ago, Albus. You chose your path and I chose mine. You turned your back on our family." "I did not turn my back," Dumbledore replied, his voice steady. "I was consumed by my own ambitions, my desire to protect others. But in doing so I lost sight of what truly mattered. I lost sight of you." "Lost sight," Aberforth echoed, bitterness tinging his voice. "You walked away, Albus. You left me to deal with the aftermath of Ariana's death, to shoulder the blame. You abandoned me when I needed you most." "I know," Dumbledore admitted, his heart aching. "I was a fool, driven by guilt and ambition. I thought I could make things right in the world, but I failed to see the destruction I left behind. I failed to see you." Silence fell between them, heavy and suffocating. Dumbledore felt the chasm between them widen, but he also felt the flicker of hope that perhaps they could bridge it. "I'm sorry, Aberforth," Dumbledore continued, his voice softer. "I've carried that guilt with me for too long. I have spent years trying to atone for my choices, but I know that doesn't erase the pain I caused you." Aberforth's expression softened momentarily, but the guard remained. "You think apologies can fix everything. You think your words can heal the wounds of the past. It's not that simple, Albus." Dumbledore nodded, understanding the depth of his brother's hurt. "I know it's not. I don't expect forgiveness right away. I merely hope that we can begin to mend what has been broken." Aberforth turned away, pouring himself a drink. "You've always had a way with words, brother, but words mean little without actions to back them up. What can you offer me now? What can you do to make this right?" Dumbledore leaned forward, his gaze earnest. "I can offer my presence, my support. I can promise that I will not abandon you again. I want to rebuild our relationship, to reconnect with you, if you are willing." The room fell silent again as Aberforth considered Dumbledore's words. Dumbledore watched as his brother wrestled with his emotions, the conflict evident on his face. After what felt like an eternity, Aberforth set down his glass and turned back to face Dumbledore, his eyes searching. "I don't know if I can trust you, Albus," Aberforth admitted, his voice thick with emotion. "Trust was broken the moment you left, and it's not something easily restored. I've watched you make decisions that affected lives, and I can't forget that." "I don't expect you to forgive me without hesitation," Dumbledore replied, his heart aching with empathy. "All I ask for is a chance. I want to be a part of your life again, if you'll let me. We're still brothers, and family means something, doesn't it?" Aberforth's expression shifted, the tension easing slightly. "Family does mean something, but it can also be a source of pain. Oriana is gone, Albus. You can't just pretend it never happened." "I don't pretend," Dumbledore said, his voice steady. "I carry that pain with me every day. I have spent years trying to honor her memory, and I realize now that part of that means facing my failures head on. I want to make amends not just for you but for her, too." Aberforth studied his brother, the weight of their shared past hanging in the air. "You think you can just walk back into my life and everything will be fine? You think I'll forget how I felt when you left?" "No, I don't think that," Dumbledore replied softly. "I know that rebuilding trust takes time, but I am willing to put in the effort. I am here now, and I want to be part of your life again, even if it takes a long time to heal." For a moment Aberforth looked away, his expression conflicted. Dumbledore could see the flicker of uncertainty in his brother's eyes, the remnants of hurt battling against the desire for reconciliation. Finally, Aberforth sighed, the weight of years of bitterness beginning to lift. "Maybe we can start with something small," Aberforth said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not ready for grand gestures or promises I can't believe yet." "Small is all I ask for," Dumbledore replied, relief flooding through him. "We can take our time. I want to understand you, Aberforth, to learn about the life you've built here. I want to hear your stories and share my own." "Fine," Aberforth relented, a hint of a smile breaking through. "Let's start there. I could use the company, and it seems you could use a bit of humility." Dumbledore chuckled softly, the warmth of hope igniting within him. "I could certainly use both." As the evening wore on, the brothers began to reconnect, sharing stories of their lives, the choices they had made, and the paths that had diverged so dramatically. Though the journey ahead would not be without its challenges, Dumbledore felt a renewed sense of purpose. The magic of forgiveness, once elusive and fraught with tension, now seemed tangible and within reach. In the days and weeks that followed, Dumbledore continued to visit Aberforth, rebuilding their relationship one conversation at a time. They talked of family, of loss, of the burdens they carried, and the joy of shared memories. Slowly the chasm that had once separated them began to close. The bonds of brotherhood, forged anew in the crucible of understanding and compassion. Through this journey, Dumbledore realized that the path to forgiveness was not simply about absolving the past, but rather embracing it, learning from it, and allowing it to shape their futures. In the quiet moments shared between brothers, he found healing and hope. knowing that the magic of forgiveness could illuminate even the darkest corners of their hearts. Story 39. The Forgotten Duel. The quiet of the Hogwarts library enveloped Albus Dumbledore as he leafed through the pages of an ancient tome, its spine cracked from years of use. The soft rustle of parchment and the distant murmur of students engaged in study provided a comforting backdrop, yet a weight pressed on his heart, a memory long buried but never truly forgotten. As he traced the faded ink with his fingers, he recalled a duel that had nearly cost him everything, a battle with an obscure dark wizard that had shaped his understanding of power, responsibility, and the intricate dance between the two. It had been many years since he had faced Grindelwald, a rivalry that had forged his ideals and ultimately led to tragedy. But this duel was different. It was with a lesser-known dark wizard named Morwen Hargrove, a man whose ambition had led him down a treacherous path. Hargrove had been a brilliant student, gifted with a raw talent for magic that rivaled even Dumbledore's own. However, his thirst for knowledge and power had eclipsed his judgment, leading him to dabble in dark arts that twisted his mind and soul. Dumbledore's thoughts drifted back to that fateful day, the chill of the autumn air still fresh in his memory. It had been a crisp morning, the leaves painted in vibrant hues of orange and red, and Hogwarts had been alive with the excitement of the new school year. The students were bustling about, their laughter echoing through the corridors. Little did they know that darkness lurked not far away. Word had spread through the wizarding community about Hargrove's increasingly erratic behavior and his dangerous experiments with forbidden magic. Dumbledore, concerned for the safety of his students and the integrity of the magical world, had sought to intervene. He had hoped to reach out to Hargrove to remind him of the responsibilities that accompanied such power, but the warning fell on deaf ears. Hargrove had become consumed by his obsession, convinced that he could wield magic beyond the limits imposed by the world. That day, Dumbledore had approached Hargrove's secluded lair, a hidden cottage deep within the forbidden forest. The air had grown thick with an unsettling energy, and as he crossed the threshold he felt a tingle of apprehension crawl up his spine. The interior was shrouded in shadows, remnants of dark spells lingering in the air. Hargrove stood at the center, his eyes wild with fervor, surrounded by an array of artifacts that pulsed with dark magic. "Albus Dumbledore," Hargrove had sneered, a twisted smile playing on his lips. "You've come to witness true power, to understand the limits of your own knowledge, but you will not stop me." Dumbledore had raised his wand, his heart heavy with sorrow for what was about to unfold. "Morwen, this is not the way. You cannot force magic to bend to your will without consequences. You must see the danger in what you are doing." But Hargrove was too far gone, the allure of power clouding his judgment. "You are a fool to think you can dissuade me, Albus. I will show you the true meaning of strength." With a flick of his wand, Hargrove unleashed a torrent of dark energy, the very air crackling with malevolent magic. Dumbledore reacted instinctively, countering with a shield charm that absorbed the brunt of the attack, but the force pushed him back, sending him reeling. Hargrove pressed the advantage, a barrage of spells erupting from his wand, each more dangerous than the last. Dumbledore's mind raced, the lessons of his youth flashing before him. He had studied the intricacies of magic, understood the responsibilities that accompanied great power, and had vowed to wield it for the greater good. Yet standing before him was a man who had forsaken those very ideals consumed by his ambition. Dumbledore had to end this duel quickly, not only for his own safety but for the potential threat Hogwarts posed to the wizarding world. With a swift motion, Dumbledore conjured a brilliant light that illuminated the room, momentarily blinding Hogwarts. In that instant, Dumbledore seized the opportunity, casting a spell to bind Hogwarts' hands, preventing him from unleashing further attacks. Yet the dark wizard fought back, summoning shadows that coiled around him like serpents, eager to break free. The duel escalated into a chaotic dance of magic, a struggle for dominance that echoed through the forest. Dumbledore felt the weight of every choice he had made pressing down on him, the burden of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He understood the fine line between power and destruction, and he could not allow Hogwarts to cross it. As their magic clashed, Dumbledore found himself face to face with a manifestation of Hogwarts' darkest desires, a monstrous figure born of the shadows, a reflection of the wizard's twisted ambition. In that moment, Dumbledore realized that this duel was not merely about defeating an adversary. It was a confrontation with the very essence of unchecked power and ambition. Drawing upon his knowledge and experience, Dumbledore summoned all of his strength. "Morn, you must stop this. This is not who you are. Remember the magic you once cherished." His voice rang with authority, breaking through the chaos. The figure faltered, a moment of hesitation that Dumbledore seized upon. With a final surge of magic, he unleashed a brilliant light that dispelled the shadows surrounding Hogwarts, forcing the dark wizard to confront the consequences of his actions. Hogwarts fell to his knees, the fury in his eyes replaced by a flicker of regret. In that moment of vulnerability, Dumbledore stepped forward, his wand lowered. "It does not have to end this way. You can still choose to turn back, to embrace the magic that unites us rather than divides us." But the darkness had taken its toll, and with a final, defiant roar, Hogwarts unleashed a spell that backfired. The energy surged through him, causing a violent explosion that sent Dumbledore tumbling backward, darkness swallowing the last vestiges of light. When he awoke, he found himself lying on the forest floor, the air thick with smoke and silence. The cottage had been reduced to ruins, the echoes of their battle fading into the stillness of the woods. Dumbledore's body ached, but it was the emotional toll that weighed heavier on his heart. He had not only confronted a powerful adversary, but had also witnessed the devastating consequences of ambition unchecked. The experience lingered in his mind, forcing him to confront the nature of power and responsibility. He had faced Grindelwald before, but this duel with Hogwarts had been different. It had illuminated the stark reality that even the most gifted wizards could fall prey to their darker impulses. Dumbledore understood that the battle against darkness was not solely external. It was an internal struggle that required constant vigilance. As he returned to Hogwarts, Dumbledore reflected on the choices he had made since that fateful day. The weight of his experiences shaped his beliefs and led him to advocate for understanding and compassion. He had always recognized the importance of mentoring young wizards and witches, guiding them toward a path of responsibility rather than ambition alone. In the years that followed, Dumbledore became a steadfast protector of the magical world, dedicating himself to the principles of love and unity. The lessons learned from the duel with Hargrove remained etched in his heart, a constant reminder of the fine line between power and responsibility. Standing in the library once more, Dumbledore closed the ancient tome, the weight of memory pressing upon him. He had faced darkness, but he had emerged with a clearer understanding of the path he must tread. The echoes of the past would always linger, but it was the choices made in the present that would shape the future. With newfound determination, Dumbledore resolved to continue his work to foster an environment of acceptance and understanding at Hogwarts. The magic of forgiveness, the strength found in unity, and the unwavering commitment to protect those who could not protect themselves would guide him forward. The lessons of the past were not to be forgotten, they were to be cherished and learned from. And as Dumbledore looked out over the grounds of Hogwarts, he felt a sense of hope blossoming within him, a belief that the light would always prevail against the darkness, as long as there were those willing to stand and fight for it. Story 40. The Shadow of Godric's Hollow. The evening sun cast a warm golden glow over Godric's Hollow as Albus Dumbledore approached the small village that had once been a home filled with laughter and love. Time had transformed the landscape, the quaint cottages and cobblestone streets standing as witnesses to the passage of years. Yet beneath the surface of serenity, Dumbledore felt an undercurrent of sorrow and nostalgia tugging at his heart. It had been decades since he had last walked these streets, since he had stood before the remnants of the life he once cherished. Memories flooded back with each step he took, images of his childhood mingling with the shadows of the past. Dumbledore had often avoided this place, choosing to bury the pain of loss deep within, but today felt different. He needed to confront the ghosts that lingered in the air, the memories that had shaped him into the man he had become. As he entered the village, Dumbledore marveled at the charm of the old buildings, their facades weathered yet sturdy. He passed by the small bookstore where he had spent countless hours lost in tales of magic and adventure. A sense of longing washed over him, the weight of nostalgia heavy on his shoulders. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, a reminder of the innocence he had once known. But as he approached the familiar bend in the road, his heart quickened. There it stood, the remnants of his childhood home, a modest stone cottage, now overgrown with ivy and shrouded in silence. It had become a ghost of its former self, much like the family he had lost. Dumbledore paused, the air thick with the bittersweet achish of memories. He stepped closer, placing a hand on the door, now splintered and worn. It had been a place of warmth, filled with love and laughter, but it had also been a site of unimaginable tragedy. The shadows of that fateful night loomed large, the echoes of screams and heartbreak haunting him still. With a deep breath, Dumbledore pushed the door open, the creak of the hinges breaking the stillness. Inside, the air was stale, filled with the scent of dust and memories. The living room, once vibrant and alive, was now a silent reminder of what had been lost. He wandered through the rooms, each corner a testament to the happiness that had once thrived within these walls. Pictures adorned the mantelpiece, faded images of his family, their smiles a stark contrast to the sorrow that now enveloped the house. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon a photograph of his mother, Kendra, her expression warm and inviting. Next to her stood his brother, Aberforth, a boy with bright eyes and a mischievous grin. They had shared so much in their youth, dreams, laughter, and the unbreakable bond of family. But that bond had been shattered the night Ariana had died. The memory surged forward, vivid and painful. Dumbledore could still hear the arguments, the blame that had been cast between them. They had been children caught in a tempest of grief, struggling to understand the depths of their loss. Kendra had fought to hold their family together, but the tragedy had driven a wedge between them, igniting bitterness that would last for years. Feeling the weight of regret settle on his shoulders, Dumbledore turned away from the photograph. He had spent so long carrying the burden of guilt for not being able to protect Ariana, guilt for not being there for Aberforth when he needed him most. The shadows of the past had colored his choices, shaping his path in ways he could never fully understand. As he moved to the back of the house, he found himself in the garden, now wild and overgrown. Once it had been a place of joy, where they had played and laughed, the sun casting a golden hue over the flowers. Dumbledore knelt down, brushing his fingers over the untamed grass, allowing the memories to wash over him. In that moment he could almost hear Ariana's laughter, the lightness of her spirit cutting through the darkness. She had been a beacon of hope, a gentle soul in a world filled with turmoil. The memory brought both warmth and pain, a reminder of the fragility of life. Dumbledore closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel the weight of his emotions. He had spent so long shielding himself from the pain, convinced that silence was the only way to cope. But in that silence he had lost touch with the very essence of who he was, a brother, a son, a guardian. As he opened his eyes, Dumbledore felt a flicker of determination ignite within him. He would not let the shadows of his past define him. He would honor Ariana's memory by embracing the lessons learned from their shared tragedy. He would seek to understand his family's legacy, not just in terms of loss, but also in love, resilience, and the power of forgiveness. With newfound resolve, Dumbledore made his way back to the front of the house, stepping outside into the cool evening air. The village was quiet, but he could sense a change within himself, a shift toward healing. It was time to reach out to Aberforth, to confront the bitterness that had festered for too long. As he walked through the village, he spotted the familiar shape of the Hog's Head Inn. A sense of nostalgia washed over him, memories of laughter and camaraderie flooding back. Dumbledore approached the door, his heart pounding with anticipation. He had not seen Aberforth in years, and the thought of their reunion sent a mixture of anxiety and hope coursing through him. He stepped inside, the atmosphere heavy with the scent of ale and wood smoke. The inn was dimly lit, and patrons sat at scattered tables, lost in their own conversations. Aberforth stood behind the bar, his brow furrowed as he polished a tankard. The moment their eyes met, time seemed to stand still. "Albus," Aberforth said, his voice low and measured. The expression on his face was a mix of surprise and guardedness. "What brings you here?" "I've come to talk, Aberforth," Dumbledore replied, taking a step closer. "It's been too long." "Let's talk," Aberforth echoed, skepticism evident in his tone. What could we possibly have to say to each other after all these years? "I want to mend our relationship," Dumbledore said, his heart racing. I've carried the weight of our past for too long, and it's time to confront it. I cannot change what happened, but I want to understand and heal. Aberforth's gaze hardened, and Dumbledore could see the pain etched in his brother's features. You think you can just waltz back into my life and make everything right. You abandoned me when I needed you most, Albus. I know, Dumbledore replied, his voice steady yet filled with remorse. I was young and foolish, consumed by my own ambitions. I thought I could fix everything, but in doing so I lost sight of what mattered most, my family. Aberforth took a step back, his expression conflicted. Family, you think I haven't struggled with that? You think it's easy to forgive? Ariana is gone, Albus, and every day I live with the regret of what happened. I know, Dumbledore said, his heart aching for his brother, but we can't let the past dictate our future. I've spent too long hiding from my mistakes, and I want to face them head-on with you. I want to honor Ariana's memory, not through silence, but through understanding. As the words hung in the air, Aberforth's expression softened, if only slightly. You don't know how hard it's been, Albus. I've tried to keep the inn running, to hold on to something real in a world that seems intent on tearing everything apart. I know it hasn't been easy for you, Dumbledore said, sincerity flooding his voice. But I want to support you, to be a part of your life again, if you'll let me. After a long pause, Aberforth sighed, running a hand through his hair, clearly torn between anger and a deep-seated desire for reconciliation. I don't know if I can trust you, Albus. You've made choices that hurt me, that hurt our family. Dumbledore nodded, understanding the weight of Aberforth's words. I don't expect you to forgive me immediately, but I hope we can start to rebuild what was lost. I miss my brother, and I want to be there for you. In that moment, Dumbledore could see the flicker of vulnerability in Aberforth's eyes, the remnants of a bond that had once been unbreakable. As the shadows of the past began to lift, Dumbledore felt a surge of hope, the first step toward healing, toward embracing the magic of forgiveness. Perhaps we can start with a drink, Aberforth said finally, a hint of a smile breaking through the tension. It might not fix everything, but it's a start. Dumbledore returned the smile, relief washing over him. I would like that very much. As the brothers began to reconnect over shared memories and the warmth of the inn, Dumbledore felt the weight of his past slowly begin to lift. The journey ahead would still be fraught with challenges, but in that moment, surrounded by the flickering candlelight and the echoes of laughter, he understood the transformative power of forgiveness. Together, they could face the shadows that had haunted them for too long, paving the way for a future defined not by loss, but by love and resilience. Story 41. The Ward of Hogwarts. The evening sky hung heavy over Hogwarts, painted in deep shades of indigo and gold as the sun dipped below the horizon. Albus Dumbledore stood in the astronomy tower, gazing out at the expansive grounds of the castle, feeling an unsettling tension in the air. Something was amiss. The dark presence that had begun to creep into the corners of his beloved school. Whispers had reached him, rumors of a malevolent force gathering strength, an unknown darkness that threatened the very heart of Hogwarts. Dumbledore had always believed that Hogwarts was more than just a school. It was a sanctuary, a place where magic flourished and young minds were shaped. Yet, as headmaster, He knew that such sanctuaries required vigilant protection. He could sense the disturbance in the magical fabric surrounding the castle, a dissonance that sent shivers down his spine. It was time to act, to call upon the ancient wards that had long protected Hogwarts from external threats. In the depths of the castle, Dumbledore descended to the Chamber of Secrets, a hidden sanctuary where he could draw upon the knowledge of the past. The air grew cooler as he entered, and the familiar scent of age-old parchment filled his nostrils. The chamber was adorned with inscriptions of powerful spells, etched into the stone walls by generations of witches and wizards. Dumbledore moved toward the central altar, where an ancient grimoire lay open, its pages filled with forgotten spells and protective incantations. As he studied the text, Dumbledore felt a flicker of apprehension. The wards of Hogwarts were formidable, woven into the very foundation of the castle, but they required a considerable sacrifice to strengthen. He had seen the costs of powerful magic before, the toll it could take on the caster, the unforeseen consequences that could arise. But this was not a time for hesitation. The safety of his students and the integrity of the wizarding world depended on his decision. With a resolute heart, Dumbledore began to chant the incantations, drawing upon the ancient magic that coursed through the castle. The air shimmered with energy as the words flowed from his lips, the incantation resonating with the very stones around him. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet, and he could feel the wards responding, awakening from their slumber. As the magic surged through the chamber, Dumbledore felt an overwhelming force wash over him. The power was intoxicating, but he quickly recognized the warning signs. The spell required a connection to the deepest roots of Hogwarts, a link that would draw from his own life force. The choice weighed heavily on him. He could sense the strain it would place on his mind and body, but he could not allow fear to dictate his actions. "Protect this place," he murmured, his voice steady but filled with urgency. "May the wards stand strong against the darkness." In that moment, a blinding light erupted from the altar, enveloping Dumbledore in a cocoon of warmth and magic. The energy surged around him, intertwining with his very essence, and for a fleeting moment he felt invincible. But as the light began to fade, he also felt a sharp pain rip through him, a reminder of the cost of his actions. The connection to the wards was powerful, but it had siphoned a piece of his vitality, leaving him breathless and weak. Dumbledore stumbled back, leaning against the altar as he regained his composure. The wards had strengthened, their magic woven into the very fabric of Hogwarts, but the toll was not without consequence. He could feel the shadows lingering at the edge of his consciousness, a reminder that the darkness was not vanquished, but merely kept at bay. As the days passed, Dumbledore could sense a shift within himself. The connection to the wards had left him feeling drained, as if a part of his essence had been drawn into the very magic he had sought to reinforce. He moved through the halls of Hogwarts, observing the students as they studied, laughed, and grew, each moment a testament to the vibrant life that filled the castle. Yet a shadow loomed over him, a constant reminder of the price he had paid. It wasn't long before the dark force revealed itself. Late one evening, a chilling wind swept through the castle, extinguishing candles and casting eerie shadows on the walls. Dumbledore felt the wards tremble, their magic responding to the encroaching darkness. He gathered the staff, a sense of urgency propelling him forward. "Something is coming," he warned, his voice resonating with authority. "The wards have detected an unknown presence, one that seeks to breach our defenses." The teachers exchanged concerned glances, but Dumbledore remained resolute. "We must prepare. This threat may take many forms, and we cannot underestimate its power." As the hours turned into days, the darkness encroached further, manifesting as strange occurrences, whispers in the hallways, shadows flitting at the edges of vision, and a palpable unease that settled over the students. Dumbledore could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on him, the strain of the wards taking its toll. One night, as he walked the grounds, Dumbledore found himself standing before the great lake, its surface still and reflective under the moonlight. The tranquility of the scene was deceptive, a sharp contrast to the turmoil churning within him. He knelt by the water's edge, the coolness of the surface calming his racing thoughts. "What have I done?" he murmured, the weight of his choices bearing down on him. The connection to the wards had left him vulnerable, and he feared that the darkness he had tried to contain might consume him instead. Suddenly a ripple disturbed the water, and Dumbledore looked up, his senses heightened. A figure emerged from the depths, a silhouette cloaked in shadows. The figure stepped onto the shore, revealing itself to be an apparition, a representation of the darkness that had been lurking. "Albus Dumbledore," it intoned, a voice that echoed with malice. "You think your wards can contain me? You draw power from your own life, and yet you leave a piece of yourself vulnerable to the shadows. Your efforts will prove futile." Dumbledore stood, drawing his wand instinctively, but the figure merely laughed, a chilling sound that reverberated through the air. "You have sacrificed much for this school, but every choice has a consequence. Your own power is now a gateway for me. I will not allow you to harm Hogwarts or its inhabitants," Dumbledore replied, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "I will protect them at all costs." With a flick of his wand, he summoned the strength of the wards, channeling the magic he had woven into the castle. Light erupted from his wand, illuminating the darkness that surrounded him. The apparition shrieked, its form flickering as the light pushed against it. But Dumbledore could feel the strain of the connection, the toll it took on his body and mind. The shadows fought back, coiling around him, seeking to extinguish the light he wielded. He could sense the darkness clawing at his resolve, whispering doubts and fears that threatened to overwhelm him. "Your strength is waning, Dumbledore," the figure hissed, its voice a sinister whisper. "You cannot defeat what you have invited in." In that moment of desperation, Dumbledore remembered the sacrifices he had made for Hogwarts, for the students who called it home. He had drawn upon the magic of the wards, but now he had to draw upon something deeper, the love and unity that bound the Hogwarts community together. "Together we are stronger," Dumbledore proclaimed, his voice rising above the chaos. "I will not fight this battle alone. I call upon the spirits of this castle, the magic that has endured through generations." The air around him crackled with energy as the wards responded to his call. Dumbledore could feel the essence of the school rising to meet him, the love and memories of every student who had walked these halls flooding his consciousness. The light intensified, pushing back against the shadows that sought to claim him. With one final surge of magic, Dumbledore directed the light toward the apparition, the brilliance overwhelming the darkness. The figure screamed as it was engulfed, dissolving into a mist that dissipated into nothingness. Panting and weakened, Dumbledore fell to his knees, the weight of the battle pressing down on him. The dark presence had been vanquished, but the toll on his body was evident. He could feel the magic ebbing from him, leaving behind an aching emptiness. As dawn broke over the horizon, Dumbledore looked up at the rising sun, its rays piercing through the remnants of darkness. The victory was bittersweet, a reminder of the cost he had paid to protect what he loved. He had called upon the magic of Hogwarts and its community, and in doing so, he had rediscovered the strength that lay within unity and love. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but Dumbledore understood that the bonds forged through shared experiences would always prevail against the shadows. The magic of Hogwarts was not simply in the spells cast within its walls, but in the connections formed between its inhabitants. With renewed determination, Dumbledore rose to his feet, resolved to continue his work, to nurture the sense of community that had saved him. He would ensure that Hogwarts remained a sanctuary for all, a place where light could flourish even in the darkest of times. And as he made his way back to the castle, he felt the weight of the past lift, replaced by the warmth of hope and the promise of a brighter future. Story 42. The Secrets of the Black Family. The heavy atmosphere of number 12, Grimmauld Place, was punctuated by the sounds of muffled voices and the rustle of parchment. Albus Dumbledore stood in the dimly lit living room, surveying the familiar surroundings that had once been steeped in darkness. The house had been a sanctuary for the Order of the Phoenix, yet it was also a monument to a family fractured by blood and ideals. Today it would serve as the backdrop for a crucial discovery, one that could potentially alter the course of the war against Voldemort. Sirius Black paced restlessly in front of the fireplace, his expression a mix of determination and frustration. Dumbledore could see the turmoil that resided within his former student. Sirius had spent years grappling with the legacy of his family, a lineage that had been steeped in pure blood supremacy and darkness. Yet now he was poised to uncover secrets that had long been buried beneath the weight of shame and betrayal. "Sirius, I understand your urgency, but we must approach this carefully," Dumbledore said, his voice calm yet firm. "The revelations hidden within your family's past may be as dangerous as they are enlightening." "I know that, but I can't just sit around and wait," Sirius snapped, his frustration palpable. "There's so much at stake, and if there's any chance that the Black family has information that could help us defeat Voldemort, I need to find it." Dumbledore regarded Sirius with a mixture of sympathy and respect. The weight of the world was heavy on his shoulders, and the desperation to protect those he loved was a feeling Dumbledore understood all too well. "Very well, let us begin," he replied, gesturing to the worn armchair across from him. "We'll examine the family tree, and I'll help you navigate the secrets of your lineage." Sirius settled into the chair, his fingers tapping nervously on the armrest. Dumbledore summoned the ancient family tree that hung on the wall, its intricate branches filled with names and dates, each one a testament to the legacy of the Black family. The tree was a tapestry of both pride and shame, with branches that extended into darkness, As Dumbledore unrolled the parchment, he pointed to several names that stood out. Here we have the main branches of the family, Orion and Warburger, your parents and their siblings. But look closer. There are those who strayed from the dark path. Sirius leaned in, his curiosity piqued. What do you mean? While most of the family adhered to the values of blood purity, some distanced themselves from those beliefs, Dumbledore explained. This could be crucial. If any of them were sympathetic to the fight against Voldemort, they may have left behind information or even artifacts that could aid us. As they studied the tree, Dumbledore pointed to the name of a lesser-known relative, Andromeda Tonks, Sirius's cousin, who had married Ted Tonks, a Muggle-born. Andromeda broke away from the family's ideology. She was disowned for her choices, but her story is one of defiance and resilience. Sirius nodded, remembering the brief mentions of his cousin during family gatherings, always whispered, always shunned. I remember her. I didn't think she would have any useful information, though. Perhaps she does not hold the answers you seek, but she embodies the spirit of rebellion against the darkness that has long enveloped your family, Dumbledore said, encouragingly. Consider reaching out to her. If she has insights or connections, they could prove invaluable. As they continued to examine the family tree, Dumbledore's gaze fell upon a name that sent a chill down his spine, Regulus Arcturus Black. Ah, Regulus, Dumbledore mused, his tone shifting. A name often forgotten, but one that carries weight in the fight against Voldemort. Regulus, Sirius echoed, confusion furrowing his brow. He was a Death Eater. Why would he be significant to our cause? Regulus's journey is one of complexity, Dumbledore explained. He may have initially embraced the darkness, but he ultimately sought to atone for his choices. His quest for the locket, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, is a testament to that. Sirius sat back, his thoughts racing. You're saying he might have left clues about the Horcruxes, but how could he have known? He was just a boy. Dumbledore nodded, sensing the shift in Sirius's perspective. He was more than a boy, he was a young man confronted with the consequences of his actions. His realization of the darkness surrounding Voldemort may have driven him to seek redemption, albeit too late for his own life. Sirius leaned forward, intrigued. If Regulus had discovered something, we need to find it. The locket could be a key to defeating Voldemort. Dumbledore felt the urgency in Sirius's voice, but he also understood the danger of pursuing dark legacies. We must tread carefully, Sirius. The shadows of your family's past can be treacherous, and the journey to uncovering these secrets may come with risks. I'm willing to take that risk, Sirius replied resolutely. I won't let my family's history dictate my choices any longer. If there's a chance we can turn this around, I have to know. Then we begin with what we have, Dumbledore said, guiding Sirius through the lineage. Let's start by searching the family archives. There may be journals or correspondence that can provide insight into Regulus's thoughts and actions before he died. As the two delved deeper into the secrets of the Black family, they uncovered hidden letters and records that hinted at Regulus's internal struggle, his growing disillusionment with Voldemort's ideology, and his desperate quest for the locket. The correspondence revealed the fear and uncertainty that plagued him, the realization that he was part of something far darker than he had ever imagined. After hours of sifting through the papers, Dumbledore came across a faded journal, its pages yellowed with age. He opened it carefully, revealing Regulus's handwriting, a mixture of elegance and urgency. The entry spoke of a plan, of a way to thwart Voldemort's intentions. "Here," Dumbledore exclaimed, pointing to a passage. He describes his encounter with Kreacher the house elf and his determination to retrieve the locket. He mentions a cave, a place filled with dark magic where Voldemort had hidden his Horcruxes. Sirius leaned over, his heart racing. He found it. He was willing to risk everything to stop him. Dumbledore nodded gravely. But he also acknowledges the cost of his choices. Regulus realized that his quest for redemption would not be without sacrifice. He chose to abandon the darkness, but it cost him his life. As Dumbledore read on, he felt the weight of Regulus's struggle resonate with his own experiences. The decision to stand against darkness often came at a price, a reminder that power could easily corrupt even the noblest of intentions. The more he learned about Regulus, the more he understood the depth of his sacrifice. "We must honor Regulus's memory by using this information wisely," Dumbledore said, closing the journal gently. "His actions may hold the key to understanding Voldemort's vulnerabilities. But we must also remember that delving into the past carries risks." Sirius nodded, determination etched on his face. "I won't let his sacrifice be in vain. We need to act on this information and gather the order. If we can locate that locket, we can weaken Voldemort's hold on our world." As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Sirius's shoulder. "We will navigate this journey together. The weight of your family's legacy does not have to rest solely on your shoulders. We are allies in this fight, and we will face whatever comes next together." The shadows of the Black family had long haunted Sirius, but now, armed with the knowledge of his cousin's redemption, he felt a sense of purpose igniting within him. Together, he and Dumbledore would honor Regulus's sacrifice, uncover the secrets of the past, and turn the tide in the fight against Voldemort. As they stepped out of Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore felt the familiar weight of responsibility settle upon him. The battle ahead would not be easy, but he knew that with knowledge and courage they could forge a path toward a brighter future, a future that honored the sacrifices made in the shadows. And in that moment he believed once more in the power of unity, the strength found in understanding, and the unwavering resolve to stand against the darkness. Story 43. The Price of Knowledge. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows in Albus Dumbledore's office, the warm glow illuminating the countless tomes that lined the shelves. Each book was a vessel of wisdom, a testament to the knowledge he had amassed over the years. Yet, as Dumbledore sat in his chair, his fingers idly tracing the spines of the books, he felt an unease settle over him. The world outside was darkening, and the threat of Gellert Grindelwald loomed larger than ever. The whispers of war were growing, and he knew that time was running out. It was then that a knock echoed through the silence, pulling Dumbledore from his thoughts. The door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in shadow. The newcomer stepped forward, their features obscured by the hood of their robe. Dumbledore felt a chill race down his spine. He could sense the power radiating from this mysterious visitor. "Headmaster Dumbledore," the figure spoke, their voice smooth and alluring. "I have come to offer you something that could change the tide of this war." Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping into his thoughts. "And what is it that you offer?" "Forbidden knowledge," the figure replied, their tone imbued with a hint of temptation. "Secrets that lie beyond the grasp of ordinary wizards, knowledge that could grant you the power to defeat Grindelwald once and for all." Dumbledore's heart raced at the prospect, but he was well aware of the dangers that accompanied such offers. "You speak of power that is forbidden for a reason. Knowledge that comes at such a price often leads to destruction. What is the cost?" The figure stepped closer, lowering their hood to reveal a pair of piercing eyes that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. "The cost is your very soul, Headmaster. To wield this knowledge, you must be willing to embrace the darkness within you. You would gain the power to challenge Grindelwald directly, but in doing so you risk losing yourself to the shadows." Dumbledore felt the weight of the decision pressing upon him. He had spent a lifetime fighting against the darkness, striving to uphold ideals of love and understanding. The thought of sacrificing his very soul, of becoming what he had fought against, sent a shiver of dread through him. Yet the reality of the war was undeniable. Grindelwald was a formidable adversary, and the suffering he had wrought upon the world was incalculable. "What you offer is a dangerous path," Dumbledore replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil within. "I have seen the allure of power, and I know how it can corrupt even the noblest of intentions. I will not become what I seek to destroy." "Is it not worth the risk?" the figure challenged, stepping closer, their presence both mesmerizing and menacing. "Grindelwald thrives on fear and division. With this knowledge, you could unite the wizarding world against him. You could save countless lives, and all it requires is a small sacrifice." Dumbledore felt the pull of temptation, the seductive whispers of power, urging him to consider the offer. He had always been aware of the fragile balance between light and darkness, but the stakes had never been higher. Lives were at risk, and if he could find a way to end Grindelwald's reign of terror, perhaps the price would be worth it. "Tell me more," Dumbledore said, his curiosity piqued. "What is this knowledge you speak of? How can it aid me in my fight?" The figure's eyes gleamed with triumph. "It is ancient magic, buried in the depths of time. Spells long forgotten, techniques that even the greatest wizards have not dared to explore. With this knowledge, you would possess the means to confront Grindelwald directly, to challenge him in ways that would leave him vulnerable." Dumbledore hesitated, the weight of his choices pressing heavily upon him. He envisioned a world free from Grindelwald's tyranny, a world where love and unity could flourish. But he also envisioned the darkness creeping into his soul, the potential for corruption lurking at the edges of his mind. He had seen it happen to others, seen the price they paid for ambition and power. "Knowledge is a double-edged sword," Dumbledore said finally, his voice firm. "It can be a force for good, but it can also lead to destruction. I will not risk becoming a pawn of darkness, even if it means sacrificing the chance to defeat Grindelwald." The figure stepped back, disappointment flickering across their features. "You are stronger than most, Dumbledore, but this strength may cost you dearly in the end. The war is relentless, and choices must be made." Dumbledore felt a pang of regret as the figure turned to leave. "Wait," he called out, a surge of desperation rising within him. "If there is a chance this knowledge could help, then perhaps Perhaps there is a way to use it without succumbing to darkness." The figure paused, glancing back with a calculating look. "You believe you can wield such power without losing yourself? It is a dangerous game you play, Headmaster." "I am willing to explore the boundaries of magic," Dumbledore replied, his voice resolute. "But I will do so with caution and wisdom. I will seek the knowledge, but I will not allow it to define me." The figure studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. "Very well, but understand this: the path you choose will be fraught with peril. You must remain vigilant, for the darkness will seek to ensnare you at every turn." As the figure vanished into the shadows, Dumbledore felt a mix of apprehension and determination. The road ahead would not be easy, but he had resolved to embrace the knowledge while guarding against its darker temptations. He understood that true strength lay not only in power but in the choices one made and the integrity one upheld. In the days that followed, Dumbledore delved into the ancient tomes and scrolls that held the forbidden knowledge he had sought. He studied the spells and incantations, carefully deciphering the complexities of each one. As he immersed himself in the depths of magic, he felt the allure of power whispering to him, urging him to unlock the full potential of what he had discovered. But with each incantation he practiced, Dumbledore remained acutely aware of the darkness lurking at the edges of his consciousness. He sought balance, striving to maintain his moral compass, while exploring the depths of magic that could aid in the fight against Grindelwald. He surrounded himself with the wisdom of his allies, confiding in Minerva McGonagall, Remus Lupin, and other trusted members of the Order of the Phoenix. "I fear the temptation of power, and I must tread carefully," Dumbledore confided to McGonagall one evening. "There is a fine line between wielding magic for the greater good and succumbing to ambition." "You are wise to recognize that, Albus," she replied, her expression serious. "But remember, your strength comes not only from the knowledge you possess, but also from the connections you maintain with those who share your ideals. You have allies who believe in you and the choices you make." Dumbledore nodded, grateful for her support. The more he studied, the more he understood that knowledge was not a solitary pursuit. It was woven into the fabric of community and collaboration. He could not face the darkness alone. He needed the strength of those around him to help him navigate the treacherous waters ahead. As the days turned into weeks, Dumbledore honed his skills and prepared for the inevitable confrontation with Grindelwald. He felt the weight of destiny pressing upon him, the sense that he was walking a path fraught with challenges yet rich with potential. He would face Grindelwald not just with the power he had acquired, but with the love and unity he had fostered among his allies. Finally, the day arrived when he would confront his former friend. The air crackled with tension as Dumbledore stood before Grindelwald, both wizards fully aware of the stakes involved. The duel that unfolded was a clash of ideals and power, a battle that would determine the fate of the wizarding world. As spells flew between them, Dumbledore could feel the darkness whispering in his ear, tempting him to embrace the very magic he had sought to understand. But he remained resolute, channeling not only the knowledge he had acquired, but also the bonds of friendship and love that anchored him to his beliefs. In that pivotal moment, Dumbledore realized that the true power lay not in the knowledge itself, but in the choices he made. He fought not just for himself, but for all those who had suffered under Grindelwald's reign, for those who believed in a future of unity and hope. In the end, as the light of victory dawned upon him, Dumbledore understood the price he had paid was not solely his soul, but rather a commitment to wield knowledge with responsibility. He had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, a testament to the enduring power of love and friendship. As he looked back on his journey, Dumbledore knew that the path he had chosen would forever shape the wizarding world. The knowledge he had gained would serve as a reminder that true strength was not found in power alone, but in the choices made, the connections forged, and the hope that persevered even in the darkest of times. Story 44. The Last Meeting. The air in Nurmengard was heavy with a somber quiet, broken only by the distant echoes of the outside world. Albus Dumbledore stood at the threshold of the prison, his heart pounding as he prepared to confront the man he once called a friend. Gellert Grindelwald had been imprisoned for years, but even the confines of his cell could not contain the darkness that had enveloped their shared past. Dumbledore felt a mixture of anticipation and dread. This meeting would be their final reckoning. As he stepped inside, Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Grindelwald, seated at a simple wooden table, a shadow of the powerful wizard he had once been. The years had etched lines of despair on his face, his once vibrant eyes dulled by the weight of his choices. It was a painful sight, one that stirred memories of their shared dreams, ambitions, and the tragic divergence that had ultimately led to their downfall. "Albus," Grindelwald said, his voice low but laced with an unsettling calm. "I didn't think you would come. I expected a more fitting end, not a visit from an old friend." Dumbledore stepped forward, his heart heavy. "I had to see you, Gellert. There are things left unsaid between us, things that need to be addressed before we part ways for good." Grindelwald's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Part ways? You mean to condemn me to this fate without ever truly understanding? You've always believed you were the one with the moral high ground." Dumbledore took a deep breath, steeling himself against the tide of memories and emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. "This is not about moral superiority, Gellert. This is about understanding the choices we made and the consequences they carried." Grindelwald leaned back in his chair, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his face. "Consequences? You speak of consequences as if they are simple. You know as well as I do that power comes with a price. I sought to create a world free from the tyranny of fear, but in doing so, I became the tyrant. And I stood by, believing I could reason with you," Dumbledore replied, his voice firm yet tinged with regret. "We were two sides of the same coin, Gellert. We shared a vision, but your methods led us down a dark path." "The dark path," Grindelwald echoed, his eyes narrowing. "You mean the path of reality, Albus. You were afraid of what we could accomplish together. You chose to hide behind rules and regulations while I sought to reshape the world." Dumbledore shook his head, sorrow flooding his heart. "I was afraid of what we could unleash, Gellert. The pursuit of power without regard for the lives it would affect is a dangerous game. You were my closest friend, but I could not follow you into that darkness." Grindelwald's expression hardened, anger flickering in his eyes. "You think you are any better? You think your path is the righteous one? You sacrificed me, Albus. You made me the villain in our story." "I never wanted that for you," Dumbledore replied, pain etched into every word. but you left me no choice. You became a danger not just to yourself, but to the world. I sought to protect it, even if it meant stopping you." The silence that fell between them was heavy, laden with years of unspoken words and shared regrets. Dumbledore could feel the weight of the past pressing down on him, memories flooding his mind, laughter and dreams shared beneath the stars, the intoxicating promise of power and purpose, and ultimately the betrayal that shattered their bond. "Do you regret it?" Grindelwald asked, his tone softer now, almost vulnerable. "Do you regret our friendship? Our ambitions?" Dumbledore looked into Grindelwald's eyes, searching for the remnants of the man he had once loved as a brother. "I regret the choices we made, the way we let ambition cloud our judgment. But I do not regret our friendship, Gellert. You were a part of my life, and that cannot be erased." "Yet here we are," Grindelwald said, his voice thick with emotion. "You in your tower, the headmaster of a school, and I, a prisoner in my own creation. What have we accomplished, Albus? What have our dreams led to?" Dumbledore felt the weight of those words. "We wanted to change the world, to create a better future for wizards and muggles alike. But in our pursuit of that dream, we lost sight of what truly mattered: love, compassion, and the responsibility that comes with power." Grindelwald leaned forward, the desperation in his gaze evident. "Is it too late for redemption? Can you forgive me for the choices I made?" "Forgiveness is a complex tapestry," Dumbledore replied, his heart aching. "It requires understanding and empathy. I cannot absolve you of your actions, but I can recognize the pain that led you down this path. You were not only driven by ambition, but also by a desire to create a world where fear no longer reigned. That is a sentiment I can understand." Grindelwald's expression softened, a flicker of the man Dumbledore had once known shining through the darkness. "And yet, it seems I am doomed to be remembered as the monster." A name spoken in hushed tones, a cautionary tale. "I lost everything, Albus, my power, my purpose, my friends." "You were never just a monster, Gellert," Dumbledore said, his voice steady. "You were a brilliant wizard who strayed too far into the shadows. You still have the capacity for change, for understanding. There is always a chance for redemption, even in the darkest of places." As Dumbledore spoke, he felt a glimmer of hope flickering between them, a fragile thread connecting their shared history. Perhaps this conversation could lead to something greater, a step toward healing, not just for Grindelwald, but for himself as well. "You talk of redemption, yet I sit here, trapped by my own choices," Grindelwald said, his voice heavy with resignation. "What good is it to speak of forgiveness when I cannot escape the consequences?" "Redemption is not about escaping consequences, it's about confronting them," Dumbledore replied, his heart aching for his old friend. "It's about acknowledging the pain you've caused and seeking to make amends. Perhaps in your confinement you can find the clarity to understand your choices and their impact on others." Grindelwald looked down, the shadows playing across his face as he considered Dumbledore's words. "You speak of understanding, yet you were never truly there when I needed you most. You chose your path and I chose mine. Perhaps it is too late for either of us." "It is never too late, Gellert," Dumbledore insisted, his voice unwavering. "We are both shaped by our choices, but we are also capable of change. You may feel lost now, but you still possess the ability to reflect on your actions. That is the first step toward understanding. For a moment, silence enveloped them, the weight of their shared history hanging in the air. Dumbledore could see the flicker of hope igniting within Grindelwald, a glimmer that had long been buried beneath layers of darkness and regret. "Perhaps I was wrong," Grindelwald finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Perhaps I let ambition overshadow the bond we shared. I sought power in the name of progress, but it only led to destruction." Dumbledore felt a surge of warmth at Grindelwald's admission. Acknowledgement is the first step toward redemption. You still have the chance to reflect on your choices, to find a way to seek forgiveness, not just from others, but from yourself. As the minutes stretched on, the shadows of the past began to lift slightly, the burden they had both carried growing a little lighter. Dumbledore understood that the path to healing would not be easy, but perhaps this final meeting was a step toward reconciliation, a chance for both men to confront the ghosts of their shared history. "I never wanted this for you, Gellert," Dumbledore said gently. "I believed in our dreams and ideals, but I could not follow you into the darkness. I hope one day you can find peace with your choices." Grindelwald looked up, the shadows in his eyes softening. "And I hope you find peace in yours, Albus. You were always the better of us, even when I could not see it." As they exchanged one last glance, Dumbledore felt the weight of their shared history pressing upon him, but he also felt a flicker of hope. This meeting, this final conversation, had been a step toward healing, a chance for understanding that transcended the boundaries of their choices. With a heavy heart, Dumbledore turned to leave, feeling the pull of their shared past linger in the air. He would carry the weight of this meeting with him, a reminder of the complexity of their relationship, a relationship forged in love, ambition, and ultimately loss. As he stepped out of Nurmengard and into the light of the outside world, Dumbledore understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. But he also believed in the power of redemption, in the ability to confront one's choices and seek a way forward. And though their paths had diverged, the bond forged through shared history would remain a testament to the enduring strength of understanding, compassion, and hope. Story 45. The Hidden Hair. Dumbledore uncovers a hidden heir to a powerful magical bloodline, someone who could be a threat or ally in the battle against dark forces. Make it over 800 words, only paragraphs. The Hidden Hair. The cool breeze rustled the leaves of the ancient trees surrounding Hogwarts, their branches swaying like sentinels guarding the secrets of the castle. Albus Dumbledore stood in the library, his gaze fixed on a dusty tome that had long been forgotten. He had spent countless hours sifting through the archives, seeking knowledge that could aid him in the battle against the dark forces gathering strength in the wizarding world. Yet today he felt a sense of urgency, as if the universe was urging him toward a revelation. The pages of the book were yellowed and fragile, the ink faded but still legible. Dumbledore turned the pages carefully, his heart racing as he read about an ancient bloodline, one that had been thought lost to time. It spoke of a powerful lineage intertwined with the very essence of magic, a family marked by both greatness and tragedy. Dumbledore had heard whispers of such bloodlines in the past, but never had he encountered one with the potential to alter the course of history. As he read further, Dumbledore's brow furrowed. The text mentioned a hidden heir, a descendant who had been kept from the world, shrouded in secrecy for their own protection. This individual possessed untapped magical abilities that could either become a formidable ally in the fight against dark forces or a grave threat if they fell into the wrong hands. The implications sent a shiver down his spine, and he knew that he had to find this heir before others could. "Professor," a voice interrupted his thoughts. Dumbledore turned to find Minerva McGonagall standing at the entrance of the library, her expression one of concern. "You've been in here for hours. Is everything all right?" "I believe I may have uncovered something significant, Minerva," Dumbledore replied, his excitement palpable. "An heir to an ancient bloodline, hidden away for reasons I am yet to fully understand. This individual could be crucial in the battle against Voldemort." McGonagall raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet skeptical. "And you believe they are still alive? This bloodline, what does it entail?" "It is a lineage steeped in power, known for their exceptional magical abilities," Dumbledore explained. "But the last known descendants were thought to have perished long ago, victims of the tumultuous history of our world. However, the text suggests that one heir remains hidden, a beacon of potential in these dark times." "And you intend to find them?" McGonagall asked, her tone both cautious and curious. "Yes, but we must proceed with care," Dumbledore cautioned. "The circumstances surrounding their concealment may have been rooted in protection, and we cannot risk exposing them to danger before we understand their true nature." Together they began to sift through the archives, Dumbledore guiding McGonagall through the complex web of history that surrounded the bloodline. They pieced together fragments of information, uncovering clues that hinted at the heir's identity, a child born in secrecy, raised away from the prying eyes of the magical world. Days turned into weeks as they followed leads that took them through hidden corridors of ancient magic. Dumbledore utilized his connections, reaching out to trusted allies within the wizarding community to gather more information. The search was arduous, filled with moments of frustration and uncertainty, but Dumbledore felt a sense of purpose driving him forward. Finally, a breakthrough came when a former student of Dumbledore's, now an accomplished Auror, discovered a lead regarding a family that had once been associated with the bloodline. The family had moved to a small village in the Scottish Highlands, away from the prying eyes of the wizarding world. Dumbledore felt a surge of hope as he prepared to set out on the journey to uncover the truth. Upon arriving in the village, Dumbledore was struck by the beauty of the landscape. The rolling hills and lush greenery created a picturesque setting, but beneath the surface he sensed an undercurrent of tension, as if the village itself were holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. Dumbledore and McGonagall approached the modest cottage that the lead had indicated. The door was weathered, but the garden flourished with wildflowers, a testament to care and nurturing. As they knocked, Dumbledore felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. The door creaked open to reveal a young woman, her eyes wide with curiosity and apprehension. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice soft yet strong. "Miss Arwen, I am Albus Dumbledore, and this is Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore introduced himself, noting the flicker of recognition that crossed her face. "We have come to speak with you about your heritage, My heritage, Arwen echoed, confusion etched across her features. I'm afraid I don't understand. I was raised by my adoptive parents. I know little of my biological family. Dumbledore's heart sank at her response, but he sensed that she held the key to the secrets of her lineage. Please, may we come in? There is much to discuss. Reluctantly, Arwen stepped aside, allowing them to enter. The cottage was cozy, filled with books and trinkets that hinted at a life rich in stories. Dumbledore felt the weight of the moment pressing upon him as he prepared to reveal the truth that could change everything for her. Arwen, you come from a powerful line of magic, Dumbledore began gently, one that has been shrouded in secrecy for many years. You are the last known heir to a lineage that possesses extraordinary abilities. Her eyes widened in disbelief. But why would my family hide this from me? What if I'm not who you say I am? You are indeed a descendant of a bloodline that has long been intertwined with the magical community, Dumbledore assured her. Your powers are unique, and we believe they could play a significant role in the battle against dark forces, forces that threaten the very fabric of our world. Arwen took a step back, her mind racing. But what if I don't want that? I've built a life for myself here. I've learned to embrace who I am without any knowledge of my past. Dumbledore understood her hesitance, recognizing the struggle between identity and legacy. I do not wish to impose upon you, Arwen. The choice is yours. We can help you understand your abilities, but it is essential that you make this decision for yourself. I need time to think, she replied, her voice trembling. This is all so overwhelming. I've always felt different, but I never knew why. McGonagall stepped forward, her expression empathetic. Arwen, know that you are not alone in this journey. You have the power to shape your own destiny, regardless of your bloodline. The young woman nodded slowly, uncertainty lingering in her eyes. Dumbledore sensed that the weight of her lineage bore heavily on her heart, but he also recognized the flicker of potential that lay within her. She was capable of greatness, but she needed the time to discover her true self. As the evening wore on, Dumbledore and McGonagall shared stories of magic, hope, and resilience, hoping to inspire Arwen to embrace her identity. They spoke of the battles fought and the sacrifices made, instilling a sense of courage in her heart. Eventually, Dumbledore rose to leave, sensing that Arwen needed time to process the revelations. Remember, Arwen, your lineage does not define you. You are a product of your choices, and you have the power to carve your own path. As they stepped outside, Dumbledore turned to McGonagall, concern etched on his face. I fear that if she does not accept her heritage, the dark forces may exploit that uncertainty. She will need support. Albus, McGonagall replied, her gaze thoughtful. Perhaps we can invite her to Hogwarts. Provide her with a sense of community. With time, she may come to see her potential. Dumbledore nodded, knowing that the journey ahead would require patience and understanding. As they made their way back to Hogwarts, he felt a sense of determination surging within him. The discovery of Arwen's hidden heritage could be the key to uniting the magical community against the darkness that threatened to engulf them. In the weeks that followed, Dumbledore remained in contact with Arwen, inviting her to visit Hogwarts. The castle became a sanctuary for her as she began to explore her powers and the weight of her lineage. With guidance and support, she began to unravel the mysteries of her bloodline, discovering a depth of magic she had never known existed. The more Arwen learned, the more she grew into her identity, shedding the doubt that had once held her back. She began to forge connections with other students, building friendships that transcended bloodlines and backgrounds. Dumbledore watched with pride as she blossomed, a testament to the strength of community and resilience in the face of adversity. As the threat of Voldemort loomed larger, Dumbledore understood that Arwen's hidden heritage had the potential to become a beacon of hope. She was not merely a descendant of a powerful bloodline. She was a force for change, capable of uniting those who believed in a future free from darkness. In the heart of Hogwarts, Dumbledore felt a renewed sense of purpose. The magic of the past intertwined with the present, shaping a future filled with possibility. Together they would face the shadows that threatened their world, and with Arwen as an ally, the tides of war could be shifted. As he looked out over the grounds of Hogwarts, Dumbledore felt the echoes of hope and strength cars. Story 46. The Art of Manipulation. In the hallowed halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore was revered as a beacon of wisdom and benevolence. His soft-spoken demeanor, twinkling blue eyes, and penchant for kindness created an aura of trust around him that was almost palpable. Yet beneath this facade of gentle guidance lay a mind that was astutely aware of the complexities of power, choice, and the intricate dance of manipulation that governed the world of magic. Dumbledore was not merely a passive guardian of light. He was a master strategist who understood that sometimes the ends justified the means. Dumbledore's cunning was not born from malice but from an unwavering belief in the greater good. The wizarding world was in peril, and the rise of Voldemort had threatened everything he held dear. The shadows of the past loomed large, and the choices he made were often weighed against the harsh realities of war. With each decision, he crafted a narrative that would guide those around him, steering events in ways that would ultimately serve his purpose. One of Dumbledore's most cunning acts began long before Voldemort's return. He understood the importance of building alliances and nurturing the next generation of witches and wizards who would one day stand against the dark forces. He kept a watchful eye on Harry Potter, the boy who had survived the Dark Lord's curse. Dumbledore recognized that Harry was not just a child of prophecy, he was a pivotal piece in the chess game of fate. The connection between them was not merely one of mentor and may-he. It was a carefully cultivated relationship that would bear significant fruit in the battle ahead. In the early years, Dumbledore encouraged Harry's friendships with Ron Weasley and Hermione, fostering a bond that would prove essential. He deliberately placed Harry in situations where he would learn resilience and courage, subtly guiding him to embrace his destiny. It was Dumbledore who had arranged for Harry to compete in the Triwizard Tournament, knowing that the trials would test him and ultimately prepare him for the challenges that lay ahead. While some criticized Dumbledore for placing Harry in danger, he knew that it was a necessary step toward shaping him into the hero he needed to become. Yet Dumbledore's manipulation extended beyond mere guidance. He understood that power came with knowledge, and knowledge was often held in secrets. One of the most significant secrets he kept was the existence of the Horcruxes, objects that Voldemort had infused with pieces of his soul to attain immortality. Dumbledore had spent years researching dark magic and had uncovered the truth about Horcruxes, but he also knew that the revelation would shatter his innocence and burden him with a weight he was not yet ready to bear. Instead, Dumbledore chose to keep the knowledge hidden, revealing only fragments to Harry as he deemed appropriate. This selective disclosure was a calculated risk, one that Dumbledore believed would ultimately empower Harry while also protecting him. He was not naive to the dangers of withholding information, rather he was keenly aware of the necessity of timing. Dumbledore understood that the right knowledge at the wrong time could lead to despair. His strategy was multifaceted. He cultivated relationships with other key figures in the fight against Voldemort, weaving a network of alliances that would bolster their collective strength. From the Order of the Phoenix to the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore played the role of a unifying force, drawing together those who believed in the cause while ensuring that they remained unaware of the full scope of his plans. He was a puppeteer, pulling strings while maintaining the illusion of collaboration. Dumbledore's cunning extended to his interactions with those who had fallen prey to the darkness. He understood that fear and hatred were powerful motivators, and he sought to understand the motivations behind his enemies. With Severus Snape, for example, Dumbledore recognized the complexity of the man who had once been a Death Eater. He cultivated a relationship based on mutual understanding, knowing that Snape's loyalty could be swayed by a deep-seated desire for redemption. Dumbledore's manipulation was not merely about control, it was about recognizing the intricacies of the human heart and the potential for change. As Voldemort's power grew, so did the stakes. Dumbledore's strategies became increasingly intricate. He orchestrated events that would draw Voldemort's attention away from Harry, employing misdirection to safeguard the boy's life. When Harry was in danger during his 5th year, Dumbledore crafted a carefully staged confrontation at the Ministry of Magic, allowing Harry to believe he had agency, while ensuring that the Order would arrive just in time to intervene. The burden of Dumbledore's manipulations weighed heavily on him. He understood that the path he had chosen was fraught with moral ambiguity. The lines between right and wrong blurred, and he questioned whether his actions, while necessary, were justifiable. Dumbledore often found himself at odds with his own conscience, wrestling with the consequences of his decisions. In private moments he confided in his trusted allies, sharing his fears and doubts. "Sometimes I wonder if the cost of victory is too great," he would say to McGonagall. "I manipulate events, shape destinies, but at what point do I cross a line?" McGonagall would listen, her eyes filled with understanding. "You do what must be done, Albus. But never forget that the heart of our fight is love, compassion, and the hope for a better future. That is what guides you." Dumbledore would nod, but the weight of his choices lingered. He was acutely aware that each manipulation carried a risk, one that could unravel the very fabric of his intentions. He walked a precarious line, balancing the need for power with the necessity of integrity. As the final confrontation with Voldemort loomed, Dumbledore's cunning reached its zenith. He laid the groundwork for Harry's ultimate challenge, preparing him to confront the darkness not only with strength, but with the knowledge that love would always triumph over hate. Dumbledore knew that he could not fight this battle for Harry. He had to equip him with the tools to fight it himself. In those final days leading up to the battle, Dumbledore's heart was filled with a mixture of hope and sorrow. He had orchestrated events with a deft hand, weaving a tapestry of allies and strategies. Yet he understood that the outcome remained uncertain, and the weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. On the eve of the final confrontation, Dumbledore stood in the great hall, gazing at the faces of the students and members of the Order gathered before him. He saw not just the culmination of his plans, but the embodiment of a future that had been forged through love and sacrifice. The knowledge he had gained, the manipulations he had orchestrated, had all led to this moment, a moment of unity in the face of darkness. "Together we stand," he said, his voice resonating through the hall. "United by love, we will face whatever comes. Our strength lies not in the manipulation of others, but in our ability to support one another, to fight for a world where love and understanding prevail." As the final battle unfolded, Dumbledore's heart swelled with pride. He had shaped the course of events, but it was the courage and determination of those around him that would ultimately decide the outcome. He had played his part, manipulating the pieces on the chessboard of fate, but it was the collective spirit of unity that would triumph in the end. In the aftermath, as the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded, Dumbledore reflected on the intricacies of his journey. He had navigated the shadows with skill, but he understood that true power lay not in manipulation, but in the bonds forged through love and loyalty. As he looked toward the future, he knew that the choices made in the name of compassion would guide them all toward a brighter tomorrow. Story 47. The Fall of Hogwarts. The skies above Hogwarts were painted in ominous shades of grey, heavy clouds swirling ominously, as if the very heavens sensed the turmoil brewing below. Albus Dumbledore stood atop the astronomy tower, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where flickers of lightning illuminated the darkening landscape. It was a foreboding sight, one that mirrored the growing sense of dread in his heart. He had spent years preparing for this moment, the moment when dark forces would descend upon the school he loved, threatening not only its walls, but the very spirit of magic that thrived within. Dumbledore could feel the tension in the air, a palpable energy that crackled with anticipation. He had received reports of Voldemort's minions gathering strength, and whispers of an impending attack had spread like wildfire through the wizarding community. The time for complacency was over. They were on the brink of war, and Hogwarts would be at the center of the storm. As he descended from the tower, Dumbledore summoned the members of the Order of the Phoenix to gather in the Great Hall. Each step echoed against the stone walls, the weight of responsibility pressing heavily on his shoulders. He had always believed in the power of unity and the strength found in the bonds of friendship, but now he was aware that those bonds would soon be tested in unimaginable ways. The great hall buzzed with nervous energy as Dumbledore entered. The long tables were filled with students and staff, their faces a mixture of fear and determination. The flickering candles above cast a warm glow, but it did little to dispel the growing sense of foreboding. Dumbledore's heart ached for the students, young lives filled with potential, who now found themselves caught in the crossfire of a war that had escalated far beyond their understanding. "Thank you all for gathering here," Dumbledore began, his voice steady but imbued with urgency. "I will not sugarcoat the reality we face. We are on the brink of a confrontation unlike any we have faced before. Voldemort and his forces are preparing to attack, and it is imperative that we stand united." A murmur rippled through the hall, uncertainty etched on many faces. Dumbledore continued, "We have prepared for this moment, but preparation alone will not guarantee our safety. It will be our resolve, our courage, and our unwavering belief in one another that will see us through the darkness." McGonagall stood at his side, her expression fierce and resolute. "We will defend Hogwarts with everything we have. This is our home, and we will not allow it to fall." "Exactly," Dumbledore affirmed, his gaze sweeping across the room. "But I must stress that while we fight, we must also protect those who cannot fight for themselves. Our students, our friends, and our families depend on us." As the gathering continued, Dumbledore outlined their defenses, strategizing with members of the Order and the staff. He knew that Hogwarts was more than just stone and mortar. It was a living, breathing entity, imbued with magic and history. He would call upon every protective charm and ward he could muster, ensuring that the castle stood as a bastion against the impending darkness. Hours passed, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Dumbledore could feel the weight of time pressing down on them as they prepared for the inevitable. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the castle in shadows, and a chill crept into the air. As night fell, the first signs of an attack became evident. The distant rumble of thunder was accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and the cries of panic from the grounds. "Prepare for battle," Dumbledore commanded, his voice booming as he rallied the students and staff. "We must defend the castle." With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured protective barriers around the entrances and windows, fortifying the castle against the encroaching darkness. He felt the surge of magic coursing through him, the essence of Hogwarts lending him strength. As the first wave of dark forces struck, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The initial clash was chaotic, the hallways filled with the sounds of spells colliding, the crackle of magic igniting the air. Dumbledore fought alongside his allies, his wand ablur as he cast powerful charms and curses to repel the attackers. He could see students and staff working together, standing firm against the tide of darkness that threatened to engulf them. "Minerva," Dumbledore shouted, casting a shielding spell to protect a group of terrified students. "Get them to the room of requirement. It will provide them safety." "Right," McGonagall replied, her voice resolute. "Come on, students, we'll keep you safe." Dumbledore continued to channel his magic, his focus unwavering. He could feel the burden of his past weighing on him, the choices he had made, the sacrifices he had endured. But in this moment there was no room for doubt. He had to protect Hogwarts, not just for himself, but for every life that had been touched by its magic. The battle raged on, spells lighting up the night sky as both sides clashed with ferocity. Dumbledore could see the flickers of fear in the eyes of the students, but he also saw determination. They were fighting for their home, for their future, and it ignited a fire within him. As the fight continued, a dark figure emerged from the chaos, Bellatrix Lestrange, her wild hair and manic laughter piercing through the din of battle. Dumbledore felt a surge of anger at the sight of her, a reminder of the horrors she had inflicted upon the world. "Ah, Albus Dumbledore," she taunted, her eyes gleaming with madness. so noble, so righteous, but this time you will fall." Dumbledore faced her, unwavering. "You will not harm anyone here, Bellatrix. I will not allow it." With a swift flick of his wand, he cast a powerful, stunning spell, but she deflected it with a cackle. The ensuing duel was fierce, each spell colliding with the other, illuminating the hall with bursts of light and shadows. Dumbledore fought with purpose, determined to protect the students who had become like family to him. But the battle was taking its toll. Dumbledore could feel the strain on his body, the years of responsibility weighing heavily on him. Yet he pushed through the fatigue, drawing upon every ounce of strength he could muster. In the midst of the chaos, Dumbledore spotted Harry Potter, fighting valiantly alongside his friends. Their courage inspired him, fueling his determination to protect them at all costs. "Harry," he shouted, "stay close to your friends. Together you are stronger." Harry nodded, the fire of resolve igniting in his eyes. Dumbledore felt a swell of pride. This was the legacy of love and unity he had fought for. The next generation would rise to face the darkness, and he had to ensure they could do so without fear. Just as Dumbledore was about to launch another spell at Bellatrix, a sudden roar echoed through the night. The castle shuddered, and the dark forces began to retreat, the sense of fear gripping them. From the shadows emerged a host of magical creatures, hippogriffs, thestrals, and even the majestic centaurs, drawn to the battle by the call of the Hogwarts defenders. "Stand strong," Dumbledore bellowed, the sight of their allies giving him renewed strength. "Together we shall push back the darkness." The tide of battle shifted as the creatures joined the fray, their magic mingling with that of the wizards and witches. The air crackled with energy, and Dumbledore felt the essence of Hogwarts rallying around them. He had always known that magic was a collective force, and in this moment it thrived in the unity of those who fought for a brighter future. With a final surge of determination, Dumbledore focused on the dark forces surrounding them. He channeled the magic of the castle, drawing on its history, its sacrifices, and the love that had been woven into its very foundation. "Expelliarmus," he shouted, his voice ringing with power as he cast the spell with all his might. The spell collided with Bellatrix, disarming her and sending her sprawling to the ground. The tide of battle turned as Dumbledore felt the strength of every ally around him. With a final rallying cry, they pushed back against the encroaching darkness, forcing Voldemort's forces into retreat. As the dust settled, the sounds of battle faded, replaced by the heavy silence of a hard-won victory. Dumbledore surveyed the aftermath, feeling a mix of relief and exhaustion wash over him. The castle still stood, and the lives within it were safe for now. He turned to Harry, who stood among his friends, his face smeared with dirt and determination. "You fought bravely, Harry. I am proud of you all." In that moment, Dumbledore understood that the fight against darkness was far from over. Hogwarts had endured another storm, but the future remained uncertain. Yet, as he looked into the eyes of the students and staff, he felt hope, a flicker of light in the face of overwhelming darkness. The battle had tested them, but it had also united them. Dumbledore knew that together they would continue to stand against the shadows, drawing strength from one another and from the legacy of love that Hogwarts embodied. As they began to rebuild and heal, Dumbledore reflected on the night's events. It was a reminder of the fragility of peace and the unyielding strength of love. He would protect this sanctuary, this place of magic and learning, for as long as he drew breath. And in that commitment he found purpose, a purpose that would guide him in the trials to come. Story 48. The Wounds of Time. Albus Dumbledore sat alone in his office, the soft glow of the candles casting flickering shadows against the walls lined with tomes and artifacts gathered over a lifetime. The warm light barely penetrated the corners of the room, where darkness pooled like the memories he wished to forget. Time had a way of eroding even the most steadfast of souls, and tonight, as he gazed out at the grounds of Hogwarts, he felt the weight of that erosion bearing down on him. It was a quiet evening, the sounds of students laughing and studying echoing softly through the corridors. Yet, in the silence of his own heart, Dumbledore felt the echo of laughter long gone, the joy of youth replaced by the somber realities of loss and regret. As he looked out over the castle grounds, the memories surged like a tide, each wave crashing against the shores of his consciousness. He remembered the first time he lost a student, the young boy, bright-eyed and eager, who had fallen victim to the darkness that loomed just beyond the castle walls. Dumbledore had watched the boy blossom in his studies, a spark of potential shining brightly, but the world was unforgiving, and darkness had taken him too soon. The weight of that loss had settled in Dumbledore's heart, a wound that would never fully heal. Perhaps I could have done more, he mused aloud, the sound of his voice breaking the stillness. Perhaps I could have seen the signs, reached out to him in ways I failed to recognize. Dumbledore remembered the conversations he had shared with the boy's family, the hollow words of comfort that had done little to assuage their grief. He had been unable to find the right words to offer solace, and in that failure, he felt the sharp sting of his own inadequacy. It was a burden he had carried for far too long. As the memories swirled around him, he thought of his friends, those who had fought alongside him in the shadows. The losses were not merely of students, they were of comrades and allies, each one a thread in the tapestry of his life that had been frayed by the harshness of reality. The faces of those who had fallen flickered in his mind, James and Lily Potter, whose laughter had been extinguished too soon, Sirius Black, whose spirit had burned bright and fiercely, only to be snuffed out in the darkness of betrayal. Why must those we love be taken from us? Dumbledore questioned the stillness, a hint of bitterness creeping into his voice. We strive to protect, to nurture, and yet the hands of fate are merciless. The weight of time pressed heavily upon him, each passing year leaving scars that marred his soul. He had dedicated his life to the pursuit of knowledge and the protection of others, yet the losses had accumulated like stones in his heart, threatening to crush him beneath their weight. With each student lost, with each friend fallen, a piece of his spirit had faded, leaving behind an emptiness that echoed through the halls of his mind. Dumbledore's thoughts turned to the choices he had made, the paths he had taken. The responsibility of leadership was not one he had sought, it had been thrust upon him by circumstance. He recalled the moment he had faced Grindelwald, their shared dreams now tainted by betrayal. Their friendship had been a bright flame, but the shadows of ambition and power had consumed it, leaving only ashes in its wake. "Did I fail you, Gellert?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Did I not fight hard enough to save you from your own darkness? I believed in our vision, but somewhere along the way we lost ourselves." The weight of that betrayal hung heavy in the air, a reminder that even the strongest bonds could be shattered by ambition. Dumbledore had loved Grindelwald, cherished their shared ideals, but the cost of that love had been monumental. Their confrontation had not only led to the loss of a friend, but had also shaped the course of history. The scars of that conflict ran deep, and the ghosts of their shared past haunted him still. He turned his gaze toward the window, watching as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold. It was a beautiful sight, yet it felt tinged with melancholy. The world outside was vibrant and alive, a stark contrast to the sorrow that lay within him. Dumbledore realized that while time continued to march forward, he remained trapped in the echoes of the past, haunted by choices that could never be undone. Yet even in his grief, Dumbledore understood that the past, while painful, had also been a teacher. The lessons learned through loss and hardship had shaped him, instilling a sense of empathy and compassion that transcended the darkness. He had witnessed the resilience of those he had lost, the strength of their spirits shining brightly even in death. It was that light he sought to carry forward, a beacon of hope in a world often shrouded in shadows. Perhaps there is a way to honor their memory, he mused, his mind racing with possibilities, to ensure that their sacrifices were not in vain. I cannot bring them back, but I can strive to protect those who remain. Dumbledore resolved to continue his fight against the darkness, not just for himself but for those who had fallen. He would channel his grief into action, nurturing the next generation of witches and wizards, guiding them with the wisdom gained through loss. Hogwarts would remain a sanctuary for those who sought knowledge, a place where love and courage could flourish even in the face of adversity. As the night deepened, Dumbledore felt a sense of clarity wash over him. The wounds of time may never fully heal, but they could be transformed into something powerful, a source of strength that fueled his resolve. He would stand against the darkness, not as a solitary figure burdened by the weight of the past, but as a guardian of hope, a champion for those who could not fight for themselves. With a deep breath, Dumbledore stood and walked toward the door, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He would not allow the scars of loss to define him. Instead, he would carry the memories of his fallen friends and students as a source of inspiration. The echoes of their laughter would guide him, reminding him of the beauty that existed alongside the pain. As he stepped out into the cool night air, Dumbledore felt a renewed sense of purpose. The darkness would come, but he would face it head-on, armed with the knowledge that love, in all its forms, was the greatest magic of all. And with that he walked forward, ready to continue his fight, not just for the past, but for the future he believed in. Story 49. The Death of Ariana. The sun hung low in the sky on that fateful day, casting an amber glow over Godric's Hollow. Albus Dumbledore stood at the window of their family home, watching as shadows lengthened across the familiar grounds. There was a stillness in the air, a sense of foreboding that sent a chill down his spine. Little did he know that the events of that day would forever alter the course of his life and haunt him for years to come. Inside the house, the atmosphere was thick with tension, Albus could hear the muffled voices of his younger brother Aberforth and their mother, Kendra, drifting from the living room. The three of them had gathered to discuss their sister, Ariana, whose struggles had become increasingly pronounced over the years. Albus felt a familiar ache in his heart as he thought of her. She was a beacon of light in their lives, but the darkness of her condition had begun to consume her. Ariana had been a bright, spirited child, but after the accident that had left her magic wild and uncontrolled, she had become a shadow of her former self. Albus remembered her laughter, the way it had once filled the rooms of their home like music. Now, she was often lost in her own world, a prisoner of her mind, and they struggled to find ways to help her. Albus had dedicated himself to understanding her condition, but as time passed, he felt increasingly powerless. Kendra's voice broke through his thoughts, urgent and filled with concern. "We must do something, Albus. She can't keep living like this. We have to find a way to help her." "I'm trying, Mother," Albus replied, trying to inject a note of reassurance into his voice. "But the more I learn, the less I understand. I fear that the world will never truly accept her." "Acceptance or not, we can't leave her to suffer like this," Aberforth interjected, his frustration palpable. "You're too wrapped up in your own ambitions, Albus. Ariana needs us now, not your endless studies and theories." Albus winced at the accusation. He loved his sister deeply and had vowed to protect her, but he was also burdened by his own aspirations. The delicate balance between duty and ambition weighed heavily upon him. "I'm not abandoning her. I just believe there must be a way to help her without forcing her into a life of confinement." The argument echoed in his mind, but as Albus turned away from the window, he sensed an unsettling calm enveloping the house. He could feel the shadows gathering, the weight of impending doom pressing down on him. He brushed the thoughts aside, focusing on his family and their shared commitment to Ariana's well-being. As the afternoon waned, Albus decided to check on Ariana, seeking solace in her presence. He found her in her room, sitting quietly by the window, her gaze fixed on the garden outside. The light caught her hair, creating an almost ethereal glow around her. She looked so peaceful, yet there was an unmistakable sadness in her eyes. "Ariana," he said gently, kneeling beside her, "how are you feeling today?" Her response was a mere whisper. "It's too loud, Albus. I can't make it stop." Albus felt a pang of sorrow as he reached for her hand, trying to offer comfort. "I know, my dear, but you are not alone. We are here for you, and we will find a way to help." For a moment she met his gaze, her eyes reflecting a flicker of the warmth he had known as a child. "Promise?" "I promise," he vowed, his heart aching with the weight of his words. But deep inside, doubt began to creep in, an insidious whisper that questioned whether he could truly fulfill that promise. As night fell, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Albus felt an unease wash over him, a sense that something was amiss. He exchanged a worried glance with Aberforth as they gathered in the living room, the tension palpable. They had been discussing potential options to help Ariana when a loud crash from upstairs sent a jolt of adrenaline through them. "What was that?" Aberforth exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. Albus felt a surge of panic as he bolted up the stairs. "Ariana," he called out, dread pooling in his stomach. The familiar sounds of her struggle filled the air, her magic, wild and uncontrolled, crackling through the walls. He reached her room and flung the door open. The scene that met him froze him in his tracks. Ariana stood in the center of the room, eyes wide and filled with terror, her hands raised as if to control the chaos swirling around her. Books flew from shelves, and objects shattered as her magic surged uncontrollably. "Ariana," he shouted, his heart racing. "Put it down. You have to calm down." But his words seemed to echo futilely against the tempest of magic that enveloped her. Albus stepped forward, desperate to reach her, to calm her fears. But before he could grasp her hand, a flash of blinding light erupted from her wand, a manifestation of her pain and confusion. In that heart-stopping moment, time seemed to slow. The air crackled with energy, the storm brewing around them. Dumbledore's instincts kicked in, and he reached for his own wand, but he was too late. The magic exploded, a violent surge of power that enveloped the room and sent him sprawling backward. When the light faded, silence fell like a shroud. Albus lay on the floor, breathless and disoriented. He struggled to his feet, fear clawing at his throat as he looked toward his sister. She lay on the floor, her eyes closed, an eerie stillness settling around her. "Ariana," he cried, rushing to her side. Panic surged through him as he knelt, cradling her head in his hands. Her skin was cold, and the warmth of life seemed to have left her. "No, no, no," he whispered, the words catching in his throat. He pressed his fingers to her pulse, praying for a sign of life, but there was nothing, only the echo of his own desperate heartbeat in his ears. "Ariana." Aberforth's voice pierced through the fog of despair as he rushed into the room, his expression shifting from confusion to horror. "What happened?" I tried to help her." Albus choked out, tears streaming down his face. "I thought I could reach her, but I failed. I failed her." Aberforth fell to his knees beside them, his expression one of profound sorrow and disbelief. "You couldn't have known, Albus. She was trapped, and we've all tried to save her in our own ways." But Dumbledore could not bear the words. He felt the weight of his brother's grief, but it was eclipsed by the suffocating guilt that consumed him. He had promised to protect her, and in a moment of desperation he had failed. As the reality of their loss settled around them, Dumbledore understood that this moment would define him. The ache of failure would linger like a shadow, a constant reminder of what he had lost and what he could never reclaim. Days turned into weeks as the family mourned the loss of Ariana. Albus felt the world around him shift as he navigated the currents of grief. Each memory of her became a knife, a reminder of the laughter that had filled their home and the light that had been extinguished too soon. In the quiet of the nights that followed, Albus would find himself standing at the window, staring out at the garden where they had played as children. The sun would rise, and with it a new day, but the weight of sorrow remained. The vibrant life of the world outside felt foreign to him, a reminder of the brightness that had once filled his soul. He became a ghost within his own life, haunted by the memories of Ariana and the knowledge that he could not undo the past. Each day he vowed to protect those who remained, to honor her memory by nurturing the next generation of witches and wizards in Wizard Hogwarts. But the guilt of his failure would forever shape his choices, a reminder that even the most powerful magic could not shield him from the consequences of his decisions. As the years passed, Albus Dumbledore became a guardian of secrets and a protector of hope. He carried the memory of Ariana with him, a light that guided him in the darkest of times. In the face of loss he found purpose, a commitment to ensure that no one else would suffer as she had. Though the wounds of that day never fully healed, they transformed into a source of strength. Albus had learned that love, in its many forms, was the most potent magic of all. He would honor Ariana's spirit by fighting for a world where love and understanding triumphed over darkness. And in that commitment he found solace, a way to carry her memory forward as a beacon of hope in the battle against despair. Story 50. The Serpent's Temptation. The air in Dumbledore's office felt charged, almost electric, as he sat at his desk, surrounded by books and artifacts that had accumulated over the years. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating the myriad of items that each held a story, a lesson, or a memory. Yet today the weight of the moment hung heavily in the air, as if the universe itself had conspired to bring forth a choice that would alter the course of his life. The door creaked open, and a figure slipped inside, cloaked in shadow. Dumbledore looked up, instinctively sensing the presence of something ancient and potent. It was not merely a visitor, it was a manifestation of temptation that had come to confront him. The figure was tall and serpent-like, its eyes glowing with a malevolent gleam. Dumbledore recognized the creature at once, a manifestation of power, a figment of ambition that had haunted wizards for centuries. Albus Dumbledore, it hissed, its voice smooth and laced with danger. You stand at the precipice of destiny, a threshold few have ever dared to cross. I offer you a chance, an opportunity to wield ultimate power over life and death itself. Dumbledore's heart raced as the words hung in the air, each syllable steeped in both promise and peril. He had devoted his life to the pursuit of knowledge, to understanding the depths of magic, but he also knew all too well the cost of such power. What you offer is not without its consequences, he replied, his voice steady despite the turmoil churning within. The control of life and death is a burden I have no desire to bear. The serpent shifted, its gaze piercing into Dumbledore's very soul. And yet you long to protect those you love. Imagine the possibilities. You could save them all, those you have lost, those you fear to lose. No more grief, no more sorrow. You could defy the very nature of existence. Dumbledore felt the pull of temptation tugging at the edges of his resolve. The memories of loss rushed back, flooding his mind. The faces of those he had cherished, the students who had fallen, the friends who had been taken by the darkness. He had spent a lifetime wrestling with the spectre of death, grappling with the weight of his choices, and the notion of wielding such power was tantalizing. Yet he understood the implications of such a gift. The desire to conquer death is a seductive one, Dumbledore mused, his gaze steady. But it is also a path fraught with danger. To tamper with the natural order is to invite chaos. I have seen the repercussions of such actions, the devastation they can cause. The serpent curled closer, its voice dripping with persuasion. You speak of chaos, yet you know the pain of loss intimately. You could create a world where suffering is vanquished, where loved ones return to you. Your knowledge and power could reshape destiny itself. The question is not whether you can, but whether you will." Dumbledore shook his head slowly, feeling the weight of his convictions pressing down on him. To seek power over life and death is to play the role of a god. I am but a man, flawed and fallible. I have no desire to assume such a mantle, for it is one that corrupts even the noblest of hearts. "Ah, but consider the legacy you could leave behind," the serpent continued, its tone smooth as silk. "Your name could be immortalized in history, not merely as a powerful wizard, but as a savior. You could eradicate the suffering that plagues the wizarding world. You could end the cycle of grief that haunts you." Dumbledore's heart ached at the thought, and he felt the allure of the serpent's words wrapping around him like a vine. He thought of Ariana, of the anguish that had accompanied her tragic death, of the friends he had lost to the unforgiving hands of fate. Yet in that moment he recalled the lessons learned through pain, the wisdom gained from suffering. "Power is a dangerous path," he said firmly, meeting the serpent's gaze. "It can corrupt, distort, and lead to choices that destroy rather than heal. I have seen it in others, those who sought to conquer death, only to be consumed by their own ambitions. I refuse to walk that path." The serpent's expression darkened, frustration evident in its slithering movements. "You would choose suffering over salvation. You would deny yourself the chance to create a world free from pain." "Pain is a part of existence," Dumbledore replied, his voice resolute. "It shapes us, teaches us empathy, and deepens our understanding of what it means to be alive. It is through our struggles that we find strength, and it is in our grief that we discover the power of love." As the serpent recoiled, Dumbledore felt a surge of conviction wash over him. He understood that while the temptation to wield ultimate power was alluring, it came with a cost far too great to bear. He had fought battles against dark forces, but this was a battle of the soul, a confrontation with his own desires and fears. "I will not forsake my principles for the sake of power," he declared, his voice steady and unwavering. "I choose to embrace life with all its imperfections and uncertainties. I will honor the memory of those I have lost by fighting for the living, by ensuring that love prevails over darkness." The serpent hissed in frustration, its form shifting and flickering like smoke. "You are a fool, Dumbledore. You could have had it all. But mark my words, the darkness will come for you. You will suffer again, and you will remember this moment of hesitation." "Let it come," Dumbledore replied, feeling an unyielding strength well up within him. "I will face whatever darkness lies ahead, but I will do so with integrity and courage. I refuse to become what I fear most." With that, the serpent recoiled into the shadows, its presence fading like a nightmare dispelled by the dawn. The air in the office grew lighter, the oppressive weight of temptation lifting as Dumbledore stood resolute, feeling the echoes of his decision resonate within him. In the aftermath of that encounter, Dumbledore took a deep breath, allowing himself a moment of reflection. The choice he had made was not without its challenges, but it had also reaffirmed his commitment to the ideals he held dear. He would not seek to control life or death. Instead, he would cherish the lives around him and fight for a future where love could thrive. As he gazed out at the grounds of Hogwarts, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow over the castle, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found. Dumbledore understood that his true strength lay not in power, but in his capacity to love, to empathize, and to protect those who could not protect themselves. He turned back to his desk, ready to face whatever challenges awaited him. The serpent's temptation had come and gone, but he emerged from the encounter with a deeper understanding of himself and the world around him. Dumbledore would walk the path of integrity, knowing that while he could not conquer death, he could honor the lives of those he loved by living fully in the light of their memories.